Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This regular school board meeting will be conducted with board members and staff participating via electronic communication. The meeting is also being streamed online for the public. Due to Broward County Administrator's Emergency Order 20-01, public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in the following manner. Any person may present live comments by attending the K.C. Wright Administration Building's boardroom at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301. In accordance with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines, each person will be required to wear a face mask covering for their nose and their mouth. Individuals are responsible for providing their own mask and to remain at least 6 feet from other attendees upon arrival as they enter the KCW building and until his or her departure. Any person who submitted written comments regarding noticed agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, our supervisor for official school board records at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the regular school board meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted. Therefore, each written comment must include the person's name and address. Pursuant to our school board policy 1100A, in the event of a large group of individuals, the board chair has the authority to adjust the time limit for each speaker and or the overall time limit for speakers that will be heard on the item. Today, we do not have written comments in the excess of that, although we do not know yet, obviously, if there will be some additional speakers who will be coming live to present. Before beginning today's meeting, I would like for my colleagues who are participating in today's meeting to announce their participation. As I call each of my colleagues' names, please respond by saying present. Ms. Al-Hadaf.
Present.
Ms. Bartleman.
Present.
There we go. Ms. Brinkworth.
Present.
Ms. Good.
Here.
Ms. Levinson.
Here.
Ms. Murray.
Oh, wait a minute.
Did I hear Ms. Murray?
She's on mute right now.
I was going to say, I know she's with us because I did see her. Ms. Murray, can you just say that you're present for me?
She needs to unmute.
Yeah, Ms. Murray, can you unmute your microphone? Okay, we'll come back. Ms. Rupert?
Here.
Dr. Osgood? Ms. Murray?
Wait a minute. I won't.
There? No, you were unmuted. I heard her voice, so I know she's here and I can see her physically being present. And Dr. Osgood, I know, will be joining us momentarily. This morning we have asked for a moment of silence. Ms. Rupert has requested the moment of silence for a Bright Horizons student. Ms. Rupert?
Ms. Korn,
Yes.
I don't have the information in front of me, so I'm going to kick it right back to you if you can.
Unfortunately, the information was not provided to me, but what I would like to do is provide that moment of silence a little later in the meeting. So we will
Perfect.
certainly come back to that for you, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you very much. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. So next is our minutes for approval. If we could all please mute our microphones, that way we won't have any of the background interference. So our meetings for approval today are May 5th, 2020, which was a special school board meeting. May 5th, 2020 was a special meeting for FOPE and literacy. And then on June 23rd, 2020, expulsions. May I please have a motion and a second?
So moved, Ms. Good.
Second, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the minutes as listed, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved.
And Ms.
Are there
Corn,
any
I am ready
changes
now.
to the, I'm sorry?
I'm ready now, if that's okay.
Oh, you
Moment of
are,
silence.
perfect.
Yes.
Yes, before we move on to the agenda, Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. This new computer notes everything. I'm a little, I forgot to put it in my black box. But anyway, I'm asking for my colleagues and the community for a moment of silence for Zykeith Perkins, a student from Bright Horizons. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and all who loved him. Thank you so much, Ms. Corn.
Corn, you are on mute.
Sorry. I also have Ms. Brinkworth, who has asked for a moment of silence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask this morning that we observe a moment of silence for Sharonda Mitchell, who was a paraprofessional at Fort Lauderdale High School for 26 years. I would ask that you keep her friends, her family, and the entire Flying L community in your thoughts and prayers as we honor her this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. So, Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. Personnel recommendations, G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2020-2021 school year. That is a revised item. CC4, proposed revised job description for the chief fire official position, revised. E4, recommendation to approve agreement for fiscal years 2021, Unity Computer Science Spatial Computing Program is an added item. EE12, recommendation to approve software for vocabulary improvement is an added item. EE13, recommendation to approve First Amendment to Master Services Agreement for Comprehensive Wellness Program, that's an added item. EE14, recommendation to approve the Fourth Amendment and additional spending authority to InStructure Canvas Learning Management System, added item. EE15, recommendation to approve agreement with educational and professional development services for private schools is an added item. EE16, recommendation to approve software for reading, comprehension, and fluency is an added item. HH1, litigation challenging the United States Department of Education interim final rule providing equitable services to students and teachers in non-public schools is an added item. K1, advertisement of the tentative district budget and millage levy for the fiscal year 2020 through 2021. That's a revised item. LL6, assignment and assumption of agreement is a revised item. LL7 is an assignment and assumption agreement. That is an added item. I'm sorry, I'll correct the prior one. LL6, which is an assignment and assumption of agreement, is a revised item. And LL7, which is an assignment and assumption of agreement, is an added item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. All in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items. Those are our single letter items that are on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All of our remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items or single letter items that are pulled for discussion for a given letter and then consider the open items, which are double letter items for that same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this order. So our next item of business is our consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask staff if any members of the public submitted written comments for any item which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following items, are there any board members that would like to discuss, keeping in mind that G3 is already pulled, any additional G items?
G5,
Okay, was that Ms. Alhadeff?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, any E items?
I need, go ahead.
Ms. Rupert?
E1 and E4, please.
E1 and E4, okay.
E3,
Was that Ms. Bartleman?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, any, let's see, F1?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to speak on F1.
Okay. I1 or I2?
I2, Ms. Bartleman,
I2,
I1.
Ms. Alda.
I'm sorry, Ms. Alhadeff, which one?
I2,
I2, okay,
I need I1, I2, Rupert.
thank you. Okay, then I have the J items,
J1 for Rupert.
thank you. And our K1 or K2 item. And then lastly, our L items. Thank you. Mr. McQuinn, did we receive any public comments for items that have not already been requested for discussion?
Yes, we did. There is a public comment on K1. The other public comments were on G3, I2, and J1, and those have already been pulled. So K1 is the only one that hadn't been pulled.
Okay, perfect. Can you just repeat those to me real quick? The public ones, G3?
I2, J1, and K1. And there's also public for double letter items, but those
Okay.
were the consent items.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, may the chair please have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
so moved.
So, second, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, I believe, and then second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. At this time, will board members please identify the open items they will be asking questions of staff? This will better manage our staff's time by letting them know which items we intend to address. So if we could start with our CC items.
Hi, it's Rupert. I need CC1, CC2, and CC4.
Okay,
This is Ms. Brinkworth. I need CC1, please.
okay. May I have any EE items?
I have some, Rupert.
Okay,
I need EE1, EE3, EE4, EE7, EE9, EE10. I was going to comment on EE11, so it was just a positive comment. EE12, and I think that was, wait, I've got 12, 14, and 16, sorry. Got it.
okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Corn, Ms. Good, I have EE6, EE9. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Miss-
you.
Horn,
Yes.
I have three, not three.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this Miss Bartleman?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay, sorry. Yes, 3.
I have, no, it's okay. That was the single letter. I apologize.
Okay.
5, 7, and 9 for the double letter E.
7, and 9. Okay,
Mrs.
Okay.
Alda,
yes.
EE1, EE4, and EE9.
Okay, great, thank you.
Dr. Osgood, HH1.
Okay, I got it, and we'll get that to that for my colleagues as well. Is there any other
Yes,
EE items?
Ms.
Yes.
Korn. I would like EE8. A question, a bunch of them are under it, so let me just take EE10 and EE14, and that's it.
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes.
Yes, I have comments for EE9. Probably similar to Ms. Levinson, I can make comments on several of them for EE10, EE11, EE12, EE13, EE14, and EE16.
Okay. All right, and so I will also have comments on EE9, EE10, sorry, I'm sorry, and EE14. Yes, okay, all right. Moving on to our FF items. Does anyone want FF1?
I do, Robin.
Okay. HH, I have Dr. Osgood. Is there any others that would like to speak to the items? HH1.
Yes, me, Rupert.
Okay. And now I have II1. And then I have our JJ items.
Ms. Corn,
Yes.
I have 4, 6, 10, and 22.
Is this Miss Bartleman?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. JJ 4, 6, 10, and 22.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Ms. Corns, Rupert. I need JJ 23, JJ 24, and 22. JJ 22, 23, 24. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
And Ms. Corn, this is Ms. Good. I may have comments on JJ 22 and 23. So if
Okay,
you can just put me down, thank you.
sure.
Mrs. Alda, JJ
Yes.
22 and JJ 23.
Okay,
Ms. Korn,
yes.
I have JJ 12 and JJ 22, please.
Okay,
And Ms. Corn, this is Ms. Good. Was
Yes.
II1 pulled by any chance or no?
II was, is an open letter, so I don't have anyone speaking to it.
Speaking on it, that's right. Okay, never
yes.
mind. Thank you.
Ms.
Okay, yeah,
Corn,
no, I don't have anyone speaking on it.
Ms. Corn, can you hear me?
Yes, Miss Murray.
JJ 22.
JJ 22, okay.
And Madam Chair, this is Ms.
And
Brinkworth.
23.
Yes,
22 and 23.
okay. JJ 22 and JJ 23, Miss Murray. Yes, Miss Brinkworth.
I have a question on JJ 7. And I may have comments on 22 and 23.
Okay. Okay, and I will be speaking on JJ 3, 22, and 23.
Ms. Corn, can you add me for JJ 22 and 23, please?
I certainly can, okay. And then I have our LL items.
Ms. Corn, this is Ms. Good. I just have a comment on LL 6 through 8.
Okay. So you want those done collectively?
Yes, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, all right, perfect. Okay, any of my colleagues have any that we have not already taken note of? So as we begin taking items for the regular school board meeting, staff will read the comments for the applicable items. May the chair please have a motion and a second on our first item of the day, which is G3.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any public comment on G3, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Madam Chair, there is a speaker at KCW to speak on item G3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Juan Rupert from KC Wright. The first speaker that I have on the list is Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
Thank you.
Juan, you need to turn on the video.
Morning, everyone. I'm probably going to say this repeatedly. I would much prefer to be doing this via Teams, but that was not really an option. It came to my attention on G3 that I'm trying to avoid using names, but there's a new person being task assigned to the Chief Portfolio Services position. And I was asked a while back by the superintendent whether I thought anyone in the district knew how to do their job. And I will say I can't think of a better choice, but I can think of worse choices. I've always found this person to be smart and professional, and I definitely appreciate it in the 9 years I've been involved with this district. So whoever you put there was going to get a raise, because that seems to be standard operating procedure to give people a raise before they've proven that they can do the job. So in terms of task assignments, I don't actually have a problem with this one. I'm sure some people might, but like I said, there are far worse choices, and I've always found them to be very professional. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments on G3?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The next speaker I have on the list is Andrew Grubb.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Andrew Grubb. Our district is currently in the middle of lobbying for several appropriations from various government bodies to try and attain money to make up for our poor spending habits. So I find it incredibly problematic that we're taking the person who is supposed to head our efforts to fix our mistakes and move us forward and move them to a position to kind of, pass papers to get us by this transition. I would just like to make sure that Mr. Sullivan is given the resources to keep doing what he's doing in his current role, so we don't run into another issue, because, there's a common theme in this district that once we try and solve one problem, we create another 5. And I want to make sure that this will not cause us to not attain the money that we are looking for because we had to magically pick someone for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next speaker I have on the list for this item is Miss Anna Fusco.
Thank you.
Ready, go? Yeah, ready, set. Good morning, board, chair, superintendent Runcie. I'm just going to be quite blunt and quite frank. I know John Sullivan very well. He's a nice young man, professional. I was always under the impression that he has a position here as the Broward County Public School Board lobbyist and represents in Tallahassee for policies and procedures and political needs and so forth. This position, again, groups of people who are already making large salaries, and I know he's going to have an extra task put forward with his already job that he's doing. But again, here we go. When we have to sit and move to an impasse just to get a measly 2% increase for our educators and support staff. And here we graciously see lots of managers getting put on the agenda today to come into different positions with high salaries, and other people getting with the high salaries, but the rank and file, the labor force, the first line people, the people that are doing the meat and potatoes of the very core of public education always seems to be the last thought of. So I just want to keep that in perspective. Again, situations arise like this and this happens, I cannot ignore how we have to go into strong conversations and negotiations, which it shouldn't be. It should be a given. It should already be taken care of at the beginning. There should be a clear point of what we're going to give the teachers and all the support staff and educators that are the frontline people of much deserved and needed salary increases every year. Instead, it looks like that the Broward Teachers Union are fighting and the aggressors when we come in with full faith and open conversations of proper negotiations, which is our right. And it's the fight that comes from your group, and when they sit back angelic like, and we're forceful because we're sitting here fighting for the needs and wants of our people who dig deep in their pockets all year, every year, to take care of their classroom needs, their student needs, just to make it work with their students. So I need you guys to remember this. We're coming up in negotiations. It should be easy. It should be foolproof, but I'm already seeing resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes the public speakers here at Casey Wright for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Moquin, do we have anyone, Dr. Neesmith, do we have anyone else signed up for public comment that provided written comments?
No, Madam Chair, we did not.
Okay, thank you very much. All those, sorry, I haven't taken our own comments for G3 to my colleagues. Are there any comments that you'd like to share on G3? And I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. With all the campus security managers being hired today, and with us going to 100% virtual, what will they be doing? Will they be preparing the schools for eventually our students to go back to school? But what will they be doing?
Good morning, Ms. Alhadeff. This is Brian Katz, Chief Safety and Security Officer. Thank you for the question. So there's good news on two fronts as it relates to the campus security managers. Actually, we have put them on a 244 calendar because we actually are going to use them to help us in preparation for return to school in any capacity. We know that, again, we will have staff on campus regardless of what our model looks like going into the fall. And these are, for the most part at these schools, the most senior security specialists at those schools now becoming these campus security managers. But we have a lot of training to do with them as well. We have to prepare them for managing people, go through the labor and employee relations trainings, everything that's going to be required of them to do these roles. But we just think that right now during this crisis and with everything that's going on, for the principals to be able to lean on a security professional on campus to be their liaison back to the district will only make things easier for whatever transition we do as a district, which is we had a lot of conversation on our side of, do we hold these back and wait until we were closer to bringing kids back onto campus to bring these forward? But if we want to be able to move quickly and we want to be able to do that work when the time comes and it's safe to do so, we think that having these positions in place prior to that is the best move.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Katz, on that front, even without our students being on campus, obviously safety and security is important for our staff as well, and we may have faculty beyond just administration on campus. So we would be, we would also be engaging them with other staff on site, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, all those in favor of G3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. G3 passes unanimously. We have the opportunity now to individually welcome those members in their new positions with us at the district. Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, I get to start out by introducing Arif Ali. He's on temporary assignment working out of classification as supervisor for food and nutrition services. So congratulations. Robert McGarvo, a safety specialist 1, and Odith O'Malley, a research specialist. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you very much. I am so excited to have the opportunity to be the board member to announce our task assignment for our Chief Portfolio Services Officer, who has worked diligently on our behalf and will continue to do so, Mr. John Sullivan. So congratulations, Mr. Sullivan. And our new Employee Assistance Program Counselor, which is a grant-funded position for us, Deanna Wagner. Congratulations, Ms. Wagner.
Congratulations, George Austin, a campus security manager at Westglades Middle School. Also, Christopher Brightman, congratulations, assistant principal at Challenger Elementary School. I'd like to welcome De'Erica Carter, campus security manager at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Congratulations to George Horton, campus security manager at JP Taravella High School. And welcome Brandon Wesley, campus security manager at Coral Springs High School.
And it is my great opportunity to honor and welcome this morning and congratulate new campus security managers, Cedric Alexander for Sheridan Technical College and Technical High School, James Brake, Fort Lauderdale High School, and Joseph Ellick, Seagull School.
I have Ms. Good. Ms. Good, do you have your announcements, your appointments?
Ms. Korn, so if you would be so kind to read them, please. Or
Sure,
someone.
absolutely. Our new campus security manager at West Broward High School, Tara Bernesci. And our new campus security manager at Everglades High, Andy Garcia. Ms. Levinson?
And thank you, Ms. Korn, and welcome to District 2.
Thanks.
Yes, I don't have a list that was provided to me, but I see that I have a couple of campus security managers that I'd like to welcome. Enrique Caballero Jr., Cypress Bay High, and Robert Kleiss II, Falcon Cove Middle, and Jermaine Hollis, Campus Security Manager, Western High. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. And there's one other that may not have made that list, Ms. Levinson, at Cooper City High, if you don't mind.
Oh, here. Okay, I have it. Tracy Singletary III, Campus Security Manager, Cooper City High. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Murray, do you have your names?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
It's with great pleasure this morning that I welcome to our District 1 family, Cedric Alexander, Campus Security Manager for Sheridan Technical College and Technical High School. Rashad Beals, Campus Security Manager, Gulfstream Academy of Hallandale Beach, K-8. Jesse Brown Jr., Campus Security Manager, Hallandale High School. Charlie Bush, Campus Security Manager, MacArthur High School. Timothy Doherty, Campus Security Manager, Henry D. Perry Educational Center. And Willie Jones, Campus Security Manager, South Broward High School. Thank you.
So Dr. Osgood, do you have the list of names by chance for your schools?
I do not.
Okay. Can I assist you?
You certainly can. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So our new campus security manager at Lauderhill 6 through 12 on behalf of Dr. Osgood and the board, Alfred Palmer, welcome, congratulations. Also campus security manager at Piper High, Shirley Wright. And our at Boyd Anderson High School, our new campus security manager, Beverly Jackson.
Thank you, Ms. Korn, and welcome to District 5.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood.
I do not, Ms. Korn, if you do me the honor of doing that for me.
Absolutely. Our new campus security manager at Coconut Creek High is Anthony Emanuel. Our campus security manager at Blanche Ely High School is Anthony Jordan. And finally, our campus security manager at Deerfield Beach High, Ronald White.
Thank you, Ms. Corn, and welcome to District 7.
So we are excited to have all of the new members of our team at the district as well at our individual schools. So thank you all very much. At this time, we will transition to our committee reports. So our committee reports have up to 5 minutes each. Mr. Moquin, are there committee reports for us today?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe there's 4 who are on Teams and 1 who is down at KCW. Dr. Neesmith, do you want to introduce them?
Good morning, Madam Chair. The first committee report comes from the Small Business Advisory Committee from Mr. Kroll, who is our chair.
Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Kroll is on to provide a light.
Good morning, Mr. Superintendent Robert Runcie, Ms. Donna Corn, Chairperson, school board members, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you the progress of the district's Small Business Advisory Committee, managed by the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department. At the June 25th SBAC meeting, the committee business consisted of the preparation required to move forward into fiscal year 2020-21, including completing the required conflict of interest forms, completing the mandatory district annual ethics training for school board established advisory committees, approval of fiscal year 2020-21 goals and objectives, approval of the meeting dates for the new fiscal year, and last but not least, the election of the chair and vice chair. I am pleased to inform you that by unanimous vote, I, Carlton Paul, was elected chair, representing board member Mrs. Patty Good, District 2, and Dr. Reggie Lewis was elected vice chair, representing board member Ms. Robin Ballman, member at large. I'd like to publicly acknowledge Mrs. Dodie Keith-Razowicz for her outstanding service as chair. I look forward to her continued support in the following year with her valuable experience. As chair, I will echo the SAC feedback on policy 1.7 work group and plan according to the update to our bylaws. Within those parameters, the committee intends to impact the mission of the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department to grow the economic base for the benefits of students and the business community. Our goals and objectives reflect initiatives that will guide our work, including identifying and connecting with business partners, assisting in marketing and branding, enhancing the visibility of the programs and services, expanding outreach across all industries, participating and contributing in codes and committee meetings, advocating for the disparity study update, monitoring the utilization of certified firms across procurement activities, and benchmarking for diversity inclusion. The work we're doing today has a direct impact on our residents, the business community, and also is the foundation for our students, the business owners of tomorrow. Thank you for your time. On behalf of the entire SBAC, we all appreciate the opportunity to serve another year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Neesmith, our next committee report.
Yes, Madam Chair. The next committee report comes from Ms. Jackie Luscombe, who's the chair of the ESC Advisory Committee.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Jackie Luscombe for ESE Advisory. ESE Advisory continues to represent for students with disabilities on the issue of school reopening through the district's main stakeholder group, ESE subgroup, and regular conversation with the ESLS division, in addition to work on other committees. I've just joined you from a scheduled 6-hour Code of Conduct Committee meeting that's ongoing at the same time as yours, so I'll be hopping back onto that after this. The shift towards reopening in the fall has brought feedback from a number of parents to ESE Advisory, ranging from relief to dismay. But it's been important that discussion around providing alternative or additional opportunities for students with the most critical needs has continued. I'm grateful to district staff for listening to the feedback and for the attention towards our most high needs students. At tomorrow's school board workshop, recommendations are being put forward for offering on-campus small group instruction for some students in self-contained ESE. This recommendation could throw a lifeline to some of our more complex learners. There are children with profound disabilities whose needs cannot be met or can only be minimally met through virtual learning. If there are parents who wish to take this campus option, qualified educators prepared to deliver it, and ways of doing so with maximum focus on the safety of all, it must be offered in the interests of equity. I'm aware of concerns around this from ESE educators because they too have been in touch with advisory. Many are worried because CDC guidelines cannot necessarily be met when working with these special students, and they have questions, for example, about safety and PPE, about what extra precautions will be provided, and so on. I know these questions are being addressed in various work streams, but getting information and answers back to these ESE educators as early as possible is vital. Currently, lines of communication between schools and these teachers do not appear fully established in all cases, and anxiety is mounting. Some are hearing second and third hand that some of them may be required back on campus, minus in some cases any other communication about it. There will be parents of students with critical needs relying on there being enough teachers and supporting personnel to deliver on this option if it is offered, and the lack of communication on it could risk compromising that. As you know, one of the biggest areas of concern we received from parents was around the integrity of e-learning in the spring. Parents want unequivocal, enforceable guarantees this time around of what e-learning will provide in terms of live teaching and service delivery. State and federal governments have issued zero guidance on compensatory services for students with disabilities that may be owed from the spring, but there's a case to be made that students with disabilities who received zero to minimal live instruction or services when others did last year constituted a denial of FAPE. I know consideration is being given by the district as to how this matter will be approached. Parents of students with disabilities cannot be forced into protracted battles to get FAPE for their children in the fall. Finally, the trainings now underway for teachers to shape up virtual education for the new school year are an encouraging sign, and the fact that many are starting this PD during their summer break is welcome. The work of everyone involved in this marathon effort to resume learning is appreciated. Thank you.
Madam
Thank you
Chair,
very much.
the next committee report comes from Mr. Brian Miller, who's the president of the Broward County Council of PTA-PTSA.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Superintendent Runcie, and board members. My name is Bert Miller, the president of Broward County Council PTA-PTSA. PTAs throughout the state participated in the Florida PTA virtual convention this past week. They took part in the general sessions, attended workshops, and adopted 2 resolutions, one being chronic absenteeism and the second being culturally insensitive school names and mascots. We're also proud to report that Broward County PTA's past president, Maxine Lewis, was elected as the Florida PTA VP for Leadership. The National PTA began its virtual convention yesterday. It will run intermittently over the next 3 weeks. The National PTA's webinar, How Can We Safely Reopen Schools in the Fall, was held on July 16th in partnership with the School Superintendents Association, NSBA, Principals Association, NEA, and several other education partners. It was moderated by the Honorable John B. King Jr., former U.S. Secretary of Education. Broward County Council PTSA will be conducting a virtual town hall on July 22nd. This will be an opportunity for all stakeholders to ask questions and share concerns directly with the Broward County Public Schools leadership regarding the 2020-2021 school year reopening. We would like to thank the superintendent and senior leadership for participating in the event. We would like to thank Beacon TV for partnering with us for this event so that it is open to the entire Broward community. Anyone can submit their questions and concerns that they may have to townhall@browardptsa.org. PTA was formed 123 years ago to advocate for health, welfare, and education of all children. Our mission has not changed. We recognize the need to continue educating the children in our schools through this pandemic. However, The health and safety of our students, teachers, staff, families, and community should be of first consideration as we move forward with plans to reopen schools. Broward County is still in phase 1 of the reopening process and is experiencing a steady increase in COVID-19 cases, considerably higher than when schools were closed in March. Although the recommendation from the American Academy of Pediatrics are less restrictive than CDC guidelines, their president, Dr. Sally Gaza, has said of Florida, the level of the virus is really high, and so a statewide mandate to reopen schools without consideration of community spread really goes against our recommendations. We want a high-quality education delivered in a safe and healthy environment and believe that science, medical, and health experts should guide these decisions. We are not alone. We are a community, and reopening of schools should also take into consideration the risk of community spread as school reopens. Students return home to adults and an extended family to elderly relatives. Our families appreciate being consulted in the decision-making process, empowering their voice to be heard during the crisis. As families are even more concerned now that our numbers in Broward are continuing to rise. All parents want their children physically back in school, but are anxious about what it would mean of their health, of their children and staff. Therefore, we applaud Superintendent Runcie and board for moving cautiously through the process and recommending e-learning as a start of the school year. We truly appreciate your putting the welfare of children and staff first. PTA recognizes that a truly safe and healthy environment cannot be achieved without adequate funds. We are urging Congress to provide funding to schools so they have the resources needed to start the school year safely and effectively. At least $175 billion for local education agencies to address critical needs to reopen schools and safely and serve all students in the next academic year. $13 billion for Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and $12 billion for Title I to help school districts address the litany of needs for students served under these programs. $4 billion in direct funding for hotspots, connection devices, and mobile wireless services through the long-standing and very effective E-rate program for remote learning. We have sent out communications via email and social media to our members to visit the Broward County Public Schools Take Action site and also the National PTA Take Action site to email the 2 Florida senators to take up and pass the HEROES Act. We appreciate the diligent work of the entire Broward County Public School team working on the various options regarding the opening of schools. We thank you for giving parents and community the opportunity to participate in the discussions and give input into the process. The County Council PTA would also like to thank Mr. Runcie for successful television appearances over the past few weeks and representing Broward schools as a leader in the nation willing to speak out in support of the health and safety of our students, families, and staff. For more information about the Broward County Council PTA, you can go to browardptsa.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have one additional committee report, yes?
Yes, Madam Chair, the next committee report comes from Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, who's the Vice Chair of the Facilities Task Force.
Thank you.
And Ms. Chair, if I do apologize, this is Juan Rupert again. We do have one more committee report after Dr. Lynch-Walsh. It's Ms. Anna Fusco with BTU.
Yes, and I also believe that Dr. Lynch-Walsh will probably provide her report live from KTW.
Hey, hello again.
Thank you. Good morning.
So this report's a little bit different because of some of the items that are coming before you today. We're reiterating something that happened last year. So at our April 4th, 2019 Facilities Task Force meeting, members discussed Heery and Atkins subconsultants and supplemental services. We wanted to know what departments the subs were under, what purposes they served, how much they cost, and to what budget their costs were being charged. We reviewed the procurement department's organizational chart and discussed the chart and Heery subcontractors listed. We were told Heery was providing bodies to the department to help with construction procurement. Additional board backup for E6 from the February 5th, 2019 board meeting was also discussed, related to Bach Real Estate, which was being paid $121,000 for supplier diversity outreach program support. At the May 2nd, 2019 Facilities Task Force meeting, members passed the following related formal motion, which passed unanimously. Motion to have the chief auditor, to have RSM review the Heery and Atkins subconsultants. What departments are they under? What purpose do they serve? How much are they costing? And to what budgets are their costs charged? So since that was passed, the Facilities Task Force will discuss two RSM internal audits, fiscal year Q2 and Q3, containing related observations at its next regular meeting, as well as the relationship between staff augmentation and the $47 million needed from unallocated reserves to cover the cost of the new program manager's management fees for the next 3 years due to the depletion of budgeted project overhead balances. Additionally, I just received an update regarding our request for a July meeting. On the 7th of July, it appears Dr. Neesmith was advised by Bob Vignola that the only pending question seems to be whether or not the superintendent will approve a July meeting. That was in response to 7 or more members requesting a July meeting. As of today, 7:20, we're still waiting for the superintendent's response. Is the answer yes or no? Obviously, it's July 20th, so we're running out of time, but that is where that leaves off. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I believe last committee report will come from Ms. Fusco, President of BTU.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, still good morning, Chair, Board, Superintendent Runcie. This is our Broward Teachers Union Committee report. I am speaking for the voice of our educators, support staff, all that are labor rank and file that are expected to get prepared and be ready for the e-learning. Our teachers and our support staff have been totally committed. They are out there working through their summer break, which they do not get paid for, getting on trainings that the Broward Teachers Union has been asking to get forward with since April. They're being offered now. Our teachers are committed, taking up their own time, and our support staff is taking up their own time to get on these trainings, to get themselves better prepared and understanding what's involved with video conferencing, Teams, what type of software to use. Staying home, they're also expecting to be able to have the extra equipment that they need to bring forth curriculum to their students. I'm hearing that there are people having conversations that might not be afforded to them. If it's about the student and the teachers and the admin know what's needed to get the best e-learning across, I'm asking the board to make sure that that commitment is followed through with whatever the teachers need to get it done, to stop putting a hold on it and get it to them. I want to talk about the 90-page document that went public last night, that the Broward Teachers Union was not afforded the opportunity to understand what was entailed of it until last night about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when we sat on a Teams meeting with about 60 people. And I heard that this document was created last week and has been discussed amongst other people, and it wasn't collaborative with the Broward Teachers Union. So I understand that it's the need that we need to understand what we're going to bring forward on the e-learning positions. There's nothing in this document that shows in favor or understanding of the teacher and support staff. We know that we need to make sure what's going to be there in the understanding of bringing forward e-learning for our students. As I said, our teachers and support staff are totally committed to making sure that the e-learning experience will be better than what happened when it was thrown at them in the springtime and ended in June 2nd. So what I'm asking the board, when this gets presented tomorrow, which I have personally asked if I can have a seat at the table tomorrow with the support team that is presenting it to you, the cadres, principals, directors, chiefs, and some of our district personnel that have created this, and we're supposed to be collaboratively working with the Broward Teachers Union. I heard that it will be an understanding if Chair Donna Korn, Chief of Staff Jeff Moquin, and Superintendent Runcie would agree to it. So if I do not get a seat at the table tomorrow to speak on behalf of the 15,000 teachers, support staff, and everybody that is going to be working rank and file to make sure that this e-learning comes forward, then that means that Chair Donna Korn, Chief Jeff Moquin and Superintendent Runcie didn't think it was a good idea. We said we're supposed to be working collaboratively with us, and to have this 90-page document thrown our way and our educators have to read it on the agenda from the Broward website, and then it's being spoken in full force, we're going to have a lot of our educators not understanding what's going on, that this is just a communication piece, a talk about the plan still, which what the way it is written and the way it looks like it's going to be presented, that it's something that is already made a commitment to. So we are still going to keep communicating with the chiefs and the directors and the cadres, and I'm going to still keep communicating with the school board members that are willing to get back and speak with me, to understand that we know that the e-learning is a process that is got to have a full commitment with. There is a commitment. And we also want to talk about the small little subgroups that they're looking of students to bring back physical into the classrooms of brick and mortar, which there was a conversation of the most needed population of our SVE students and ESE population, which is a very small component, and a conversation of what educators and support staff would be willing to be able to go back into a brick and mortar situation. And now I see on this 90-page document that it's increasing. So these are conversations that are not happening collaboratively with the Broward Teachers Union. That is a voice for our educators and support staff. I'm asking you guys to please have an open mind and listen wholeheartedly, and I need a seat at that table tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I believe we have now completed our committee reports, and we will go back to our agenda items. So our next agenda item, we've already spoken to and voted on G3. So we have G5. If I could have a motion and a second on G5.
So move.
Moved by Ms. Ms. Bartleman, and a second.
Second, Alda.
Second by Ms. Alhadeff. Thank you. Any audience input on G3?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any audience input on item G3.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be G5. Sorry, G5, Mr. Moquin.
Ms. Corn, can I ask you a question? And I'm sorry. Does Mr. Runcie have a report today?
He does not. He's going to be giving his report tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No audience input on G5. I do have Ms. Alhadeff to speak on G5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for G5 is, if the supplemental paid positions with us being virtual, are they still going to be required to hold virtual activities for the students?
Hi there, good morning. Susan Rockelman, Director of Talent Acquisition. Yes, this item today does not have any names because we were on a hold on putting out supplements, waiting to kind of see what our decisions were. But yes, schools will still be offering clubs virtually and different activities that they can do through the e-learning models that will be set up. So the next future board meetings, you will start seeing some of those supplements coming forward. So yes, those supplements that will take place virtually will be forthcoming.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Do any of my other colleagues have any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of G5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no.
Aye.
G5 passes unanimously. Thank you. If I could please have a motion and a second on E1.
So moved, Ms. Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on E1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item E1.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert.
Okay. Well, okay, I think I turned that on. All right, thank you. I'm looking at what my question was here. Oh, I was confused for the, it's page 1 of the actual project status report. And I'm going to say this, and I say this all the time. I'm getting older. It's trouble for me to see shades of gray more gray, and then there's gray. So it's very hard when we're supposed to be looking if something is off track or at high risk, and it looks, in my eyes, it could be the same. So correct me if I'm wrong, but according to what I'm looking at, the very first part, which is the project is at risk the week of 6/22 to 6/26, it looks like it says the schedule is at risk and potential risks. Our project timeline is at risk due to delay in finalizing configuration. So could somebody explain that to me?
Yes, this is Robert Ballou.
Hi, Mr. Buller, nice to see you.
Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. Yeah, that was an overall summary. We missed a couple of the milestones in the beginning in configuring it, but the date is still intact. So
perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. That's all. And I guess in the future, I'll just try to have to look at it online when I know that there's graphs or charts or something, because I seriously can't tell the difference with all the grays. But thank you.
We'll update our shades of gray.
Thank you. Thank you so much for answering that. That's all. Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Do I have any other colleagues on E1? Seeing none, all those in favor of E1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. If I could to my colleagues, so E1 passes unanimously, thank you. If I could to my colleagues, I know that with the muting and the unmuting, it's a little bit challenging sometimes. We just want to make sure that we do have your voices recorded as an aye or a no. So if you could just make sure, check your mute, give it a quick second pause as I'll be pausing so that I can actually hear your voices, and then, obviously jump right back to pause. But I just want to make sure that we're collectively, because I don't see everyone's faces on the full screen every time. I can see that you're participants, but it's just easier if you could just make sure to unmute and then for your votes. So thank you very much. With that, sorry, Ms. Good.
I have construction going on in my house, so yeah. I will be on video so you can see me, but as you can tell, I don't want to be disruptive to the meeting, and I don't know what else to do. So
no, that's fine. We will look for you. Thank you, Ms. Good. Okay. So on that note, may I please have a motion and a second on E3?
So moved, Rupert. Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any public input on E3, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item E3.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes. Is Mr. Dunn available? Okay. I just want to give him a minute to answer my question.
Is Mr. Dunn available? Mr. Moquin, can you help me find out if Mr. Dunn is available? I'm looking on the list.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, I'm here.
There we go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So Mr. Dunn, what kind of equipment did you add? So people can follow along with my conversation. Can you talk about the equipment you've added?
So help me,
Mr. Dunn.
Background, is this the audiovisual piece?
This is E3, yes.
Yes, so I'm actually going to have to defer to Mr. Dorsett. He's on the call.
So, Mr. Dunn, this is Mary Coker. I don't know if you can hear me. And I will start, if I may, and then I can defer to Mr. Dorsett. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, Ms. Coker, we can hear you.
It said that this was a collaboration between IT and procurement. So
if I may explain, Ms. Bartleman, thank you for your question. I'll be happy to elaborate. This is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services, and I'll start just to kind of get the setting, and then if you still have additional questions, by all means, PPO can collaborate. So yes, this came in collaboration with Mr. Dunn, as IT does hold this bid. Since it is the audio-visual bid that includes equipment and installation. There were no additional equipment added. the purpose of putting this out to bid again, and it was more so this bid allows for it and calls for it, and we do this traditionally a lot in order to ensure that we keep a large pool of vendors with available options that at minimum they meet the requirements of the bid. So we added vendors mostly on the installation side. And why is it in collaboration with PPO and Mr. Dorset? It's because PPO uses this bid when they're installing scoreboards at the schools or any type of audiovisual intercoms, etc. So it's more on the installation side that are more specific to theater, more specific to installation related to that. So though Mr. Dunn's name is on there, he's not precisely adding any equipment or using any of these particular vendors. This is more related to maintenance work that's required to get done by PPO.
Okay, and this bid cannot be used as we move or transition to virtual learning. None of these vendors would be utilized for installation of cameras or anything in the classrooms?
So I understand that this bid on the electrical and again on the maybe Mr. Katz on the cameras can elaborate, or Mr. Dunn on that. This is for audiovisual equipment and installation of that audiovisual equipment. I understand for the cameras, there is another bid that's related to the installation of, or it's in complement to this safety, cameras, safety and security that are more related to the cameras itself. But this is only specific for more the audiovisual of scoreboards or
Correct.
things of that nature, theater. Mr. Dunn?
Cameras is a separate bid to my understanding. So
yes,
that's why I think Mark's on the call. Mark may want to jump in.
Yes, this is Mark Dorset. Yes, basically this bid is to help with repairs to scoreboards and master clocks. We use NDR, which is one of the vendors that's on this bid. So they're just to help us with master clocks and scoreboards.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because there's audio visual equipment installation, and I just want to say that as we transition into virtual learning, I want to make sure that we go out to bid and get the best price and the best vendor. So if that does not, because it says audio visual equipment installation, that's on all the paperwork. If we're not using it for that purpose, that's fine.
That's the name of the bid, and we have to add those vendors, and we normally do that every year. The bid allows for us to go out and add for additional pool of vendors, and that's the name of the bid. But thank you for your questions.
And then my last question is, so based on it's a catalog bid. So again, that goes to my, I always have concerns about catalogs because there could be a huge price discrepancy between vendors. So how are you going to make sure that we're utilizing the vendor that has the best price when you allow,
So I'll Ms. Barterman, Ms. Barterman. So this is the same catalog bid that we brought back a year ago when we spoke about specific brands on smart boards. So nothing has changed on the catalogs. No pricing has been changed. All we did here was add vendors that would provide installation services for what we call, in general, audiovisual installation. So we will continue going down the path, and I think from this last bid, we have options on the catalog bid that include several vendors for specific brands. So we're not tied to just one vendor for one brand. And this new bid that we brought back a while ago, don't quote me please on the specific date, I don't have it in front of me, the previous one, allowed for us to ensure that we were indeed getting the best price since we had options, and that's why it was awarded this way. The best price from multiple vendors that for the specific brands that they choose based on whatever equipment they have in their schools. I know that you always are concerned with catalog bids, but this is one of the more recent catalog bids that we brought back from how this particular bid used to be bid out many years ago. In reference
so
to
I'm
what I'm
looking
sure
at the
you're
groups.
referring to.
And there's a huge discrepancy in, like, for instance, one person for weekend installation is $89 and another person is $136. So when you think about the amount of work that sometimes has to be done and you're looking at the numbers, again, general installation or service for one of the vendors was $44, another one was $65. The overtime differences, I know you don't like to low bid these, but I still, and I'm always going to say this when we have these catalog bids.
Ms. Bartleman? There's some other background sound going on rather than your voice there at the end.
Oh, you couldn't hear me? That's not my noise, though. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. If you just restate that last part of your sentence.
So again, even looking at the Group 1 labor price list, which is on page 5 of 10, there are discrepancies even there. And when we are trying to, maximize our dollars, and you're giving people choices, and you have really, in what we've discussed, you haven't really shown me a true check and balance system that would kick something back. I mean, how are you going to ensure we're using the cheapest vendor for each product?
And I believe, Ms. Parliament, to your point, in the last board meeting or probably the one before, I did give a scenario as to what we were doing by adding material codes to these specific vendors, so that when the user site requests something, we can ensure that we're getting the lowest price. What I have to reiterate is that we've compared these prices. They're all based on groups, and that's how they have to be used. And if the first one, which is, and I don't have again in front of me, is $89, and we reach out to them and they can't provide that service, we have to go on and move on to the next one. So this is that's why it's a catalog bid, and it provides the options and with the most comparable prices put together. As we move forward to enhancing these catalog prices, and we talked about this, I recall, on the office supply bid, we talked about adding material codes so that they can only choose that particular one through a material group, and it would be identified in SAP. I know it's a bit technical what I'm giving you the explanation, Ms. Bartleman, but I can tell you that from our end, as it relates to purchase orders, which have to be issued in order for these installations to take place, we are monitoring to make sure that the bid, that the one it requested is the lowest from the bid.
Okay, so if you look at this bid, though, you have I'm just going to say it, it's public record, AGC Electric. If you just compare their prices to audiovisual system integrators or even to CDW Government LLC, I just don't see why we don't just do a contract with one company and they're the lowest vendor. So I guess what I'm going to ask for is, as these are being used, I feel like there's no check and balance for me as a board member to make sure that you are definitely using. You tell me you have this plan. You tell me you're putting something in place. So maybe there's a way you can show me proof that it's working the way it should.
So through the chair.
I mean, just look at page 5 of 10. The price discrepancies are huge.
So through the chair, if I can make a suggestion, because the conversation does get a little technical, what I would like to propose is, if Ms. Bartleman, if you will allow us, I would like to schedule some time where we bring in a couple of examples of these types of bids and explain to you kind of our rationale, why we selected this particular procurement vehicle, and how we're establishing checks and balances. And I think if we were to sit down and do that with you, you would probably have a heightened level of comfort on these items. I clearly hear you keep asking the questions, and I don't think we've done an effective job of communicating that to you. So I would like to propose that as a way to move this forward, and we could schedule something for you as early as next week where we bring in a couple
that
of
would be
examples.
great. And like, here's an example. AGC Electric, for an emergency service, overtime, $97, $75. Broadway Typewriter Company, Education
So,
Solutions,
Ms.
emergency
Bartleman?
service 536. Why would
Yes,
we ever
so
entertain that?
I'm going to interrupt you for a minute because there's no question that there are differences in terms of pricing. So I think what Mr. Woods is trying to explain is that there are things in place. You clearly don't understand where they are here, so there's not a comfort level for you. But the reality is there is a strategy. It's one that they're happy to provide beyond what they've already provided here. The concern is as you go through and just identify one example after another, it then appears to the public that this is out of control and it's not being monitored and that we don't have steps in place to ensure. And yet staff has shared that that is occurring. You're just not having a full understanding of what that is at the moment. I'm not interested in us sitting here and going over one example after another because that doesn't talk about the checks and balances that Mr. Woods and Ms. Coker have just identified are in place. So
Okay.
I think it's important that there's an understanding as to how this is implemented, that there is actually an implementation of how this is done rather than just the numbers on paper.
Okay, and I would like then in writing,
Yes.
we just had an audit of what happened with staff regarding the boards, and nothing was followed. So when I see something like this, and
Okay,
they still
so Ms.
haven't produced
Bartman, that's why we go down this path and you say nothing was followed is not accurate. So we just can't leave it out there that way. So
Okay.
Ms. Bartleman,
You're
I
saying
appreciate
that
your concern.
the board audit of Tony Hunter's department that things were followed because they weren't. If you so I read the audit, you read the audit. So if you're saying things were followed, that's how can you say that, Ms. Korn? Things
No.
weren't followed. We
Ms.
paid
Bartleman, that's
because of
stop.
the catalog order. And
Stop.
this is
Not what she's saying.
That is not what I said. And so that is why I don't want to go down this path. What I said was your statement was nothing was followed. My response was to your statement that nothing was followed. That is not correct. That actually is not applicable to this specific item, but it is imperative that you're comfortable with how we are going through this process and that we're going through it in these types of catalogs. And staff has been very aware of the concerns related to how these types of catalog purchases can get out of control. So I want to make sure that staff is given that opportunity. I have just asked that we not call out specific numbers to make it seem as if we are paying exorbitant amounts of money for specific items when we do have a process in place. That's all I would like us to be cautious of doing in this public setting. So I want you to have the answers, and obviously you don't need to support this item. And if you'd like us to continue the conversation, we can, but Mr. Woods and Ms. Coker are looking to afford you the opportunity to have a very thorough conversation and understanding of it.
Okay, I appreciate that, but the numbers are on the document that the public has. And when you see one company with 536 and one company with $77 an hour, as a taxpayer, that's going to raise concern.
And I have to say something. And I have to say something because it's so that it's publicly stated. If you look at the financial analysis worksheet, you will find that that vendor that you mentioned has never been used. So obviously, because it's an expensive vendor, go to the financial analysis worksheet and you will find that that vendor that you just mentioned is not on there, which means we've never used them.
So why do we renew them? Because the potential is there for use.
So first of all, we're not renewing this bid. We're not talking about renewal. We're not talking about prices on this bid.
I'm sorry, you added them as an option. They should never be an option. If their prices are so out of touch with everybody else's, they shouldn't even be on this agenda item. I don't even want to.
All we're doing with this item today is we're adding additional vendors that provide specific niche type market installation of audiovisual for specific things. That's all we're adding. We're not changing prices. We're not eliminating vendors that were added before. We're just adding a pool of vendors for more specialized options that the maintenance department requires and needs that expertise in order to install scoreboards and install other audiovisual things that maybe potentially some of the existing vendors don't have that level of expertise. That is all we're doing.
But
I would be more than happy.
You know what? I'm not going to argue it. Somebody needs to go back and look at again, you tell me what you think you're going to do, We have, no one's ever done an audit of the catalogs. The only audit that was close was with the Recordex devices. So if someone, to me, if they're so out of touch with all the pricing, they shouldn't even be an option on here. And so I just feel like I'm very uncomfortable with all of these. And you guys know it, I bring it up every time, it's not new. I guess the proof will be if someone can show me months from now that we only use the lowest bidder on here, that would make sense to me. We wouldn't do this in construction, but we do it with catalog orders.
So Ms. Coker, since Ms. Bartleman brought up such a large disparity between two hourly rates, can you please share so that the public understands that they would not be permitted to use that company at that rate if it's the same service available at the lower $70+ rate?
So indeed, and that's kind of why I wanted to highlight, when we do these types of bids, we always hear from the board members where we want options and we want a pool of vendors that can provide these types of services. When we go out to bid, and based on the requirements and specifications needed, in this particular bid, we broadened those specifications so that there would be a larger pool of vendors, so that we had additional options and we weren't constricted to just those specific vendors. Right? You can have vendors, as long as they meet what the requirements are, minimal requirements for them to be considered responsive, they can go out and say that they're going to charge $1 million an hour, right? But obviously, that's why we have them grouped in primary, secondary, and with the controls that we have in place, which I would be more than happy to sit down with Ms. Bartleman and any other board member or share through a follow-up. We will show you how when a requisition is entered, we have to ensure that we go back and reference the bid and ensure that that service that's being asked for is the lowest price of which is included in the bid. Now, let's say that it's not, then we have to verify why are we not using the lowest? Well, because we might have called the lowest vendor and the lowest vendor did not have the availability to provide that service. We document those things to make sure that when we get audited and we are in compliance with the bid, we can say, well, when we reached out to them, their bid is the lowest, but they didn't have capabilities of handling our business until, 6 months down. So we had to use the next best price, etc. And we can explain that, we can demonstrate that. But again, I wanted to reiterate in public that that specific vendor that has that price, as with other vendors, if you go down the list, because there's over 30 vendors, they're not all being used. We're actually, the financial analysis worksheet demonstrates to you, if you were to do the analysis, which we've done, that we are indeed using the lowest prices of each of the different groups. If you make that reference from the list of vendors and the FAW, you will see that spend is referenced back to the lowest price.
Okay, so Mary, for me, can we have a meeting scheduled for next week where we go over, let's pick any, let's go over the IT catalog, and I want you just to show me where you caught them. Show me some examples where you've seen them using the highest bidder and how the system caught it. I think that would make me feel better about all of this.
Okay.
So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other colleagues signed up for this item. Is there anyone else who has any comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of E3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
So I have, Ms. Bartleman, was that the only no I heard, or did
Yeah,
I?
that was me.
Okay, all right, thank you. May I please have a motion and a second on E4?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any public input on E4, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item E4.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert.
Okay, yes. I had a question on page, give me a second, sorry. Page 2 of 3. I'm sorry, 2 of 13. Say my eyes are getting bad. Okay, my question is it states that the school board will purchase at its own cost third-party vendor UTEC certification. And what would this cost be? I couldn't find that anywhere. I'm sorry, did you guys hear me?
Sure. Good afternoon. This is Susie Kantrick. Hi. The funding for this is from the state.
Okay.
Okay. And so we'll be pulling. So it says it's coming from the district, but it's coming from the over $1 million that we're getting from the state for computer science. And we actually have received additional funds from the state for computer science because other districts aren't using their funds, and they're offering them to us to be able to utilize. So you'll see that we keep coming back with use of additional funds for this grant because other districts aren't using them and they're being made available to us.
So, Ms. Rupert, I do not know what the individual cost of a Certiport certification for the teacher is at this time. However, a separate board item will follow for those purchases once we know how many teachers completed. So what this item is a single letter item allowing the teachers to attend the professional development training. Those who successfully complete it will then be eligible for the Certiport certification, and the procurement of that certification would be a subsequent board action.
Okay, so section 3.2 will have information in a little while. Is that what you're saying?
I certainly get the individual Certiport certification. We have relationships with Certiport primarily for students as part of our CTASE programs. Dr. Milenkovic, do you have the?
I don't have the cost of the individual Certiport exam because it's part of our whole Certiport package.
Right.
And the teachers, if the teachers pass the exam, then their students can take the exam, and when the students pass it, they will get CAPE funding for it. It's newly, the Unity certification is newly added to the CAPE funded list for 2020, 2021, which is one of the reasons why we're taking advantage of Unity being able to come in and do the training for free.
Absolutely.
So,
okay.
Typically, a Certiport exam costs $40. They haven't put it on the course catalog yet. As Dr. Milenkovic just said, this is a new industry certification.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you all. Very
We're
exciting.
excited about it. It aligns with our Magic Leap program.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Always great to hear good news of more dollars and opportunities coming our way. Those in favor of E4, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E4 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second? I'm going to go back to the CC items on CC1.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. And any audience input, Mr. Moquin, on CC1?
Yes, we have Mr. Andrew Grubb down at the KCW building who would like to comment on item CC1.
Thank you.
My CC1. Okay.
Good morning. To those
Good morning.
watching, I'm going to ask a multiple choice question, pause, and give the answer, so I ask that people answer it in their head. When writing a legal document, which of the following is the strongest word to use when attempting to impose a mandatory requirement on the recipient of the document? A, shall, B, will, C, may, or D, must? The answer is D, must. This is the only word of obligation. The interpretation of everything else is up for debate. Don't believe me? You don't have to take my word for it. I'm just a kid. Just about every jurisdiction in the United States and around the world has held that the word shall, which is used the most often, is often the most confusing because it can mean may, will, and must. Our very own United States Supreme Court has interpreted that the word can mean may. In fact, it's so confusing that the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure no longer uses the word shall at all. Now, I've already been laughed at previous meetings for not understanding the process, but what I do understand is that few processes are actually followed in this district. In fact, you would not be hearing from me if all processes were followed correctly. Now, I recommend that this board begin a series of workshops to convert policies with vague and ambiguous language to clear language to ensure that we do not have another Richard Ellis or Tony Hunter issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional audience input on CC1?
No, Madam Chair, that completes public comment on item CC1.
Thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in reviewing the attendance policy and having feedback from parents and teachers and students, I would like to suggest, and when appropriate, make a motion that the note on page 6 with regard to where attendance makeup work policy is noted, be more explicitly included in the description paragraph with the policy number so that it is up front in the policy for those who are looking for that information. So where it says currently under attendance in the all capitalized section where it says additional information related to attendance can also be found in the current edition of the Code of Student Conduct approved as school board policy. I think we should include the policy number there.
Are you looking at the red line or what version are you looking at? I'm sorry.
Oh, let's see. My copy is black and white, so I'm guessing it's the red line.
It's a copy of the policy?
It's the copy that was included in the box.
Okay. All right, and you have page 6?
Well, I would like the note that's on page 6. It can stay there on page 6 where it says note for makeup work, refer to policy 6000.1 student progression plan. But we go to a lot of trouble in the beginning of the attendance policy section where it just has that whole section on attendance. And then the last little paragraph says additional information related to attendance can also be found in the current edition of the Code of Student Conduct approved as school board policy. I think we should just go ahead and list the policy number there because if people are going to our website to search for the policy, it's easier for them if they have that. It's just, I believe, should be explicit there. I don't know if my colleagues agree, but it's feedback that we've received about where parents can find information about makeup.
I think that's certainly helpful for our students and our families. So this is a final reading, Ms. Myrick. That doesn't create a need for an additional, it's more of an information rather than an actual change in any kind of directive of the policy, correct?
I would agree. I would, putting the code of conduct number of the policy in there is not a substantial change to the policy and can just be added if that is what the board votes.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to make a motion along those lines, Ms. Brinkworth?
Certainly, and I will just ask Dr. Hickman first if you have a recommendation about how you would like it to be listed there.
No, I think we could actually list it as stated because we definitely want it to be clear for everyone.
Okay, so then I'll make a motion that on page 1 of the attendance policy in the section labeled attendance in the second paragraph, where it reads additional information related to attendance can also be found in the current edition of the Student Code of Conduct approved as school board policy 6000.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Second by Ms. Oliveff. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. If I could make sure that I'm at least seeing you vote with me or against the item, even if you're not able to take off your microphones, that would be greatly appreciated. The amendment passes unanimously. May I please have Ms. Brinkworth, the floor is still yours.
That was the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. On page 5, now you got me confused as to what page 5 we're doing here. I'm concerned that, and maybe I'm just looking at this incorrectly, but I'm concerned that our educators don't seem to have the training so far to have the discipline matrix or our policy classroom management skills online. So distance learning, any recommendations from staff on how to possibly counteract students putting on their computer and video turned off and they're not in the room anymore. I don't know if that's something that we can do. And then part 2 of that question is internals. Huh?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I had called you the other day and you said you was gonna call me back.
Hi, okay, I'm gonna ask Mr. Moquin, can you mute everybody, please?
No, ma'am, go right ahead.
Mr. Moquin, can you mute everybody? Yes, okay, Miss Rupert, could you unmute your microphone? Thank you.
I did. And I was like, wow, I'm hearing something else in my headphone. Okay, so recommendations to handle classroom management, I guess, as it pertains to distance learning, and also how to counteract students putting on the computer and the video and then turning the video off and still being counted as in for the class. That was like on page 5, and then page 8. When it comes to suspension, how's this going to work? We obviously are not going to have in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, alternative suspension. So I know that that's really a small part of this policy. However, it's going to play a very big part for our teachers and our students moving forward. So through the chair, if Dr. Hickman is going to answer or provide someone an answer.
So I can provide an answer, Ms. Rupert, in reference to discipline. So there's several committees that are meeting. We also, as recent as yesterday, reached out to some of the teachers to get a better understanding of how we're going to discipline in the virtual space. So we will be bringing forward some information on how to assist with classroom management, how to train staff in this space, how to even work with our parents, because it is going to be a requirement for all to be involved to be able to monitor how our children interact in the virtual space, as well as how our staff and families interact. So some of these things will be addressed, not through this policy, but we will definitely be addressing.
So Ms. Rupert, the questions you asked, very good questions, are contemplated to be covered at the next workshop. As you can see, maybe from the presentation the board received last night for the workshop, that we've added at the last workshop on reopening. It's called emergency policy. So that policy is what we're trying to use to capture all of these things. And so Mr. Hickman's staff, they're working with unions and other folks to try to identify as many of these as possible. Certainly, if you have or hear of anything that we should include, we'd like to try to consolidate and get all those into that conversation that we'll have, I believe it's next week, on an emergency policy to cover how we handle those kind of things during distance learning. And that includes everything from, wearing, even in when we go back to either hybrid and or full-time, wearing masks and adhering to all those requirements, what are the consequences for not doing that?
Gotcha. I look forward to reading that then. And then, of course, with the suspension, that'll be part of it as well.
We're going to have some recommendations, depending on the things we're looking at. So some may or may not require that. So for example, if a student were to refuse to wear a mask and that was a district requirement based on where we were at, then the appropriate action would be to have that student move to an e-learning remote option if they can't adhere to that. So not necessarily suspension, but it's how we would address the issue. So again, we'll bring some of those recommendations to the school board for consideration shortly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all, Ms. Korn. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Myrick, you had your hand up. Did this conversation address what you were going to share? I think Ms. Myrick, I have you as with your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I didn't unmute myself.
Oh.
I think that what I just wanted to say is that this policy is here for the final reading. So it's not the appropriate time to add in what we're going to do about attendance regarding e-learning. And we are looking at an emergency policy for that, and which is what the superintendent talked about. And then with all emergency policies, you have to formalize them within 90 days and to make a real policy if it's going to continue. And that would be the time that we could incorporate into our current policies what we would do in times of total e-learning. And so I think it's appropriate to be in here, but this is not just the time to do it, but it will come to you before the end of before school starts.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Myrick, for the additional feedback. I have Rocco Diaz, our student advisor.
Yes, I wanted to ask for active and continuous student engagement regarding this attendance policy, because one example is on page 9 of what the attendance matrix lists as a change on page 9. It says that when the attendance system isn't working, attendance will be taken at the earliest possible moment. However, this can mean different things for different people. For example, for some people, they may not know where the meeting is, or for some people, their internet may not be working. So I'm just asking for active student engagement on this policy to make this the most convenient for students as possible.
Thank you very much. And yes, we are definitely going to have that as part of our discussion. So it's very helpful. Thank you. I did have one question that I wanted to just address in the rereading of it. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't confused as to the intent. And it's under, hold on a second. It's under absences, unexcused absences, letter C. In number 3, it says for students initially registering or transferring into Broward, including but not limited to foster care students or homeless students. So if you take out including but not limited to foster care students and homeless students, as I understand it, that means all students transferring to Broward County or considered initially registering have a 30-day window to be able to provide all of their health examinations and certificates of immunization. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Why are we calling out foster care students and homeless students?
In reference, it's going in alignment with the statute, and I'm going to ask either Dr. Thompson or Philip Shaver to respond to that, please.
Can we get
Philip
staff to
Shaver,
help Dr.
Dr.
Hickman,
Thompson.
please?
Hi, good morning. I'm Philip
Morning.
Shaver, Coordinator for District Attendance with Student Services under Dr. Thompson and Dr. Hickman. These students represent some of our most vulnerable students, and if we don't call it out, it is possible that they may be overlooked. Dr. Thompson referenced that it is the law that they must be included there.
Okay. So I appreciate you made 2 statements there. So it has to be called out because it says so in the statute. That's fine. I'm not comfortable with the fact that someone could be overlooked. The reality is, if we're affording everyone 30 days, we're affording everyone 30 days. If I'm a foster care student, I don't pay more attention to 30 days on my calendar than if I'm any other student who has just transferred or initially registered with Broward County. So let's just try to walk away from that comment and say that this is emphatically a 30-day period of time, providing all of our initially registering or transferring students the opportunity to be able to provide this. Clearly, it is imperative that our foster care students and homeless students have this ability, but I don't think there's any intention that all of our students aren't being afforded this. So, and I guess I'm a little concerned because that's exactly my takeaway. My takeaway from this by calling them out was somehow we're definitely doing it for them, but we're just going to mention it's for everyone else, as if somehow we could overlook it for anyone other than foster care and homeless. So I'm not going to belabor it. I appreciate it's got to be in there for statute, but for me, there's no overlooking this. 30 days is 30 days. That's how much time you have to get this in. And it's hard enough for students and families to make these kinds of changes. We don't need anyone to have this additional burden of being told, well, no, well, at this school, it's, 20 days have come and gone and you don't have it. So now there's an issue. So let's just leave that alone. With that said, all of those in favor of, before we do this, I know we have the item which is amended on the floor. I believe there may be some public comment to the amended item.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair. We do have Andrew Grubb that's going to be speaking on the amendment.
Thank you.
I have to say, I run a mile in about 8 minutes, but there is no way I could have run up here or had told the staff out there
Mr.
that
Grubb,
I
you've
would
been
have
afforded
paid the
time. If you would like to share your comment, I'm giving you an opportunity now. Please share your comment on the amended item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The makeup work policy is something that I've been pushing for many years to actually be advertised. We have teachers around the county which are still following the old makeup work policies. I've heard from students and parents from many different schools around the county, and I think it's imperative that is included. That is something that is looked at by the website governance committee to ensure that we are advertising this to all teachers and students, because how am I supposed to know it? I am what I call an informed student because I read the website and come here, but those who do not check the website are relying on their teachers. And if we're not providing the information to our teachers, then we do not have the information out where it needs to be. And it's a reoccurring theme here. It seems like no one really knows what the policy is, how it gets done, or where to access it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments, Dr. Neesmith, there publicly? I mean, in person?
Madam Chair, I believe that's it for CC1.
Okay, thank you very much. To my colleagues, all those in favor of CC1, please, as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. CC1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC2?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there any public input on item CC2?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Andrew Grubb and Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh both would like to provide public comment on this item.
Thank you. One moment. I think we have Mr. Grubb is on mute. Could you start your comments again, please?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Andrew Grubb. I'm glad to see that you took my public comment into consideration from the June 23rd meeting and changed the 11th bullet on the second page of the job description to comply with basic grammar rules in the English language. Now, the Eisenhower decision matrix is a model which allows the user to determine when a project needs to be completed. Now, when completing a project, especially in our facilities department, we tend to have issues getting things done on time. And now that we have moved the staff member whose job is to ensure that processes are implemented in a expedited and completed with fidelity, there are very few checks and balances. So I would suggest the Eisenhower decision matrix to our capital department, but I fear that projects that most people would classify as urgent and important will be classified as not urgent and not important. Now, as I stated at our last meeting, our bond program is over $500 million over budget, and we have yet to see all the programs that have come before the board. So now you're trying to take someone to make our project more efficient and move it to another department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll add you, Ms. Levinson, to the list. I think we have Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, and then we'll move to board members. Thank you.
No, I didn't wish.
Oh, you didn't? Sorry. Okay. I saw the movement. I thought you were raising your hand. All right. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, I believe, is joining us next.
Kind of waiting till you move to take the mask off. All right, hello again. All right, CC2 is the downgrading of the director for business process and performance improvement from a director to a manager. In researching the history of what's happened to this position, it's important to understand how it came to be. It started as a coordinator position, and in 2016, the board eliminated the coordinator position and made it a director position. And no one had a problem with that, because most of you understood what this position was supposed to bring to the table. But back when the former task assigned chief fire official was here, she decided to downgrade it to a manager. And now staff is tap dancing and creating all sorts of misinformation to follow through on something that is only the result of someone's personal wishes and has nothing to do with a business interest. And furthermore, the backup that you're being provided has information that's just inaccurate. This position will be reporting to a chief. The person in the box has been performing director level functions. The position goal hasn't changed. If you're going to doctor a job description to try to make it sound like the person is doing less, I mean, change the goal at least. The responsibilities are effectively the same. Don't be fooled by the semantic games that are being played here. But for the life of me, I don't understand why you would have someone who no longer works here making this decision for you, because that is what is happening. Mary Ann May is long gone because she had a nepotism problem with her husband trying to get him hired. But she is the person who set this in motion. And because people never seem to understand what someone who does business process and performance improvement does, this woman was almost eliminated from the organization and then is being thankfully moved to portfolio services, who did seem to understand what she's capable of. But moving her from a director to a manager will not make her less competent. It won't change what she's doing. She's performing part of a director's function. It won't change her pay. All this does is try to further humiliate someone who, in my opinion, is simply almost irreplaceable. The organization does not have enough people with her expertise to be treating her like this. In the middle of a pandemic, you guys almost lost this person. So I'm begging you, please, do the right thing. Do not let someone else's personal vendetta against this person influence and allow you to downgrade this person. Granted, this can all be changed in the aftermath of the grand jury, but right now is when you get to make this decision on whether or not to change that word. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Neesmith or Mr. Moquin, are there any additional public comments?
No, Madam Chair, we do not show any additional public comment for CC2.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Rupert.
Sorry, I'm trying to do the camera and then the microphone. I guess my question was, it was a simple one about the salary range. So moving from the director to the manager, so going from the 84 to the 74, that will not affect the person that's currently sitting in that position?
Good afternoon, Ms. Rupert. Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity. Thank you for the question. No, it will not. The range, her current salary falls within the range, so the salary will not be adjusted. It will stay.
Okay. And I think that was it for my question. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And to that, if I could just ask Mr. Runcie, this is your recommendation ultimately to your organizational chart. Can you please speak to whether or not you are supporting this change?
Yes, I'm supporting this change. Again, it doesn't impact the individual's work or their compensation or their contributions to the district, but it makes sense in terms of how we organize positions in the district. If you're going to be at a certain level, you should be managing and supervising folks. So that was primarily our rationale around that.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Brinkworth, did you have your hand up?
I did, but Mr. Runcie answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All those in favor of CC2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. CC2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC3 and CC4?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second, Rupert.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Do we have any public input, Mr. Moquin, on CC3 and CC4?
Yes, Madam Chair. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh would like to speak to CC4.
Thank you.
Okay. I see we're going to have to revisit job descriptions when all of this is over. All right, CC4, Chief Fire Official. I believe you're still looking for a Chief Fire Official. Don't know how that search is going. It was a task force motion last year. Right now, you've had someone task assigned in there. Now, since this is not my first rodeo, it's been 9 years of the shenanigans. What you want to look at is whether the purpose of what's being changed here is to water down this job description. If you look under minimum qualifications, I'm not an expert on fire safety. I'm not going to claim to be. But when you write a sentence that, when you rewrite a sentence that used to say, the position requires something, a current Florida state certification as a municipal fire safety inspector, and you cross out the word requires and change it to, or have received equivalent training in another state and pass a state, if you don't have must in there, that's a problem. It's unclear what these minimum qualifications are now going to be. The bullet right after that, successful completion of SREF class for existing educational facilities and division of state fire marshal's rule. 669A-58 is required, or, another or, within 1 year of appointment, verification of completion of course conducted by, I don't know if these two things are equivalent. Your staff should be explaining in writing whether they are, not just throwing this stuff in here. It's not clear to the reader whether or not they are. Why is this important? This is important because you want your chief fire official to be qualified. It's also important that you use words like must and stop with the ors if the two things are not equivalent, because what can happen is if you're not clear, you can end up with something like a requirement, someone shall endeavor to obtain educational law certification, and yet they never do. So who's to say what happens if this person never gets the things that are supposed to be minimum qualifications for this job? It's a problem, and people need to be clear so that you don't end up with this ambiguity. So please make sure this is not the district watering this down to fit somebody that's currently task assigned or somebody that they want to hire who doesn't have these qualifications, because you know this happens every time almost. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other public comment? Seeing none, I do have listed Ms. Rupert for CC4. And then Ms. Whitworth, I see your hand is up.
Ah, okay. Yes, I actually want to touch on the 1, 2, 3, the fourth bullet down under minimum qualifications and experience. The last time when we had this discussion, the SREF was in here, And on our agenda that day, there was a person brought forward who didn't have that SREF training. So I think we need to think long and hard on this. It's extremely important. And I would think difficult to try to track somebody if they were able to come from another state or another place to try to get the qualifications done after hiring. If I had my way, I would prefer that the successful completion of the SREF class before we hire someone. That would be my suggestion for that bullet. So I'll actually wait to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when this came before us before, there were questions about certifications and requirements. And so I would just like for Chief Katz to address the question that my colleague, Ms. Rupert, just brought up, and the concerns about changing what is required. And I just want to understand what is required by statute. What does Mr. Katz feel is important to be included, and why are these changes being made?
Good morning, board members. Brian Katz, Chief Safety and Security Officer. Thank you for the questions. So the reality of the situation is, and I'll defer to either Chief Strauss or to Mr. Chisholm to speak to them a little bit, but the reality is that now this position has been open for almost a year and we've had 0 qualified candidates, 0. So, we have, we can go through the list of all the things that non-instructional does to try to accomplish getting us, sort of best candidates into these roles. And what the biggest limitation that we are seeing is the fact that both of these items, as they are written right now, are only written for individuals who work in the state of Florida and work in a position that requires SREF. So if, for me, at the chief level, what I really want is someone who has the breadth of experience to do the work, and somebody who has done this work at the scale that we need to do at this district. And unfortunately, within the state of Florida, you're really talking about a small group of people who even meet the qualifications for it, and clearly 0 who are applying for our role at this point. By changing the 2 specifics for point number 3 under the minimum qualifications, what we want to do is say that, listen, there are other state certifications for municipal fire safety officers. What we want to make sure is, as the job description is written now, you must have all these things by closing date of the job, right? And so what we're trying to do is give somebody the opportunity who is out of state, who has similar requirements to, hey, you can apply for this job. If you are selected for the job, then prior to board appointment, we would be seeking for them to have already done that conversion for taking the written examination to be the certified, in the state of Florida for the fire safety inspector, which gets them to the same status. It's just not making that a requirement when they apply. It's making it a requirement by the time that they're appointed. And then on the SREF point, which is the bullet point below it, if you look around at sort of even the chief fire officials from our municipalities, most are or any are not SREF qualified, right? That's a secondary thing for us on top of it. So it's the same thing that if somebody from North Carolina or Georgia was applying for this role and they worked in a school district, they've done, school district work somewhere else, but have not done it in the state of Florida, based on the current job description, they can't even apply. And so they would be disqualified during the initial qualification period. And so for us, we're trying to widen that net. Obviously, during the interview process, we're still going to be looking for the most qualified candidate. We're still going to be looking for that expectation that, again, we get to both requirements as quickly as possible. But the reality is we got to fill this position because it is a critical position and it's not a position that we want long term to be held, as a task assignment. It's something that we do want to get filled. And at the moment, I'm certainly open to suggestions, but working closely with Mr. Chisholm in non-instructional and trying to talk through where were people just missing the requirements. That expectation is, hey, have similar experience, have done similar work, but have done it out of state, so not qualified within our role. So we're trying to open that up. Hopefully that answered your question, Ms. Sprinkler.
Yes, and so from what I heard you say was that this would open up the field of candidates to apply, but then there would be a requirement that they have these prior to being appointed. I'm trying to understand because sometimes we've had a window of opportunity
Yep.
to complete something. And
So-
if we're gonna, but let me just say this, if we're gonna allow a window, for me as a school board member, there needs to be some follow-up and report back to the board on what has occurred, because I think in the past, that maybe has been an area where we haven't been so successful.
Understood. And on the bullet point number 3, then the expectation is that we really would want to make sure that the person has that before bringing it to board appointment. For the actual taking the certification exam, because it is just schedule an exam. They submit their resume, they submit their experience. The state reviews those requirements to make sure that they meet all of the requirements and then allows them to take the examination and pass it before we would even bring somebody to the board for that bullet item. It's just getting us past the application closing window as far as their ability to say, hey, you're a front runner for this position or you are a top candidate for it, and now we want you to get that certification. For the second one, it is within 1 year that we would expect them to get that certification, because it does require them to take some courses, take some training, which can be done during their time within the district. We have a number of people within the district, including our current task assigned person, who meet all of these requirements, and the expectation would be that during that window, that we would still make sure that there was proper supervision and that the right recommendations were being made. So for me, even where, pending the SREF, completion of that course, we would keep the task assignment in place as it related to who our actual authority having jurisdiction is, and we'd keep it with the task assigned individual while the individual was going through that process. But they can manage the staff because they'll then at that point have the Florida Municipal Fire Safety Inspector requirement, having passed that certification.
Thank you very much for that explanation. And I look forward to these changes providing an opportunity for us to onboard someone that either has the qualifications or will very shortly after being interviewed go and get those qualifications. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Mr. Rupert.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to Chief Katz and Mr. Chisholm. Thank you. I wanted to actually ask a question about municipalities, that even people could not work for municipalities if they didn't have the SREF. I was a little confused on what you said, Mr. Katz.
So SREF is for, it's the State Department of Education certification as it relates to working in educational facilities. So you can be a chief fire marshal and not have that background, right? So for us as a school district, obviously it's critical. There aren't a lot of school districts that even have this designation and have this position within it. So again, we're trying to pick from a very small population and try to get the best candidate for the role.
Okay, I appreciate that. I can tell you that someone that we didn't hire here wound up going to the city of Coconut Creek with his SREF and was happy there and is retired now, moved, I think, up to northern Florida and enjoying himself. God bless. I would like a copy of the applicants at your earliest convenience, because for 1 year, and we have had zero, that's what Mr. Katz said, zero qualified people. That's just alarming. But it also reminds me of when we've had zero qualified people for, I think it was, give me a second, the computers, yes. Somebody, nobody in that amount of time, and then we wound up finding the same person that left. So it's upsetting when these things happen, and I would certainly, I am not going to be able to approve this just because there's been too many questions in my mind, and that's it. And when it comes down to us being, trying to let it be with less qualifications. I mean, there's a difference. I think we have Florida building code, don't we? And don't we have Miami-Dade building code, which is a little bit tougher?
Sorry, I'm not, you're talking about building code. I'm not sure
Yes.
how that relates to this role. I'm sorry.
Actually, my point was it's tougher than the state, tougher. So we have a different quality that we're following. So it's, I won't belabor the point. I look forward to seeing the applicants, and I won't be supporting this, but thank you.
So
Madam
I'll-
Chair,
oh, yes, I'll let Mr. Chisholm answer. Go ahead.
through the chair.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Rupert, for your questions. Just a few updates. Mr. Katz did a phenomenal job at bringing and highlighting everything. We've been working very closely as we navigate through this process. I will share with you today. Today, we approved the safety specialist with very similar qualifications because some while back, we needed to incorporate that also in the job description. So one of the SREF changes that we're recommending today is a recommendation that was approved by the board and incorporated into the safety specialist position because we have had those type of challenges before. We have a mechanism in place to monitor that. We have up to a year for the individual to receive the training. So we do have a companion model in place that we actually have something we can work from. In addition to that, we've had 21 candidates that have actually applied for the job. And 8 of those 21 candidates, they actually met the education and experience qualifications. They just did not have the SREF, the fire safety, or the OSHA. And we believe that what we're bringing today will give us a more broader spread on attracting and recruiting and identifying more of a broader pool so that we can at least get them in front of us and see if they're even viable candidates for our school district. That's really what we're asking. And just also to reiterate on the record, it will be mandatory prior to us bringing them to the board that they have the Florida fire safety inspector. So no one, the requirements are nowhere being watered down. They really will have to have all those minimum education requirements, experience, as well as the fire safety inspector. So I want you to have a comfort level around that. And we are ready to give you those 21 applicants, the resumes, so that you can see that information. And we can even provide the data around where they potentially did not qualify because we have that data for you as well, and they'll be helpful.
I look forward. Actually, I'm sorry, through Ms. Chair, I had a follow-up question. Do we have any current positions, director, executive director, chief, that have required them to get SREF certified? And did they do so in a year amount of time? Is there any offhand that you could think of?
I can't think of any other positions at the director or executive level that required the SREF. There are very few jobs that fall into this category. It's very specific for that discipline and this in the actual safety and security area now because that falls under that division. But I'm not aware of any other positions. But I am aware there are other positions in the districts in our procurement area, for example, that we hire them and allow them to get whatever training and a certain amount of period because we want to attract a broader candidate pool because they do have the education and experience.
Okay, and I appreciate that. The reason I asked that was I remember having a conversation and multiple conversations. One was, were we going to allow this new director to be able to keep their business and et cetera, et cetera. So there was that conversation, but I kind of remember another conversation where it was, I thought it was a chief position, that person did not have the SREF and some of the safety stuff. And within a year's amount of time was supposed to, I believe, pass the SREF training. So I'll have to look through my notes if nothing comes to mind for you, because I don't want to hold up the board, but it'll come to me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alhadeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, after 1 year of appointment and they try to get the SREF certification, however, they're not successful possibly in doing so, what then happens?
Well, that's simple. Because it is a minimum requirement of the job description, it will be cause for disciplinary actions. And our next steps would be to bring an action to the board, specifically because that is a minimum requirement in the board. So what we would do is, one, we would go to that individual prior to that 1 year period to find out where we are. And if we do not believe as an organization we can successfully get to that, I think we would talk to that employee about options, whether it be a voluntary resignation, or if we work with our employee labor group and identify if it would have to be for cause, because it is outlined in the job description as a minimum requirement, and they cannot continue working in the organization without the minimum requirement.
Thank you.
Ms. Corn, you're on
Sorry.
mute.
Yes, thank you. So I would just like to ask, because, and I know Dr. Natalie Linswall brought this up, to the point of there being some ambiguity in the job description under the minimum qualifications, the third bullet down, where it says, and I know Mr. Katz, you mentioned that the full appointment wouldn't be made until this qualification had been met. But I think maybe it's the tense of the verb that would assist us a little bit here. So we say, or have received equivalent training in another state and pass a state written exam. Required is in the past tense. It would have already happened. Pass is in the present or future present. So pass.
So you're saying change past to past?
Correct.
So, and passed a state written examination. So again, we do just want to ensure that again, I know I've gotten into this issue with job descriptions before based on how specific they are, particularly like with like a driver's license, right? If you say have passed, then it's at time of closing of the job, right? And so it needs to be something that from a tense perspective allows that by time of appointment, but not by closing of job description or of vacancy. Am I right, Eric, or am I mistaken?
Madam Chair, I echo that. And I think the way we could accomplish this, I think we need the word mandatory somewhere where we can basically say at the time of appointment that it will be mandatory that one or the other has occurred, because we need to engage the candidate, and based on the job description, the way it's written today, I can't even interview or really have a conversation with those individuals because they don't meet the minimum qualifications. But if it says pass, I can't even contact them or have that conversation. But I think we want to accomplish this. The board should know that it will be mandatory. And if we can incorporate the word mandatory at the time of appointment in the job description, I think that would accomplish what we need to do, that they will have the Florida certification as a fire safety inspector. They will have that on the agenda item if it's someone from out of state at the time of appointment. It won't be that they would have had to pass it. They would have the actual safety inspector certification at the time of it. Okay. Unlike the SREP.
And so, yeah, and so the reason I'm saying it is because it isn't, for me, it's not just the board, it's even applicants who read this, for it to be very clear to them as to, do I meet this requirement to apply or do I not? So if we can, and so I'm not sure how we accomplish that, because this obviously is a reading of the job description. So we would need to amend something here at this meeting to accomplish that. Do you want to give me some language that you think gets us there? Or would you like us to table this and come back?
Is it possible that we say all applicants? If we use the word all applicants at the start of that sentence, applicants are recognizing that they either need to have the Florida Fire Safety Inspector or applicants will such and such. And if not, we can table it and come back and come up with some more definitive language. And we actually have our compensation department on the phone as well. So I don't know if she has some language that she can offer up as well.
So this is what I'd like to do. By putting all applicants, I'm concerned because that doesn't then speak to the requirement of the job. It then speaks to the requirement of the applicant. So let's go ahead, if I could, entertain someone to table this, and that we come back with language to give that a little more specificity. That would be great.
I make a motion that we table this item to later in the meeting. Dr. Osgood.
Is there a second?
Second, Alda.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on tabling CC? What I'd like to do is actually then separate CC3 and CC4. So before I'm going to put this on the side for a second, can we please separate CC3 and CC4?
I make a motion to separate CC3 and CC4.
Second.
Thank you. So all those in favor of separating CC3 and CC4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. CC3 and CC4 have been separated, and Dr. Osgood's motion was to table CC4 till later in the meeting. Second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any discussion on tabling the item? Any public input on tabling the item? Hearing none, all those in favor of tabling CC4 till later in today's meeting, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. CC4 has been tabled. May I please, any further discussion on CC3? Hearing none, all those in favor of CC3, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. CC3 passes. No on CC3, and I believe that was Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we are now going to move on to our EE items. May I please have a motion and a second on EE1 and EE2?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any public input on EE1 and EE2? Oh,
Madam
and just
Chair.
sorry, go on, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items EE1 or EE2.
Thank you very much. Before we go on to my colleagues, I just want to make note, Mr. Runcie needed to step away for about a half an hour. He'll join us again about 1 o'clock, and Mr. Moquin is here to support the board. With that, my colleagues, I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is the CARES grant, it's paying for the iReady newslettervocabulary.com. Is that going to be provided to every school or just certain schools?
Good afternoon, board. This is Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. I'm waiting to see if our grants department will chime in. I can say that the intent of the procurement from the academic side is that these are universal tools. We are continuing to move towards a universal tool protocol where what we get is as much as possible the same everywhere. We do have schools with local funds who will continue to have site-specific items, but we are moving towards that. Ms. Marte, I saw you were there as well to speak to the CARES funding if needed. Mr. Woods is here as this is a grants item, but these applications that you've raised, and they do come up later in the EE agenda, are across the schools.
So, through the chair and Ms. Marte, if you'll allow me to jump in. So Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. The grants department actually is conducting research as we speak on a CARES item deliverable that's due this afternoon. I don't know the answer to the specific question, but I will either follow up in writing, and in the meantime, I will see if I can get the grants department on the phone to address the specific question. I just wanted to weigh in on that as we're researching the item now.
Okay, follow-up's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Any additional questions, Ms. Alhadeff?
No.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Rupert.
Okay, so this was EE, right?
EE1 and EE2, yes.
Okay, thanks. Grab the EE thing. All right, I'll just go from my list. I wanted to mention that Florida Blue Foundation, this is Grant C for the Mental Health Program, and ATC Aspire Academy. Grant D is an opioid and substance abuse grant program. Grant E is the ESSER CARES Act, obviously for PPE, mental health, sanitizing, software, et cetera, et cetera. And I wanted to know the digital software iReady, Newsella, vocabulary.com, great. I mean, I love Newsella. We need to be doing our nonfiction for the kids. And of course, I love vocabulary.com. Are these happening now with our youth this summer? And that would be a question. Okay.
So Ms. Rupert, the question is the use of these software packages over the summer?
Yes, I mean, I know that we have these now, but
Yes.
specifically because this particular part of the grant talks about mental health, at-risk children, it talks about the gap, how we're going to do with our educational gap. So my question is, kids that we're working with right now, they have, which I believe the answer is yes, they have the ability to go on and do these and work over the summer, yes?
Yes, in fact, we have ensured that for the vast majority, I'm not positive, I can't say all software, all students have had continued to have access through their Launchpad throughout the summer. So
Okay,
while we have structured programs for ESY and Third Grade Reading Academy, we have transition programs and a number of other ones where these resources are being intentionally used. The availability of the resources is across the county.
Perfect, got it. Okay, quickly, Grant F is CARES Fund, the impact of COVID, the summer slide, I just mentioned that, grades 2 and 3. H is the GEER Fund, which is going to provide resources to school districts to build infrastructure and increase enrollment in high demand secondary C2 CTE programs. Quickly, the same was for INJ. I'm not going to mention that again. Thank you to General Mills and the Miami Dolphins for the food grants, and for N for Pompano Beach High School. And that is it. Thank you.
Okay, I do not have any of my other colleagues with hands up or having asked to speak to this item. So all those in favor of EE1 and EE2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE1 and EE2 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE3?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Do I have any audience input on EE3? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE3.
Thank you. With that, I have Ms. Rupert.
Okay. No. Oh, no, you got to wait a second, sweetie. I'm already live. Okay, EE3. I wanted to discuss indicator 14, which, let me see if I can find it. Okay, yeah, there was a discrepancy when I was looking through this. And indicator 14, it was the seclusion incidents. Where's the data? Because that box, it was not filled in, so it's missing. Hold on. These things got like crazy. Okay. Indicator 13, sorry. Okay, where am I going? Where's the data? That was my question, all right, so I guess and I have trouble when the pages aren't numbered. That's like one of the most annoying things as a board member. But it's on the same chart with all the charts in the back. And this one is seclusion incidents of school years 2016 to 17, 2017, 18, 18, 19. So the state numbers are there, but Broward's numbers are missing in this particular chart.
Good afternoon,
Hi.
Ms. Rupert and board members. Hope everybody is well. I'm going to turn it over to Shantae Cummings, who's the SEDNet coordinator supervisor, so she can address those concerns for you. Thank you.
Thank you, hon.
Hi, good afternoon. Shantae Cummings speaking. How are you?
Hi.
On that chart that you're referring to, the guidelines are when any incidents are below the number of 10, we are asked to fill in the chart specifically that way with a star. And
okay. Yes, or is that
okay?
Sweet thought?
Yeah, I was going to mention. Okay, I was going to mention in Broward, I don't believe we had any of those incidents recorded, but it definitely was a number below 10. I don't have the actual numbers for Broward reported, but when they go below that number of 10, that's how we fill in the chart.
Okay, got it. And actually, I'm looking on right underneath the box right beforehand. See, doing this a little too late at night, I think. So I appreciate that, and just that it's under 10 is good. Okay, flipping back to my other questions. Sorry. Okay, so this is the other part. Indicator 14. First, the state says we met it, and then turned the page and it says, after further analysis, we did not meet it. What is correct? So I'm going to try to find that for you. I did. I found it, but it's not going to help you because there's no numbers on the pages. But
I was going to say, I'm trying to look for the page.
I know. I had that. This is why I spend so much money on Post-it notes. Okay, so I'm going to orient you if I can. It's right above description of alternate methods for trainings and meetings. That's one page, and the page preceding is, I guess it looks like the headline might be established need. And then that was one page, and then a whole nother page. And at the bottom of that second page, this is where it says, in SEDNet Region 10, the following county has met the target for indicator 4 post-school outcome higher education, Broward 25.92%. So it's higher education, blah, blah, blah. Broward 43.89, under employment and continuing ed is 55.52. Then you flip it over and it says, analysis reflects that Broward County District did not meet the performance goal and measured for indicator 14, post-school outcomes. Support for this indicator will include training and technical assistance in transitional best practices to promote positive school outcomes with EBD and at-risk students. In addition to the above support, the following is identified as needs from district staff gathered throughout their division, which is support will include training and technical assistance in positive behavior. Sorry, that's the mailman again. So even though the dog's in the other room, you can hear her barking. Behavior support and student engagement, social emotional learning, and trauma informed care. Did I get you there, Shantae?
Okay, so I'm pulling up the established need and looking here. If I could just have a moment to review, so I'm making sure
take your time. I'm just, I should have numbered the pages myself. I apologize.
That's okay. That's the way we get it from the state. I understand your. Let's see. You're on indicator 14.
If I put my sheet up to you, would that help?
Sure.
Okay. See, this is the page. I don't know if you could, do you want me to go up, down?
Stay right there.
And then the very next page is the one with the conflicting info. Sorry, that is Luna and the mailman. So you have the very last sentence on the page that I just showed you where it says we met it, and then you flip over and this is where it says we did it.
And I'd like a moment if I could, and I'm not sure if.
No. Actually, excuse me.
So that I can
my
read
apologies.
it.
Madam Chair, would it be fine if we went to table this to later in the meeting to give them an opportunity?
Sure, that would be great. I just want to make sure staff is very clear about what they're looking for, because I know there's no page numbers. So, Ms. Cummings, I want to make sure that you know where you're looking for the information and we can get back to it.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect.
you.
Thank you very much. So is that a motion? You're the last one listed to speak on the item. Did you want to make a motion to table?
Yes.
Okay.
I move that we table this item to further in the meeting to give staff the opportunity to research.
Perfect. Is
Second.
there a second?
In the second, Ms. Good.
Thank you. Motion by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there any discussion on tabling the item? Any audience input on tabling item EE3? Hearing none, all those in favor of tabling EE3 to later in the meeting, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE3 has been tabled. May I please have a motion and a second on EE4?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. And if I could have any public comment on EE4.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE4.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Alhadeff.
In the summary explanation and background, the SMART program says that it includes funding for the schools to purchase musical instruments. And could I have some clarification, because I thought that Ms. Marte said that the SMART program did not fund the musical instruments.
Good morning, Mrs. Alhadeff, through the chair. The SMART program, can you hear me? The SMART program includes millage. The millage portion of the SMART program funded musical instruments. No bond proceeds were used to buy musical instruments, but it is part of the program.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Now I have Ms. Rupert.
Microphone again. Hi, I'm sorry. On the category page, which is like the back one, the inside back one. For FF&E, Margate Elementary has next to their name GOB next to it, but others do not. Why is the Margate L amount of money under the GOB and not like the others? Or is that a mistake? So it looked confusing, so.
Good afternoon, Susie Kentrick, Director of Applied Learning. I defer to Mary Coker on that, having not prepared the FAW. I believe that's what you're looking at. Or the additional ask, I'm sorry, not the FAW, you're looking at the additional ask for the spend authority. Right.
Yes.
Yep. So I defer to Mary on that. It may have come, information may have come from FF&E, which would be Carly. I can reach out to her and find out. I assume that's an error. That information did come from her.
So good afternoon. This is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. I just need to understand, where are you looking at? Because I don't see on the FAW, I don't see anything related to bond. I'm sorry.
Can you all see that?
I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, I'm doing my best, guys. Once again, there's no page numbers. It's making us all crazy, I know. Okay, so I want to say it's in the bottom half of what we got going on here.
Mary, it's Exhibit 1. So I believe this information came from FF&E. Yes, this information came from FF&E. So I can follow up with them.
Yes, thank you, Susie. Indeed, this information comes from FF&E. We get this spreadsheet from them.
Yeah.
So that is something that the operational department has to provide comment on that.
So I'll get verification from them, but I would assume that that is an error, but let me get verification from them.
Okay, is Ms. Korn still on the phone, Dr. Osgood, or are you up?
I'm here.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, I
Here.
wanted to actually ask to make the motion for later. I don't want to drag any more time into this.
Yes, and if we can ask the department that provided the document to please get on the line, I would appreciate that, because I just confirmed the spreadsheet was given to us as part of the usage.
Okay, so you don't know about the GOB next to it.
That would have to be explained by the user department.
Perfect. Okay, Ms. Korn, I would like to I move that we table. Hold on, I got to figure out which one this is now. EE4 to later in the meeting.
Okay, all right, so is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to be tabled. Any discussion on the tabling? Before we do so, I just want to give my colleagues a opportunity, those who haven't spoken. Was there any other questions? Because I want to make sure that we're comprehensively addressing the questions before we go ahead and table it. Was there anyone else who had any questions before we do that?
Ms. Rupert has her hand up.
Yes. No, yes, Ms. Rupert.
I'm sorry, I had two other questions, but I thought I would just get them done there, but okay.
Well, no, you can do them if you're going to speak afterwards. I just want to make sure that we don't have to come back and table it again later. So
Right,
to me, it
and
makes more sense to say it now.
I appreciate that. No, this one they could get me then. So is there any elementary schools, especially, but really any schools who do not have an existing program? And was any money forwarded to them to be able to have that opportunity? We as a board have discussed this, and I believe Mr. Runcie was championing it and saying that, you know, if they would have the opportunity to start a program if there's money left over. So just that answer when we come back, okay? Or unless you want to answer now.
I have that. I can provide that information now.
Okay.
Every school was provided with the option to utilize these funds should they have a program. And we also said that we would ask to bring the money back should they develop a program. We did have, I believe, 3 schools who came forward and developed programs and utilized the funds. However, that is a school-based decision as to whether or not they have a program or not. So if they did, or they decided to do so, we provided that funding for those schools that desire to do so.
Well, thank you. And when you get a chance, no big rush, send it, which 3 have added.
Oh, sure. I can do that for you.
All right. Not now, don't worry. Okay. Back to you, Ms. Korn.
Okay. Thank you. I just had a quick question on the spending side of it. So you can get back to us all at the same time if you like later, because I know this item is on the floor to be tabled. But my question, just so you know, is in the executive summary where it has the estimated spend for the renewal period, with the renewal period being so I guess I'm trying to figure out where the 1,437,400, how that is reflected on the, hold on, unfortunately, I didn't get my black box, so I've had to be doing everything online. And so on the financial analysis worksheet, I didn't see that number there.
Sure, I think I can answer that for you. So the expected spend for smart renovation, for smart room renovation, is $1,300,000. It's in Exhibit 1, I believe, $1,360,000. In addition to that, we wanted to be cognizant of the potential need, however unlikely, for additional school purchase items in music. So we added the additional for individual school purchase in the amount of, it's approximately $75,000. That equates to $1,437,000. If you look at the executive summary.
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Yep, at the bottom of the, so the 1,437,000 is that $1,360,000.
Yes,
With
no,
the,
following that completely. I'm trying to tie that executive summary to the financial analysis worksheet. And what you're saying is they would not tie together because you're contemplating other spends.
correct.
Okay, all right. So that's why I couldn't get them to correlate. Got it.
Yep.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay.
And so all those in favor of tabling the item till later in the meeting, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE4 has been tabled. May I please have a motion and a second on EE5?
So moved, Rupert?
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin, on EE5?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE5.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues on EE5, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, my question is about this contract first I should say that I have no problem with IMAX. I think it's a great program. However, it does require some direct instruction and very specific direct instruction. My daughters both participated in IMAX that I paid for privately, so I'm very familiar with the curriculum. And so are you looking to expand this district-wide, just use in gifted classes? How is this contract going to be used? Because in your explanation background, you talk about remote-based digital mathematics. And for this to work, the teachers have to be able to provide direct instruction on some of the curriculum.
So good afternoon again, board. This is Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. So Ms. Barman, thank you for the question. IMAX is a strong partner and based here in Broward County. They provide a variety of services around algorithmic thinking, mathematics, computer science, and others. This contract is for a particular program that they offered called Elements of Mathematics. It does not require any direct instruction at all. It is all online. What happens is that these students who are opting in and found eligible are eligible to take a summer course prior to commencing typically 6th grade. And upon completing it, should they so choose, would then commit to 3 years in which they would complete all of high school mathematics by the end of 8th grade. This is an exceptional group of students who would then be taking college level calculus or other courses in 9th grade. So we currently have a little over 200 students across the county who are participating. Some people call this GEM++, just to give you a sense of who this is aimed at. I am working with Mr. Bramoha and Dr. Mancini to cultivate more participants for this program. As a certified math teacher, as an educator, I am incredibly impressed with the pedagogy that they have built in. We have set up ways for students to support each other, but the delivery model is a student sitting in the back of a classroom with their computer doing the course online themselves. So this is Elements of Mathematics, a subset of IMAX overall.
Okay, I'm sorry. When I read it, I thought we were adding it to the reopening as something new, and I didn't realize it was a curriculum that already existed. I thought it was the regular curriculum that they provide to their paying clientele.
No, I'm glad to trumpet this partnership. I've been incredibly impressed with them and the staff that works with them to make sure that our students have this opportunity.
Okay, well, I totally support this then. Thank you so much.
And so I don't have any other colleagues. I do have a question. I actually know of some students who we did other avenues than this at the time to be able to give them that opportunity. Are there students that potentially would be afforded this even prior to 6th grade that have gone? And if so, is it limited to 6th grade or that's just the general parameters?
So that is a general framework. I know of students who have commenced it in 5th grade.
Right.
And what it's really about is this is what's called a meta-mathematical approach. It uses what is known as set theory, which is a completely different way of approaching mathematics and the American tradition, which is very computational. Students need to have a thorough understanding of arithmetic. If they master that in 3rd or 4th grade, they're ready, but they must have the emotional maturity to work on their own. And that often is not the same as their educational maturity in terms of the cognitive processes. So you need both the cognitive advancement and the emotional advancement in order to be successful in this program.
So, and I fully appreciate that. And we're probably talking about a very small number of students who could even accelerate this to 5th. I just wanted to make sure that was available because I know that we do have a handful of students who potentially would fall into that category. And then secondly, the 250 licenses, is that the license, once you have a license, then it carries you through the whole program, or is that license like an annual license where these students we would do year after year?
So within the 3 years of the program, we currently have about 200 students. We put it at 250 for this in order to try and give us a little bit of room to grow, but not ask for too much spending authority over it. I would love to come back to the board a year from now with a substantially higher proportion. They've been an incredibly good partner to us, and the market value of this for a family that wants to sign up is significantly higher. And so I'm comfortable with where this is at, and they are almost unique in giving our truly advanced and even different students, not just advanced, an opportunity to succeed.
And so in terms of the other courses then, so if they were in a dual enrollment or AP, are students still able to take those courses in addition to taking this?
Sure. So again, I'm going to give the standard example of a student doing this program in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. They sign up for the Elements Mathematics course. They effectively do a year of math, Elements Mathematics for 6th grade. They're then concurrently enrolled in Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 for 7th grade. They're then concurrently enrolled for Geometry and Pre-Calculus in 8th grade. And then they receive those high school credits while still in middle school. And then they transition to the college level courses. Should a family choose to do additional coursework beyond that, let's say they wanted a statistics course or something else, there's nothing precluding that. But this does replace their core mathematics instruction.
Okay, perfect. That's what I was looking for. Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any of my other colleagues with their hands up, so all those in favor of EE5, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE5 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE6?
Moved, Ms. Good. Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any audience input, Mr. Moquin, on EE6?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE6.
Okay, thank you very much. To my colleagues on EE6, I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I had some follow-up, and staff was kind enough to provide me a response to my inquiries. I think it was provided to everyone. I will say that the initial response provided to me was very different than the final response that was provided to all my colleagues. So I would just ask in the future that, we be very careful when providing responses and take a good look at all the documents in play. I will say I still have a concern with one aspect of it, and it's the fact that this item is being brought forward through procurement. I really don't understand that at all. My reason for that is twofold. The initial item that was brought to us 3 years ago for the Fire Academy at Everglades High School, which by the way is funded through the school budget, was brought forward by CTASE, which is the department that handles every aspect of this type of agreement. And I'm sure we'll have many others. These types of agreements are complicated. They involve interaction with a particular, in this case, a particular municipality, fire department. This isn't buying, nuts and bolts. This is a service that we are collaborating with another government entity on, and I don't agree that procurement would be the proper department in bringing this item forward. I think that doing that may cause issues because they may not understand, they're used to the procurement of items. And not to say that there aren't individuals within that department that would be capable of understanding this, but my concern is the response that was given to me, and if you can give me a second, I'll try to read it as it was provided. It says that, give me a second, I'm sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. Essentially, any agreement involving the procurement of services with the expenditure of funds will be brought by procurement. That's essentially the response I was given. And I don't know how that is accurate because we have procurement of services through a variety of departments, depending on the type of outcome that we're trying to achieve. And I don't believe procurement is the proper area to be bringing those items. And so I don't know of any other place to bring the concern. I had other issues that were addressed. I will still ask, this particular item before us does not have a set date by which it ends. I believe that it should. I understand that the commencement date is going to be the date of which the agreement is executed by all parties, and that is fine. But I do believe it should have a defined termination date, as the original agreement did, because depending on who reads it, you get a different response. And that's exactly what happened to me when I asked the initial questions, and I'm trying to avoid a problem 3 years from now. So I would like someone to at least address that issue.
So I think both myself and Mary Coker will be addressing. So as the chief who oversees, Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer, the chief who oversees CTASE, who brought forward the item as an F1 item in 2017, and then is also bringing this forward, I can assure you that we have collaborated very closely with a variety of institutions, relationships, including procurement. And Mary will address that in just a minute. What I will say is that we are also again revisiting how board item numbers are arranged due to the adoption of the new board software system, that all departments are reviewing what will be going through procurement and when is it a letter assigned to the individual department. As per the agreement, I believe it was approximately 10:10 this morning. I did a follow-up indicating that the contract will expire 3 years from the date of signing. So if it is signed today, it would expire in 2023 on that date. So
that's the issue, because typically if your agreement commences today, it doesn't end on the same day, it ends the day before. So if you have an agreement that commences July 1st, that agreement would end June 30th. I mean, it doesn't end the same day that it starts. So that's my issue, Mr. Gold. People are interpreting it very differently. Initially, when I was asked the date of termination, I was given September 2020. That's not a date, that's a time period. Just like when you lease an apartment, you need to know the exact date because there's things you need to do to get out of the lease or empty your apartment. And in this particular case, we're dealing with another government entity. I know it's a very simple request, but I don't think it should be open-ended. I believe that we should have a termination date defined so that everyone of all parties understands a defined end date by which this agreement would end. And so I don't know what the appropriate time would be. If the agreement was to commence today, then maybe it should be, July 31st. I think there should be a defined date of which it should end. And I don't know if my colleagues have another input on that.
I would like to, I'll defer to Mr. Woods and then I will speak.
So did you get closure on your first question, Ms. Good? And then I would just like to talk a little bit about the procurement aspect. I just wanted to make sure that, did you get closure on that, or is there a follow-up?
No, there's no closure. It's a matter of a difference of, because of the fact that I keep getting a different answer, I think it's prudent that we just establish a termination date, and then everyone understands what that date is. So when appropriate, I will ask through the Ms. Myrick, what would be the most appropriate termination date.
Okay, great. Well, as it relates, so Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer through the chair, as it relates to the procurement aspect of it, I'll make a general comment. And I appreciate the question because we actually have some of this dialogue in APG. And a few years ago, we made a concerted effort to centralize a lot of the procurements just to make sure that we were doing a significant level of due diligence. We were putting in new systems and new processes. And we felt that there was a need to really centralize a lot of the procurements or items that came forward that involve procurement and/or contracts. What I will say is at this point, with the new software that the Chief of Staff is bringing forward, which I think will again allow us to improve our workflows and processes, we are revisiting these very conversations because I would concur with you that there is probably a percentage of items that probably should not be coming through the channel that they're coming through. And I think that we are looking at those as we move forward. So that's just my general statement. I just want to reiterate and remind the board how we centralized a lot of the procurement to make sure that we had checks and balances. I'll defer to Mary. She probably has a little bit more specifics on this particular item, but I appreciate you bringing that question up because I do believe that it's one that we need to take a look at as we implement the new technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good, for your question. And I concur with all of your statements, especially the one on the responses. We have created an internal follow-up process, which was not followed at this time. If procurement and warehousing services should have responded to your questions, and we would have followed through a formal follow-up, which is what the protocol is, and it would have included the correct information you received the second time around, as Mr. Gold validated again this morning. So it's important that internally staff continue to follow the process of follow-ups and not just turn around and answer the board members' responses that, as evident, you demonstrated publicly that it was incorrect. So to your question about procurement, in the past, as Mr. Wood stated, CTASE and other departments were bringing items as F items. We tried to, alongside obviously Ms. Marte's also direction on trying to control expenditures, anything that issues a purchase order, whether it be services, products, we try to centralize through procurement. We do work very hand in hand with the departments. In this particular case, as with the police officers that we work with, also other municipalities or states, we bring these items as E items. I know that Cabinet is now in discussions as to what should come through an E item or EE item. So I will obviously follow the direction of that and of the board's decision to bring those. But I'd like to go with the rule of thumb in procurement is if you're expending any money related to products or services, whether we negotiate the contract or not, eventually those have to be paid through a purchase order. And in order to keep controlled, whether it be through a bid, or if the board is asking us to ensure that the bids are not overspent or contracts are not overspent, we would like to have at least the oversight of bringing the item to ensure that we can comply with the statutes and purchasing policies. So there will be more discussion, particularly related to board items that may not continue to come as e-items. So that will be addressed in the future. But in this particular case, I just wanted to give you an explanation as to why in the past it came as an F. It came through CTASE, and CTASE at that time wasn't necessarily working with procurement on these items. And if you may notice, in the last 3 years, all the items from CTASE have come through procurement, which has allowed us for better controls and better ensuring that these contracts don't expire and or are overspent. Thank you.
Well, so I'll just say that this contract did expire. It expired several weeks ago, although I was advised it was going to expire in September. I get it. I'm all about having controls, and I think that can occur on a multitude of ways. My main issue of everything going through procurement, I mean, we do a lot that falls through some kind of intergovernmental, whether it's our agreements with our police, SROs, or what I don't want to happen is that something such as this, for example, and I'm just going to use this as an example because it's before us, that it becomes more of a procurement exercise versus a collaborative exercise. And I don't want that to get lost in the equation when we're dealing with items such as this. So I don't want it to be that now procurement is just doing the checks, contacting schools, finding out, how is this being paid? Is this a PO? This is more than just buying little widgets and paying a PO. This has to do with true collaboration between two entities. And so to Mr. Woods, to you, I would just say that how do we ensure that collaboration, that true discussion, give and take type of scenario, follow up, making sure that things are happening as they should, continue to occur. Because, for example, this particular item, I have questions on how it's going to be achieved through our e-learning process. And that's more than a procurement. So I've been told, and I had discussions with Mr. Runcie, that it will continue in some fashion, and that the city will continue to provide a e-learning connection between us and the school. But then comes the issue of connectivity. They're not our employees, so how do they connect with us through our Microsoft Teams? Because again, there's barriers there. So these are just little issues that I think are more collaborative in nature, and whether it's CTASE or it's a program that's going through our innovative programs, they're more than just buying nuts and bolts. And I don't want that to get lost in what we're doing and become just a checkbox kind of organization. That's what my concern was about.
Well, thank you, and I'll be brief. I think that through a couple of initiatives that are underway as we continuously improve, that's always a theme of ours. So we are working, we do collaborate, we continue to collaborate. I actually think we collaborate well and significantly better now than we had in the past. So we will continue to do that. But I also know with the launch of the new software, the routing software for board items, we're introducing service level agreements from the Procurement and Warehousing Service Department, which clearly identifies key roles and responsibilities for the business users or the user departments, Procurement and Warehousing and Services, legal. It clearly lays out roles and responsibilities to ensure that those collaborations are happening. And I will also say that APG actually does provide us a good vehicle to make sure that people are listening and hearing and are aware of these items as they're coming forward and can weigh in if it impacts their department. So I think we will continue to improve in those areas. That would be my quick response. I see Dan Gold online. I'll defer to you if you have any additions to that, but your feedback is well taken, Ms. Good. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Woods. Ms. Good, I just want you to know that we are continuing the conversations that will support and deliver this program once this contract is approved, so we have a legal vehicle, and I'm happy that procurement helps us take care of that, whether they're the lead or the follow. We need their expertise in order to execute this kind of agreement, but we are already talking about getting the right credentials for people. This program will continue. The students will continue to be able to benefit from it. And I look forward to you joining some of those classes on Teams should you so like.
So Ms. Korn, just very quick, I noticed the agreement was already executed by the city of Miramar. So I guess it's only needs to be executed on our end. So I just want to, if Ms. Myrick is around, if the agreement was to be executed today, when would it terminate?
Yeah, Ms. Myrick had her hand up. I was just letting staff
July 20th, 2023.
So it would end the day before. So okay. So I just need a special staff to take special note of that so that moving forward, everyone has a clear understanding. And I would hope that somewhere along the way, somebody is taking note of that so that an item could be brought to us before that date gets here. So, you know, as you just heard, Mr. Gold mentioned that it would end the same day today, and I want to make it clear it does not. So if you can assist our departments in having a better understanding about this kind of, I would appreciate it.
Yes, and we have a tracking system, and we will put in the tracking system that it will end 3 years from yesterday, and we will begin to, one of our goals in the next year is to begin to have our tracking system be without failure and to be able to, without mistakes, and to be able to give different departments up to 6 months and then 3 months notice of when their contracts are need to be renewed so that they can begin that process so that none of us get caught up in doing something at the last minute. I do know from talking to the attorney who handled this contract, I did talk to her, and this language came up with at the time because they were very unsure of when the city of Miramar was going to be able to get this on their agenda. And so there was never they did not want a date in there because they wanted a full 3 years, and they didn't know when Miramar was going to approve it, and then therefore, since the city approves it first, when it would get on our agenda. So I think that's what you heard from your last staff report, which is accurate to what my attorney Maya Moore had said is why it was left without a specific date.
Okay, that satisfies my concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I just want to say I concur with everything that's been said, what Ms. Good has said about collaboration and working with municipalities. I just want to caution what I heard from Mr. Woods about looking into purchasing and what goes through purchasing. It has taken us many, many years to get to the point where we are right now. And I'm not talking about what Ms. Good is talking about. I totally agree with you, the municipality and the collaboration comment. But I want to make sure we're not taking away, the pendulum doesn't swing the other way where we don't have the checks and balances that Ms. Coker and her team have worked so hard to put into place, because that's when we do get into problems with different departments and audits that come forward. So I just want to caution on that when you all do, senior leadership does have this discussion about what will not go through purchasing. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just, through Ms. Myrick, and I think this should solve the problem in the future, but typically when I see contracts and there is an open date like the one here, the date of the contract at the top of the agreement is typically right. That's your effective date. Not typically, it is your effective date. That's what it says very specifically. That's when your 3-year term would commence. But most often when we have something with a time frame like that, we would just potentially be able to have an addendum to the agreement. And the addendum would actually be part of the agreement. And it would just say that that addendum would be filled out when the document is fully executed. So actual dates can be included at that time. And that addendum then becomes part of the agreement. So in the future, I would just ask, then there's no question about trying to clarify this. And it just becomes part of the document itself for the execution. With that said, I see no further comments or questions. All those in favor of EE6, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE6 passes unanimously. If we can bring back CC4 for discussion, and I believe there's some new language that Mr. Chisholm is going to be able to share with us for the bullet point 3.
Hi
I
there.
got a note that we were ready. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. So did I get, I'm sorry, a motion and a second to bring CC4 back to the table?
So moved. Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Mr. Chisholm, can you give us a something to interject into this job description to make clarification on that specific bullet?
100%.
Perfect.
We would like you all to consider the language to say a current Florida state certification as a municipal fire safety inspector or have received equivalent training in another state and pass a state written examination to become certified in the state of Florida prior to being recommended for school board appointment.
That seems fairly clear to me. I would be comfortable with that language. Do I have a colleague that would like to make the motion? Otherwise, I'll pass the gavel and make the motion.
I'll move, Ms. Good. I'll move what Mr. Chisholm just indicated.
And I'll second.
So Ms. Good has made the motion. Dr. Osgood has made the second. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the item?
Me.
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Thanks. I just need Mr. Chisholm to read it again, please.
Sure.
I've actually put it in the chat there so that we all can see it and it's more of a visual.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and reread it out loud just so the public
Thank you.
who are listening on. So in the bullet point, the third bullet point, it'll state that a current Florida state certification as a municipal fire inspector or have received training in another state and pass a state written examination to become certified in the state of Florida prior to being recommended for school board appointment. That would be the end of the amendment, and that would afford someone the opportunity to apply and then have this in place prior to the actual appointment by the board.
Or have received. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there any public input on the amendment? Dr.
Yes,
Neesmith, do we have anyone indicating comments? All right, hearing none. To my colleagues, is there any discussion? Ms. Rupert?
I apologize. We do have one public speaker here at KC Wright.
Okay, thank you, Juan.
Yeah.
Begins a 3-day fast due to the outbreak.
Yes, Dr. Natalie, you're able to share.
Okay. All right. Hi. Okay. So that would seem to address that first bullet. I'm not sure you're addressing the second one, successful completion of the SREF requirements. It says, or within 1 year of appointment, verification of completion of the course conducted by the State Department of Education to inspect, yada, yada, yada. So, or within 1 year of appointment, what does verification of completion of course? That doesn't sound like you must complete the course. And that still sounds a little ambiguous. You did fix the first one, but I'm not sure that the second one is really fixed either, because it doesn't really say that they must complete this course, just that you're going to verify completion of course. Thank you.
Any additional public input on the amendment? Hearing none, to my colleagues, all in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The amendment passes unanimously. Now to the amended motion itself. Is there any public input on the amended motion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the amended motion on CC4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Question.
Yes, Ms. Rupert?
I'm sorry, I had my hand raised and my camera off. That didn't work too well.
Yeah, it didn't pop up on mine yet. Yes, Ms. Rupert. We'll
I'm
go back
sorry.
to the vote in a moment.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Chisholm read an improvement to the third bullet. Was there any improvement to the fourth bullet that we spoke about?
Through the chair, Ms. Rupert, can you clarify your question? Is that the SREF?
Yes.
Is there, I think for the board, it is, if we're all looking, that is a mandatory requirement. Either you have it at the time of employment or you have a year to obtain it. So there's.
Oh, I am not saying get away from it now. I just wanted to make sure that, it was completely followed. You have the successful completion for existing educational facilities, and then it says, or within 1 year of appointment, verification of completion of course conducted by the state. Could we not have the same language as what you did for 3?
No, because the intent here is to try to secure a candidate, and once they're employed, they will have up to a year to obtain it. Very similar to the safety specialist position that we already have board approved by the board.
Right. How about, do you know where we did on 3, where you did or have received equivalent? Could we not do that with the bullet on 4?
I don't think there's an equivalency for the state of Florida for the SREF. We need this to be mandatory. I think what you will find when the state college evaluates the equivalency from out of state, they may have had other training in Georgia or Texas, but we want this to be mandatory. We're not looking for an equivalency around the SREF. We do want it to be, once you get here, if you don't have it, that is successful completion within that 1 year. Our hopes are it doesn't take that long. For the board, the state actually was here in March prior to COVID-19, utilizing one of our facilities, actually conducting the training. So we have a great relationship with them. So they actually are here quite often here conducting the training. So we think we would continue to benefit from that. And I personally had conversations with them. The challenge right now is COVID-19, and they're not offering as much, but I think they're trying to come to some level of trying to afford people opportunities to take the SREF.
Okay, no, and once again, I must not be saying it clearly. I'm completely supportive of SREF. That's not the issue. I guess for me, it's the issue is within the 1 year of appointment verification. I think that's a little bit too long. But you guys are, you guys seem like.
Ms. Rupert, we need to kind of move this forward at this point.
Okay, let's go.
So
we're good.
So if you want to make an amendment, if you want to bring it forward, but otherwise, I think
I'm good. Let's move.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Korn. We're going.
Okay. All those in favor now of the motion as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, so it passes unanimously with one dissenting vote. So sorry, that was CC4. And so now we're going to move on to EE3, if I could have a motion in a second.
So
moved, Dr. Osgood.
Moved
Second.
by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. If I could have staff come back and share with us on EE3.
Thank you.
I have Shantae Cummings and Stacy Wolf on to address EE3 for you, Ms. Rupert. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again. Thank you for allowing me the time to you. So the line, Ms. Rupert, that says
Yes.
the county has met the target should actually say has not met the target. And then that would be consistent with the rest of the request for the technical assistance.
Okay, so do we need to fix this on the paperwork, Ms. Myrick? Or what? Ms. Myrick?
Yeah, I'm here. Is this on, I was following this when you were first talking. Is this on the agreement itself?
It's in the cooperative agreement, yes.
Yes.
And can you tell me where, on what page?
Good luck.
It's on page, Barbara, it's on page 21. I can send you the document. It is numbered to a certain point and then it stops the numbering. I can send it to you real quick if you'd like.
No, I can find it here.
Okay.
I got it, 17, okay. I know
And
I
then
couldn't find it.
flip the page over is where it says that we do not need it.
And this is the indicator 14.
14.
Correct.
Correct.
14. Yeah.
And where's the conflict again, Nora? I'm sorry.
No, it's not a problem. At the very bottom of the page where it says is SEDNet Region 10, the following county has met the target, and we have not met the target. It mentions Broward, 25.9, blah, 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 blah. And then when you flip the page over, it's in the second and third paragraphs where it says that we actually don't.
Says the analysis reflects that Broward County did not, and whereas the page before it says it did meet the indicator at 25.9, which it did not.
Right.
So Ms. Myrick, the question is, do we need to make an amendment to the item, or is this something that staff would do?
I think we should pass it as it is, because we have a lot of trouble with the Department of Education when we start to change their contracts. We tried to add things in there. I would change it. I mean, I would leave it as and pass it, because this was passed once before as is, with this in it. It was passed back in June. And the only reason why it came back was a budget change. And so I would pass it as it is, and then I would ask Ms. Hollingsworth and Ms. Cummings to point that out to the state and have them make the change and have them see where they made the mistake.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I'm not comfortable passing something that I know is not true. And this is the first time.
It's a conflict of two different things. Which one isn't true? I mean, I know what the staff just told us, but one says it is and one says it isn't.
I think Ms. Hollingsworth told you that it isn't.
Yes.
No, I agree.
Okay, I'm not voting for it.
Well,
okay, so Ms. Myrick, if you can, just going back to the item itself today, the actual action in this item is, I want to make sure that we're not kind of muddying the water. If there's something that we have made note of that is an agreement, because the action itself says it's an updated agreement with the Florida Department of Education SEDNet. This, if I understand it, what we're talking about needs to be modified because it's incorrect, is that agreement itself. Is that correct?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, So if it's in the actual agreement that we're sending to them that has an incorrect statement in it, then even if this was, we're striking down what had been come forward in June 23rd of 2020. Why are we recommending from a legal perspective to send it back incorrect?
Well, we tried to get several things changed the first time around when this came through, and the department was not willing to make any changes. What I would then recommend is that we go ahead and make the change, but I think we need to anticipate it will come back from the Department of Education. And that's fine if that's the way we want to go. I just know the trouble that we went through with the department to begin with. So what I would do is ask somebody to make a motion to change, I guess, that last paragraph on page 21 that says that there are three outcomes in that paragraph. One of them is 25. Yes.
Can you stop for a second? Mr. Moquin, can you please mute everybody? And then Ms. Myra, can you unmute yourself?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
If you look at that last paragraph, it says post-school outcomes, higher education, 25, higher education or competitive employment, 43, and employment or continued education, 55. And then, which it says we met our outcomes. And then down below, it says that we did not. For this indicator will include training and technical assistance for best practices to promote I'm not sure, I mean, and I didn't do this, but I'm not sure that I guess I would change that last paragraph in on the page 21 that says the county has met and says the county has not met, and add a not in there, and then and send it to Tallahassee and see if they agree.
Yes.
And we'll go from there.
Perfect. Ms. Rupert, can you make that motion please so we can move forward with the item?
Sure, I would like to. May I also, I make the motion that the last paragraph on page 21 where it says in SEDNet Region 10, post-school outcomes, that the numbers also be verified and correct. I don't know that these numbers are verified or correct.
I would disagree with that. They will not approve that. I think that you're trying at this point to correct their two statements, and they will have to end up verifying them to be able to come to some agreement as to those two statements.
Okay.
Ms. Rupert, pause for 1 second. Ms. Cummings, is this something specifically related to give us clarification on a motion?
Yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, given that it is Broward data, we would be able to submit a correction. It is a typo, so it should say has not met. And I have the data in hand from the LEA report that is consistent with has not met. So that error just needs to be corrected.
So then, Ms. Rupert, if you make the motion, if you make the motion, then we'll be able to send it with has not as long as it's supported. And then if there are any issues at the state side, we'll deal with it at that time. So Ms. Good, is it something new, or would you like her to make the motion and then speak to the motion?
I just very quick, I just appreciate Ms. Rupert identifying the issue, and I concur with her comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rupert, would you like to make the motion to add the word not?
I would, but I also wanted to have the correct data, and Ms. Cummings has the correct data.
Correct.
If you read it to me, I can add it when I do my motion.
Correct. The percentages are as reads in the contract. The only thing that needs to be different is inserting the word has not as opposed to has.
Okay, so you're telling me the data was correct, all you forgot was the not.
Correct.
Yay. Okay, try it again. I move that the word not be submitted on the SEDNet region bottom of page 21 for indicator 14. The following county has not met the target of indicator 14.
Second, Ms. Good.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Is there any public input on the amendment? Hearing none. To my colleagues, any comments on the amendment? Hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The amendment passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on the amended EE3 item? Sorry,
So moved.
not a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the amended EE3 item? Hearing none. To my colleagues, all those in favor of EE3 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE3 passes unanimously. Before we take the next item, we are going to move forward with our public comment. So give me 1 second. We do have a robust response in terms of public comment. So I am going to afford the most number of participants the opportunity to be able to provide their comments. We are going to go ahead and have the public comments limited to 2 minutes, but we will obviously therefore have more public comments shared with us. So at this time, Mr. Moquin, we're going to limit to 2 minutes for our speakers. We are going to take our speakers who are here in public first, and if there's time remaining, we will also have Dr. Neesmith read remaining comments. So I'm going to turn this over to you.
Yes, our first speaker, public speaker down at KCW is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. Juan.
Apologies, she was coming up.
Yeah, I'm trying to edit myself to 2 minutes, but thank you. Okay. Hi, Natalie Lynch-Walsh. So today, for my 2 minutes, we'll try to get from 3 to 2. I'd like to talk, first of all, physical versus virtual meetings and public speaking. I would really prefer to be doing this from home, and I'm not quite sure why, if you want to speak to other items, we have to physically come down here. If we don't want Jeff, he does a lovely job reading, but if we want to be the ones saying our words in our own voice, we have to physically be here when COVID numbers are through the roof. So please reconsider how you're doing this. Okay, understanding personality types is something I'd like to speak to today, because over the past 9 years that I've been volunteering, there seems to be some trouble understanding different personality types and how we communicate and what our characteristics are. And these are things we can't change. I can't change my personality. None of you can change your personality. So for instance, I'm an INTJ, which is introverted, intuitive thinking, and judgmental. Some of you may be the complete opposite. And if you're the complete opposite and you don't understand me, I might understand you, but that doesn't really help us. So for instance, the exact opposite might be an ESFJ, which is extroverted, sensing, feeling, and judgmental. So let's look at those differences. So INTJs, for example, are able to absorb extremely complex theoretical material. They're supreme strategists who are logical, rational, and future-oriented. Strong insights and intuitions, can easily see the big picture, extremely logical and value knowledge and efficiency, high standards for performance, which they apply to themselves most strongly, reserved and detached from others, bored with mundane routine tasks, small talk, and surface level thinking. So I see Dr. Osgood smiling. I'm sure that hit home as far as your perception of me. We're already at 2 minutes. Good grief. All right, so I'm going to have to work that into something else while you digest that. I'll be back. I'm here all day.
Madam Chair, the next speaker on the list is Andrew Grubb.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I sent an email to the board and various staff members on Sunday, July 19th at 2:12 p.m. and will read it into the record.
Mr. Grubb,
Good
can I
afternoon.
interrupt you?
I am
Mr.
well
Grubb?
aware that a response is
Hello?
unlikely as
Mr.
most
Grubb?
board members and staff.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. I'm going to give you your whole time back. I apologize. I understood that there were some additional speakers through public comment input, but for that reason, you're going to be afforded the full 3 minutes. Can you please let Mr. Grubb know he has 3 minutes and that Dr. Natalie Lynch-Welsh will be afforded additional time?
Will do. I'll notify them right now.
Thank you.
You're going to have 3 minutes, and then we're going to give another additional minute to.
Got it. Good morning, or good afternoon. I'd like the record to reflect that board members are in the comfort of their own homes, and I am in a public building, which I don't know how well it is being cleaned during the midst of this pandemic. Now, I sent an email to staff at 2:12 p.m. this past Sunday, and will be reading it into the record. Good afternoon. I am well aware that a response is unlikely, as most board members and staff do not like criticism and feedback, especially from a 16-year-old. Section 7 of School Board Policy 1100A says 5 board members physically present is considered a quorum. I have attached a clip of Ms. Korn requesting a vote on item DD1 at the June 23rd school board meeting. After rewatching the recording several times, I have concluded that only 4 board members responded. Official business of the board must not be conducted without a quorum. If requested, I can provide additional recordings in which one would have to have impeccable hearing to confirm how each board member voted. Note, my preference would have been to direct this to legal, but the contact information for Ms. Myrick and her staff are not listed in the department directory or the Microsoft Teams organizational chart. Please let me know if you have any more questions. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate those who responded to that email. And I find it incredibly concerning that none of you have caught this issue, because we are in violation of policy and law. Now, to move to another topic, while sitting in the pre-function room this morning, I overheard on someone's computer that there was a special expulsions meeting at 10 a.m. While I know that these meetings are closed to the public, it was not notified. So I don't know who messed that up, but there was no notification on the website. There was no notice, and I don't know who messed that up, but I'm not an attorney, but I do know that that is a violation of many laws. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, we'll be bringing Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh in now for her additional minute.
Thank you. If you could please afford her an additional minute and a half so that she can transition back into her conversation.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Ready, I guess. Okay, so we left off with different personality types. So for instance, ESFJs, they believe that what's right is based on tradition and norms. They believe what they're told, and they tend to be black and white thinkers. So what happens when an INTJ with expert power and a belief in truth and transparency challenges district status quo? Well, perhaps 9 years of a district trying to discredit rather than benefit from that person's expertise. How else might this play out? We also have different types of power. There's legitimate power, reward, expert, referent, coercive, informational. And let's say, for example, the superintendent has legitimate power and may use reward and coercive power as well as informational power to control staff and the type and amount of information shared with the board and the public. Some of you have probably no idea what my dissertation was about. My dissertation looked at glass ceiling research. And so basically I spent about 300, 400 pages trying to understand why I would be discriminated against for being the person that I am. And that's because women who do not adhere to traditional stereotypes about how women should behave are seen as being more competent, but they're not seen as being likable. So we've been dealing with that for 9 years. And what would be a shame is that we all spent the past 9 years doing that instead of working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public speakers for public comment?
Madam
I
Chair,
believe that concludes our public speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we are going to go back to our items. We are on EE7. If I could have a motion and a second on EE7, please.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by?
Second, Ms. Alda.
Thank you. Second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any public input on EE7, Mr. Moquin?
Kitty, you're on my stuff. Hold on, kids. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Rupert, we can hear you.
I wish Dexter could.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE7.
Thank you very much. To that, I have of my colleagues, Miss Bartleman.
Yes. Hi, Mr. McGuire. How are you doing? I have a
Great, Ms.
question.
Bartleman. How are you?
Great. Okay, so this is virtual K-12. I just want to make sure I understand this. This is the platform we use for all of our virtual instruction, not the staffing component, correct?
For grades K through 5, our elementary program.
This is the K through 5, but it's called K-12.
The company's called K-12, yes.
Okay, so we use K through 5.
Confusing.
Okay, all right. So were you able to do anything to expand the option, because there are a lot of parents who wanted to use this option and they're locked out?
We're prepared to expand up to 500% of our typical enrollment. So we have an allocation to serve between 300, 325 students. Typically, we enroll 60 to 80. We're going to hit our mark. Application-wise, we are there. We are doing the best we can to accommodate parents in an extraordinary amount of needs. We have military families who've been in contact, and we are helping them.
Okay, so does this does this new contract increase the number of spaces?
It's an authority to spend up to, I believe it's 987,000, which is based on a projection of 230 students. However, we can go up to just over 300 to 325 students, in which case, if that happens, we will come before the board for an increase in spending authority.
Okay, so I guess my question is, and I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter that it has to be done. So this is you would have to then go through, okay, let me rephrase this so you know where I'm going with this. There are parents who want this option now. They don't want to have to be on their waiting list. They don't have to want to wait. Actually, it scares me because they're going to Florida virtual as opposed to, what we do here. And I think it's always better to go through Broward. And so we're losing that population. And there are also online private schools that are putting ads out everywhere. My neighbors are getting them. I don't want to lose these students. They're Broward County public school students. And so parents are infuriated that they can't get on Broward virtual. I've gotten the phone calls. So why aren't we increasing the spending authority and increasing the slots in this? The school starts in like 3 weeks.
The contract that we have is with a DOE approved provider. They work with 47 districts. They have to maintain student to teacher ratios. They don't have an unlimited supply of teachers, this particular provider. They work with districts statewide. They are a comprehensive provider. in my professional experience, what my guess is, I foresee students going back to the traditional school setting once it's safe to do so. So I believe I'm just as concerned as you are. We have always bent over backwards to keep students within the district before they consider other options. However, I see this as a temporary issue, and our students will return to their schools when it's safe to do so. What we would do if we expand beyond what we have right now, what we would do is tie up resources that can be used elsewhere. And I don't want to do that. I just don't. My experience, this is, you guys have allowed me to serve in this position for almost 15 years now. My experience tells me that this is a temporary measure, and our students will return when it's safe to do so. I respect your concern, though.
Is there any other model then? Because I know already with the release of what our programming is going to look like for virtual, their parents are already upset about what it looks like. Who now are going to, because we released the document today about what for the workshop tomorrow. So people are already posting all over on social media their issues with it, why it doesn't work for their families, how they're going to have to go somewhere else. So what else can we do to provide them? I mean, is there any out of the box? Is there anything else we can do utilizing our teachers to use this model? I mean, I don't know what else we can do to keep these parents in our school system, but I know they want to go to, some of them want to have a model like this, and now they have no access to it.
I'm sure Dr. Wanza will have something to say about this, but my personal opinion is that each school will be providing quality e-learning options. Now, the model that is adopted, whether it's live direct instruction or indirect instruction, call it synchronous versus asynchronous, that's not my decision. However, I believe that our schools will provide a quality option to the neighborhoods that they serve. So not every student needs to come to a full-time virtual school. Given that every school will provide these options available to students who reside in their neighborhood. So it's just not feasible to think that there is one or two or three schools or solutions that will accommodate every one of our students, given the volume of students that we have in this district. So to come back to your question, it would be worth pursuing a full-time option if enrollment sustains. Moving forward with our own staff, that would make perfect sense to do so. Given that we've traditionally had fewer than 100 students enrolled, it's not cost feasible. We would never be able to staff it based on the FTE that comes to the district. Further, the model is asynchronous, meaning that the parents, it doesn't matter what model it is, Florida Virtual School, K-12, any other provider, Connections Academy, the commercials you're seeing, those are asynchronous models. They have a one time per week check-in with a certified teacher, and parents are responsible for setting up the school day, making sure that the students' work is done and graded. Parents do grade the work. And then the certified teachers collect work samples. So it's not, I know that there's a notion out there that people think that virtual is one thing. It's not. There's two models. There's a synchronous model and an asynchronous model. Most across the nation are asynchronous. Most of the big providers, if not all of them, are asynchronous, which means that the live interaction is not there. I believe, based on gauging public sentiment, that parents are looking for more of a synchronous option, which will be handled by our local schools.
And are we going to offer this would be the asynchronous model that they don't have access to anymore. So how are you, because it's filled? I mean, I'm just voicing the frustration of parents.
Right. So let me walk you through.
So I guess I'll ask Dr. Wanza, because you can't really answer it because you've already said you're not going to expand the numbers. So Dr. Wanza, what are we going to do for those parents who need the asynchronous model? Are we just going to say, go ahead and choose another provider? Or are we going to provide something?
So good afternoon, Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. I certainly don't want to preempt the superintendent and the board's conversation for tomorrow. But what I will tell you is that, so Mr. McGuire just spoke about what he's doing to increase the current capacity. I think what the board with the public, and as a parent and a family member of children in the school district, I certainly share the concern of all of our parents across the community. But I think that we need to be given the opportunity to go through tomorrow's discussion and explain to our parents and community what they can expect that is significantly different from the experiences of the spring. And I have to say, the experiences of the spring, I'm not going to fault anyone for how it happened, because we did the best we could across the organization in the shortest time period possible. So we certainly applaud all of our teachers, support staff, administrators, everyone who did the best that we could in the shortest time as possible. But now that we have gone through the summer, we listened to last week's conversation from the superintendent and the board, and we are prepared for a conversation tomorrow to demonstrate to our parents and the Broward community at large how the experience is starting off the school year, how we have capitalized on the lessons learned from the spring, and we will continue to enhance those experiences based on conversation tomorrow and input from our labor groups, from our employees. But I think that we need to be given the opportunity to get past tomorrow first.
Okay, so let me ask the question that I get on a regular basis. Hold on. Let me just get a drink.
And Ms. Bartleman, we're going to be real brief on this because we can obviously come back to this if we're, unhappy tomorrow. We can talk more about this option.
Okay, so I'm a parent. Tell me when I get my phone call and I say I can't get into Broward virtual, that's what I want. Where are you directing them now that we don't have any spots?
So Mr. McGuire did talk about the increases that they're going to do. And so right now, if we're going to talk to parents and really give them some guidance to really try and give their home school the first opportunity. So and Mrs. Bartleman, I see the frustration on your face because we certainly don't want to.
Is increasing it, and you're going to have to go for him to offer more spaces to our parents in the next 3 weeks. You're going to have to go through the whole board agenda process again to change the money amount on this contract.
So we would come and ask for increased spend authority. Remember, the payment, as the board item suggests, the payment comes out of his budget. So we would come to the board if necessary and ask for the increased spend authority. But I am imploring you to let us get through tomorrow and see how tomorrow's conversation will improve to some great degree. It is our belief the narrative around people's apprehension with starting the school year in a virtual format. And I will tell you that while our parents are extremely educated, and I give them credit beyond measure, some parents still don't understand what Mr. McGuire is saying, that they will indeed become their child's teacher in the full virtual school format without any of the resources, support, and just total experience that their local school will provide.
Okay, so here's my question to this contract. How long will it take you, or how long will the process be because we're approving a contract with only a certain number. How long will it take to go through the board agenda process to expand the number of spaces?
So I would defer to Ms. Myrick or Mr. Moakman, but I would say we do have a board meeting in August. And if necessary, we would have to work to meet those timeframes if that's what we are directed to do or it looks like we need to do.
Okay, then I need to ask Ms. Myrick because this is important. We're approving this contract now. We have a firm stop, a firm number of seats. And as we go through this, come Thursday, I'm hoping everything works out the way you say. But if people want more of this option, I want to know, are we going to be able to provide it in the time frame we need to before school starts? Because right now, this option is off the table for all of them because it's full. You still only have 230 students. So I just want to know, how long will it take to bring forward another item to increase the spending authority and get the teachers we need.
With the permission of the chair, may I answer that?
Please,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
McGuire.
you. Ms. Bartleman, let me explain that this situation is fluid. So just because the applications we received surpassed what we can enroll fiscally, it doesn't mean that those applications will result in a registration. So registrations we're looking at right now, just under 300 who are poised to register. I will make sure that every seat that we can fill will be filled. So what I can do and what I have done is students who have siblings in our middle and high school program, which remains open, by the way. So I do want to make sure that it is widely known, because there, as you pointed out, there are rumors out there that we are completely closed. Not true. For the majority of our school, the biggest part of our program, it remains open. That's grades 6 through 12. So what we can do and what we have offered is for parents who are willing to leave us their name and their child's name, we can put them on a wait list so that I can make sure if and when parents decide not to enroll their child here, they had started the application, went through it, decided the last second they're going to stick with their neighborhood option, that leaves a seat open. So I can work with that kind of fluidity.
Okay, but Chris,
make
you
sure.
said, I'm not
Yeah,
done.
Mr. McGuire, we need to be very on point here. And so her question is very specific. What is the time frame? By the way, that information was obviously very helpful. But what is the time frame to bring this back in the event that Mr. Renzi and the board would like to expand the seats?
And Donna, there's one additional. He said he had 300 seats. The contract that we are approving today is only for 230 seats.
We have an allocation, though. The budget office has been
Wait a minute,
provided.
but the budget, but you understand that you're telling me now that why, if you have an allocation and the budget office has already granted you 70 more seats, how come the agenda item being brought forward today only reflects 230 at 987,000?
Okay, because we don't have 230 officially filled yet. Okay, so remember.
Said you have 300 with a waiting list. You just said
No,
that.
we have applications. Applications are not registrations. Remember, parents may apply. It doesn't obligate them to enroll their child at Broward Virtual School. So here's what happens under normal circumstances.
Okay.
Come September, when we're at the 10-day count of school, the budget office sweeps enrollment within each school through terms to see what the enrollment is. If we have an enrollment growth, it will be there. It will be in terms. We will register. And then we will bring forward the final number as of Survey 2, which is in October, to accommodate any kind of spending authority that needs to be increased. This is FTE funded.
I'm very aware of FTE. And when you have a school with 300 kids and 200 show up and you have to take them, they will be reflected in your FTE enrollment in October. When you have a virtual school where you are not signing them up, how is that FTE counted? It's very different. You understand my point?
They have to be enrolled during the survey.
Exactly, but you have stopped enrollment. You're not letting parents, you told them they're on a waiting list.
So, Mrs. Bartleman, if we could allow either Ms. Myrick or Mr. Moquin to tell us, and then that would be, we have a board meeting in August.
Okay, but Valerie, when I've gotten 5 calls of parents who want Broward virtual and they have been turned away, and yet I have just been told that no one has even been registered. How do you, so you understand now that those parents are choosing, some of them are choosing private school options. Why are we not enrolling the parents who want to be in the program?
So we can work with Mr. McGuire to see if you can email those names to me and Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire,
I'm sending them to him. He knows.
So then we will work to ensure that people who have information, parents who need it, they have it. I want Ms. Myrick, if she can just answer the question about when is the next available board meeting date. But I want to reiterate, once we go through the conversation, and I'm sure it's going to be in depth, and people have read slides, there are components that's different that some people may have never even thought that we were going to offer that we are looking to offer. So Ms. Barnum, I promise I'm not being disrespectful.
No, but you're being disrespectful to parents because their
No,
parents.
Enough. We're done.
No,
We're done. Stop,
They're
guys.
parents
Enough.
who want this option without seeing anything. They've already decided this is the option they want.
All right,
They
Ms.
don't want
Bartleman.
your option. You're not enrolling them.
Ms. Bartleman, we're done having the conversation back and forth about whether or not we think tomorrow's conversation is going to turn people's decisions or not. Here's the question. You asked, Ms. Myrick, please respond. When would we, at the soonest, be able to bring back another item to expand enrollment if we so chose to do?
We have 2 board meetings, one on August 4th. We could bring back one at that point. As you could see from today's agenda, there were 10 or 12 items added today, which means they were added in the last week. That happens every board meeting. And we also have a board meeting on the 19th, the first day of school. And so we actually have 2 opportunities to to change this if we need to before school starts.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Bartleman?
When are we allowing people to enroll?
So Mr. McGuire, you gave us information about enrollment as well as capacity. When will parents know that they are committed to an enrollment so we know if there are additional seats open for others to be able to enroll?
Okay, so I've asked the vendor to issue a deadline to parents whose information is in the system who have not completed their application of July 31st, which is right around the corner. That will allow us to know how many seats we have left to fill, because at some point in time, we need parents to make a commitment.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah, and then that gives you enough time at the next board meeting for us to open those seats, because we can't do it on the first day of school because parents are going to want their kids enrolled.
Yes, and it's important to understand that in an asynchronous model, and I don't want to take up much more time than necessary, but we can enroll after the school year starts as well.
Okay, that's fine then. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, and now I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I hope anyway. I want to talk about page 14 of 16, and yay for having numbered pages. Okay, and I guess we're going to discuss this further tomorrow, but I'll be brief on this part. It says on 14 to 46 that there'll be live web-based teacher-student interactions, and for a one-to-one and or group learning. These activities, opportunity for student communication through mediation practice. They also talk about how they've launched mobile applications for iOS, Android, designed to allow students to have practice skills. In addition, they also have a variety of innovative games embedded in those classes for standalone, but instructionally integrated games, 500 throughout. So to one of Ms. Bartleman's points, we need to be able to, and we will tomorrow, I have every confidence that we will, we need to be able to translate what we're doing differently and let parents know about it. Even in this document where we are actually utilizing this particular company, I'll be honest, they kind of sound better than we did in the spring. So we need to do a little bit more than that. And I know that Chris McGuire and his team, they're rock stars. They're absolute rock stars, and they are going to make it wonderful, whatever we decide. But that's what I wanted to say is, for me, page 14 of 46 really stuck out. And I said it last time we were together. We need to have a teacher, and I'm cheating a little bit, looking at tomorrow's stuff while we're, looking at today's agenda. And you actually have a teacher that'll be speaking on it. So I'm excited, but I just wanted to say that for tomorrow, I'm hoping to hear a little bit more about this so we can answer parents. I have actually had parents call me, we all have. And I have parents waiting on a call back from me tomorrow night because they're going to put their kids in charter schools unless they hear of a wonderful update and things are going to be much more engaged. Because when they make those calls now, the charter schools, and they're up in Palm Beach County. They're saying that they're going to have 7 o'clock in the morning online class. Their kids will be dressed and wearing their uniform. It's all on time, and it's scheduled, and it's much more
We
engaging.
got to bring it back, Ms. Rupert. I'm sorry.
That's exactly what it says.
Yes.
Campaign charter school.
Our conversation tomorrow is going to be very much on that.
Okay.
Sorry, I just don't want to go too far off of this.
Nope, and I did say that I'd be brief, so drop the mic, I'm out. I look forward to tomorrow.
I'm sorry. It's just, we can just go so far away. And if anything, I guess I'm just trying to be as tight on this one as possible because we do have so many directions it can go, but I appreciate that. If there's not any other questions on this, we will obviously be exploring this in greater detail again tomorrow, but from a contract perspective, all those in favor of EE7, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No, because I think we should increase the number on this contract. Thank you.
So we will now move on to item EE8.
And I'm on the line.
So moved.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Good. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by?
Second, Ms. Brinkworth.
By Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input on EE8, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE8.
Thank you very much. And to Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you. I had a question about this item. There were 3 bids received. 1 was not accepted, which happened to be the second most used one on the previous contract. And I assume a lot of schools may go directly to that vendor to get these types of supplies. I wanted to find out, it says that you would use the process of 3 bids. I wanted to find out how that's going to work because you have many more items not awarded than items that are awarded on this bid.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. This is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. Thank you for calling that out. You're giving me the opportunity to state exactly what I wanted to state on this bid. Indeed, as you can see, Home Depot, or the vendor that was considered non-responsive, has one of the largest spends, as well as it's the most convenient also to use.
Yeah.
We did identify in obtaining responses from this bid that the way this bid was done, it required additional changes to how we were formatting the structure from a percentage, as a catalog bid from a percentage perspective. So in order to not have to reject all bids, because we really didn't have a legal way to reject all bids, meaning that there was no reasons to reject all bids. We had to proceed in bringing the ones that we did receive a response, even though if you look at the spreadsheet, and you could, it's easily stated in page number 3 of 6, where you see 3M, the second vendor did not respond. It says no bid. So what we did was we're awarding this to the existing vendors that were classified as responsive, and we're going to be coming right back with an additional bid to supplement this with all those that did not have a response. And obviously there's a reason why they didn't respond, or the structure of the bid is being reworked on right now as we speak. So in the interim, while we award this bid with those few items, the 3-quote mechanism is what we're using. And I'm also monitoring to ensure that we're not using those vendors at the P card level, because that happens a lot and we can't capture that. So we have some controls to make sure that we use them. But again, I want this to only be interimly, and I say in a very short space interimly, because it defeats the purpose of having the bid if we have to go and do the 3-quote system for these essential items. So we'll come back and hopefully get a supplement to this item, whether it be amended and add additional vendors that are going to respond, or bring those items separately. But to your point, we need to enhance this catalog bid to ensure that we get further responses, especially from those vendors that we've been buying in the last couple of years.
So when do you anticipate that that would be coming back to us?
My anticipation would be within 6 months, because we did this for 3 years, but I need to have, before the year's up, I need to be able to have a solution for this. So with COVID and everything going on, I don't want to say 3 months. I would have normally I would have normally said 3 months, but I'm being much more conservative these days with the limited staff that I have. I would say 6 months.
Okay, and the reason that this happened is because one of the vendors was, bids were rejected? Would a lot of them have been filled had that vendor been accepted?
Not necessarily that one particular vendor, because if you look at the financial analysis worksheet, you do have other vendors.
Yes, I see that, but then, so why was it structured this way if that wasn't the reason?
No, so basically these types of bids, these ITBs, have always been structured these ways, and as we evolve with the needs and we're trying to be more competitive in today's market, the percentage may not be the best, because with catalog bids or with these types of bids, you have a retail price, MSRP price, and then whatever percentages, you should use the highest percentage discount. But that doesn't necessarily yield the most or the cheapest price, because one vendor can have that same widget for a different price versus the other vendor. So just because you have the largest discount doesn't necessarily mean you're getting the best price, which is for us why it's so important.
That's something that I've spoken about quite often.
Yes, you have, and you have been one of those that have continued to push us to change these ITBs, because maybe what made sense back in the day is not necessarily a good or a practice that we want to continue to do so because of the market, the way we see it. So we ask that you give us the opportunity to bring this back in a couple of months, where it's going to include a better structure in how we can source these items, which are essential. But to keep it specific to this is floor machines and supplies and repair parts more related to the cleaning equipment, right? And when we go and talk about Home Depot, we're not necessarily talking about Home Depot going to the store where you and I would go and buy stuff. This is the business account of Home Depot, where we have a furthermore discounts. So that's why it's important that we can better gauge the, how can I say, the technical aspects of the requirements, and we're gonna come back with a better bid so that we can have those responses and be able to say here to you confidently that we are indeed getting the best price.
Okay, so I would just request that in the future, this is all done up front. So all the time is not spent on a bid like this that I think is very far from being a complete bid with all the products. So we don't have to come back and do it again.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree, Ms. Levinson. Point very well taken.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coker. You're muted, Donna.
Sorry, I'm fighting with my mute button. It wouldn't unmute. So I don't have anyone else listed for comments. So with that, all in favor of, sorry, Ms. Rupert.
Sorry. Thank you. Nope, I lied. It's the next one. Go ahead.
Yes,
Sorry.
I have you on the next one.
Sorry.
All those in favor of EE8, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, EE8 passes with one dissenting vote. Before I take EE9, I did want to, there were a couple of public comments that are just concerning to just leave out there without being addressed. Mr. Sullivan, can you address for us whether or not we are in compliance today for our school expulsions special board meeting as well as our regular school board meeting?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. John Sullivan, Director of Legislative Affairs and Task Assigned Chief Portfolio Service Officer. The Department of Legislative Affairs is responsible for the advertisements, and both were advertised on the July 2nd newspaper. So we are indeed complying with Sunshine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. They're also listed on our online at the school board website, browardschools.com, correct?
I know the school board meeting is. I'll have to let Ms. Koch address the other one. I'm not sure if
It
we
is.
normally.
Yep, it's there. So I just wanted that to be publicly stated as well. And then to Ms. Myrick, I just want you to please confirm that you and I spoke and that we are in compliance in the way that we are holding and voting in our publicly noticed board meetings.
Yes, I confirm that and have stated that previously.
Thank you very much. So with that, we are going to now move on to item EE9. If I could have a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. And I have a whole list of colleagues who are going to speak to EE9. But first, Mr. Moquin, is there anyone from the public who's there to speak for EE9?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. We have Mr. Andrew Grubb and Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, who have signed up to speak to item EE9.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All
Yes, we
right.
are.
My name is Andrew Grubb, and I'm going to read you a quote. I am not going to vote to spend more money on items that were not included in the SMART bond until I am sure that we can deliver everything that is in the SMART bond, and I still have a lot of concerns about whether we can deliver everything that is in year 4 and year 5 of this bond. That was a quote from Ms. Levinson that did not age well from the first DEFP meeting on July 26, 2016. Now, page 23 of the 2011 grand jury report reads as follows. The biggest problem is that the board is made up of 9 politicians making decisions on how to spend other people's money. It has been exactly 1,899 days since the general counsel's office entered into an agreement with CBRE Heary for approximately $66 million to manage the Smart Bond program. And without bringing in an exact number, we have completed less than 15 projects, and we are over the 5-year mark. Let's try and hold our new project manager accountable if approved today. Now, don't forget, I am on a mission to ensure that 6 of you will not have the plausible deniability that you want when the grand jury report is released. Thank you.
Juan, do we have Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh joining us?
Yeah, she's coming right now.
Okay, I didn't see anyone cleaning the thing off.
Wait, we have 1 minute and 34 seconds now?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I guess I'm good to go. Yeah. Hi, Natalie Lynch Walsh. Sorry I'm in heels and I can only skate in here so quickly in between speakers. Okay, so there's a lot to talk about on EE9. So I'll start with the good news. The good news is that unlike the 2015 RFP that got you Heary, when we wrote this one, the RFQ for the program manager owners representatives, we built in a lot of safeguards that were not in the first one. So staff actually did what we want them to do, which is continuous improvement and protect the district and taxpayers. So, and why does that matter? That matters because in order to pay ACOM $64 million over the next 3 years, you're going to have to pull $47 million out of unallocated reserves. Well, even I couldn't have predicted the number would have been that high, and I nearly fell out of my chair. So how did that happen? If you look at the staffing plans over the past 5 or 6 years, you'll see that the staff augmentation is what's causing this. Yes, staff will tell you it's because the bond's taking longer, but remember, it was never supposed to be done in 5 years, but it's coming from too many bodies, too many hours, and probably both. And where was it happening? If you look at the staffing plan, procurement for 2018-19 did an org chart that lets us know that economic diversity, which used to be, well, it's changed names, MWBE, had 1 sub on that org chart and 6 employees for a total of 7. The ACOM staffing plan has 6 subs, all from Bach Real Estate. Not sure how many employees they have now, but it doesn't make any sense to go from 1 to 6 when you have an entire department. When I started volunteering years ago, there were maybe 3 people in MWBE, and now I don't know how many people you have dedicated to that. Procurement, again, you're going from 5 to 8 subs. Communications, we don't really have an issue with Garth Solutions, but maybe if you think you're spending too much money on communications, you can pull it out of the PIO budget. I definitely would not have a problem with that. One of your questions you need to ask is why wasn't the excess overhead that Atkins should have been calculating annually pulled out of reserves each year? Because in theory, they should have been calculating that every year to see how much needed to come out of reserves instead of you taking the hit for it now. And I'll be back for the budget discussion later. If you look at the agreement with ACOM, 45% of the amounts paid to ACOM are going to be dedicated to MWBE. I don't know how that's reasonable, but that's one of the things that's going to hurt you in the coming years. Thank you.
Juan or Dr. Neesmith, do we have anyone else that has joined us for public speaking?
Madam Chair, that concludes the speakers for EE9.
Thank you. And Mr. Moquin, just to confirm, no written comments for EE9?
Madam Chair, we received no public comments for item EE9.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to start with Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to, I had a conversation yesterday and I told staff that I'd be reiterating the same comments today. And I just want to understand about the augmented staff to ensure that all staff members in departments where Broward County Public Schools has identified a need, and that's where we're putting them, where our staff has identified a need. We're not just putting people in places where a need has not been identified, and that Broward County Public Schools staff has oversight of the roles and responsibilities and productivity of these staff, because I think it's very important that we as a district have some controls over where people are placed as part of the augmentation, because it's my understanding that the reasoning for the augmentation is because we have an ebb and flow of this program, and as you know, the need for additional staff in certain areas increases, we as a district aren't hiring those, we're not encumbering those expenses to the district. We're utilizing an opportunity through this contract to have those fluctuate into the areas where they are needed. And so I just want to make sure that this staff augmentation plan is very clearly outlined so that Broward Schools district staff and the superintendent direct where those resources are put, and Broward Schools district staff and the superintendent direct the roles and responsibilities of those individuals and the performance evaluation of those individuals, so that we ensure that we are getting the maximum productivity for the dollars that we are spending. So if staff could address that, I would appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Frank Girardi, Executive Director of Capital Program. I'll start off with explaining the staff augmentation, and then I know we've got 2 of the departments and actually a 3rd one on the call to go ahead and explain what's going on in their department. So we do have a staff augmentation. This morning I sent out to all the board members a detailed chart where for the HERE's 5 years, it lists every employee, the amount they were paid over those 5 years, and totals. There's also on the chart with no names, because until this item's approved, we haven't sat down with AECOM to go ahead and determine that, but it's all existing staff, and there is 1 extra staff being added. But to get back to your question, Ms. Brinkworth, is yes, the staff that has been hired to augment has been requested by the district to help in some departments. One of them is procurement, PWC, and I'm sure Mary Coker or Shari Francis will talk to that. It's also part to help the EDDC, which was the SDOP and MWBE prior to that. And everyone that has been hired to augment staff works under a school board employee, director, assistant director. So yes, there are things in place to make sure that they're working, they're doing their job, and they're assisting the staff in getting the work done, because in some areas, we don't have enough staff. And instead of hiring staff to only lay them off after this SMART program's over, we're augmenting it. So I don't know if Mary or Shari want to talk about the procurement side right now.
I am available to speak. I don't know if Mr. Woods is on the phone and he would like to have any opening remarks prior to my speaking. If not, I can for sure go in and speak on behalf of the augmented staff pertaining to procurement and warehousing services.
Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity. The only opening remarks that I will say is that we've actually been fortunate to be in a position where we can partner and leverage HERE in utilizing staff augmentation. A big push for this relationship started right after the GOB on the procurement side of the house. And then we also did an additional push when we launched the SMWBE, which is currently EDDC, when we officially launched that in July 2017. I will come back and add some commentary as needed, but I will tell you that we've actually been fortunate to leverage the augmentation of HERE as we've had these waves of work come through both the procurement side of the house related to the GOB, QSEC, hard bids, et cetera, and then the wave of work that came to us when we officially created Policy 3330 and launched that new department in July 2017. So I'll pause there. I'll throw it back to Mary and or Shari. I believe Robert's on the phone as well to talk a little bit about EDDC, but those are my introductory statements.
And this is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. I don't want to allude too much into, and I certainly can if I need to. I know there were some walkarounds where we had opportunities to explain some of these positions. There's positions where it just says procurement. Not all the individuals in procurement, and we have a total in my department of 8 staff. And actually, we used to have more than 8 staff. If you look at that list that Mr. Girardi sent, at one given point, I think you might see approximately 15 people came and gone. We actually hired 2 of the HERE staff that were HERE, and now they're full-time Broward School employees. They're purchasing agent 3s, and they're currently handling the Smart Bond construction project. So we were able to identify that they had great experience. They worked well with HERE, and we hired them. So there's currently 8 under procurement and warehousing, and they provide different services or different supplements to our existing purchasing agents. And that includes, obviously, we run all of QSEC for the RFQs. We manage the entire process from cradle to grave, as well as the pre-qualification of firms that are needed in order to be able to respond to bids. We work in conjunction with EDDC on that, where they do the outreach aspect for certification, and we do the aspect of reaching out to those more specific, as we've been talking about in the last couple of years, tailoring these needs based on the pipeline, whether it be the need of, elevator or roofers, et cetera. We have to work to get those pre-qualified, and we do the QSEC. And when I say we, I mean procurement and warehousing services. We also do all of the advertisement, even though the JJ items come to the board as JJ items. They're done by my staff. They're done by procurement and warehousing. The solicitation is advertised and opening of bids, visiting the sites with the vendors, bid conferences, negotiations. You know, it's a gamma of things that we have this augmented staff to help support our existing staff. I can tell you that with the amount of staff that we have and the amount of workload that is in the pipeline today with moving forward with constructions, you might have noticed the increase of JJ items that you're receiving. Well, that's a product of the increased volume that we have in my department. And I can even say that we are definitely understaffed in this area. So I can speak to my portion as to the need of having and keeping these 8 individuals or these 8 vacancies so that I can continue to move in and provide all of the bids that we have to do a full force to ensure that these go out the door quickly, we can get the vendors to respond, and we could get moving on construction. As noted, you know, we have 5 completed schools. So now we have our turbo on, and we have to ensure that we have the staff to sustain that level of work in the procurement and warehousing services department.
This is Robert Ballou from Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. I'll echo Mary's comments. The MWB inclusion team that's funded by this are construction experts. They come from the construction industry and work directly in our Rock Island office with our construction team to facilitate the inclusion of diversity here. The district is achieving our goals in our diversity efforts. We're at our 30% goal in inclusion in the SMART projects. And again, just a point of clarification, AECOM has a 45% MWB inclusion goal. They're not spending 45% on EDDC compliance, just to point that out. So they have a list of suppliers that they are partnered with, local suppliers that they are using agents from those organizations in order to achieve their goals. But that's a 45% inclusion goal that doesn't add to the cost of the overall program. So just a point of clarification.
And this is Shari Francis, Manager for Construction Sourcing. Mary, if you don't mind, then through the chair, I just wanted to add one little point to let you know, through this entire time, the shutdown when the school district wasn't working, our construction sourcing team has been working the entire time, putting out bids, going to site visits, doing the pre-bid conferences. The entire time, there has not been a single individual that has had a break in my team. So I do want to thank them for their hard work and let you know that we really are getting our ROI on our investment when it comes to, at least I can speak to procurement. So thank you.
Thank you. I didn't know if Mr. Woods wanted to wrap that up or if there was any other staff member that wanted to speak to it.
No, I think that's a good introduction. I'm sure there'll be some Q&A along the way, but I think that lays the groundwork of why we believe that it's a value add to have this relationship and be able to leverage the staff augmentation team and their subject matter expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to and appreciate all the staff responses, and I especially want to say to Shari and her group, thank you for your efforts during this time, because it's really important that if that's an aspect that we can keep moving forward during this time, and it helps not only our district achieve their goals, but our community have work, it's very, very, very important. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I just want to get, triple check, extra confirmation that we do not have expenditures that go unchecked through the staff augmentation, that we ensure that Broward County Public Schools has ultimate oversight and control of where the people work And, when they are no longer needed in that department, they get shifted, the resources get shifted. Maybe if their expertise is no longer needed, somebody else comes on board in another department, but that we, at the end of the day, have ultimate control, meaning those on staff have ultimate control and are overseeing those expenditures so that the board and the superintendent feels confident that those resources are absolutely 100% needed in all of those areas.
So
Just
I'll
to-
jump in. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Good, Mr. Would you answer?
So just quickly, what I will say is, yes, we do. We have control over those resources. We have a tendency of utilizing them based on need. And there has been instances where there's not been, the fit hasn't been appropriate, or we were not getting the value out of specific resources. And we've gone back and said, hey, we need another skill set, or we need to make a change here. So I applaud the management team for ensuring that we are getting that ROI and utilizing these resources to the best of what our needs are as a district.
And
Thank
just
you.
to add, just to add to that real quick. Yes, that is all happening. And even on the capital program side, we're the ones that review the invoices and all of the timesheets to make sure it all matches up with the people that are here in the program.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I guess the one thing that I just want to make sure that's reiterated through this conversation is that, we have the need for people to get the work done. And if we were to hire them as Broward County School Board employees, that's a significant burden onto our organization that isn't necessary for a temporary project. And so I just want to make sure, again, confirming that we have those controls, confirming that we have ultimate oversight, and knowing that we're utilizing those to the best of the ability to get the projects done, using the taxpayer dollars as wisely as possible. So thank you for the answers to those questions.
I was going to say, just to add one final note on that, the people that are the staff augmentation, they work like they're school board employees. They're really working hard, and you heard the comments made. And there's people that are as part of the staff augmentation that board members and even the superintendent didn't realize that they didn't work for us, that they were staff augmentation, that's how hard they're working for us. So we have a really good group, and we're getting every dollar we spend out of them.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, and to staff for that overview, as well as just to acknowledge, I know as Brinkworth did, for all of our staff that has been working very hard during this COVID pandemic to make sure that our construction projects are making great headway as we go through this at our schools. So our next is, I have Ms. Aladef.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the procurement method, my question is 63 vendors were notified, but only 3 filled out the qualification statement, or were only 3 asked to fill out the qualification statement out of the 63 vendors?
Good afternoon. This is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing. I have the answer, but I'm gonna defer to Shari, which she has been managing the whole process. And I wanna thank you publicly, Shari, for taking ownership of this and working alongside the different stakeholders. You've done an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. The answer is only 3 chose to respond.
Okay, interesting. Okay, and how exactly are the performance-based fees going to work?
For that, I'm actually going to turn that question over to Frank. Mr. Girardi, if you can jump on here.
Okay. Yes, and I had a note somewhere, so I figured that was going to come up. But the way it is right now, AECOM has agreed to a multiplier on the labor costs of 2.24. We have a rubric, and we also have a method of evaluating them. It's going to be on a quarterly basis, but once a year at the end of the first year, second year, et cetera, it'll be a complete evaluation, and there will be a grading scale. And the grading scale is if they stay above 85% effective rate, that there will be no penalty. If they drop below that 85% down to 75%, we have the right to remove 0.01 off of their multiplier, which is an equivalent to probably somewhere around $100,000. In that range, it's up to the school board to decide, or it's up to staff to decide, because if they're at an 8.4, we can still take something. But once they fall below what you would call average of 75%, it's an automatic, no questions, that point is removed. And that's after the first year. Come the second year, it's the same process. Quarterly evaluations at the end of the year, they'll be evaluated. If they are in that 85% range, nothing else will be deducted. If they fall, another maximum of 0.01 can be deducted. But in the second year, they have the chance to get that other point back. If they achieve a 95% rating or above, we give them that 1.01 point back. So the lowest they can be is 2.22 on their multiplier, but the maximum is the contract amount, 2.24. So if they drop down at 2.23, they could get the opportunity to gain back that 0.01. So that's how it works. So they could lose up to $200,000 in their fee if they don't perform.
Okay, so I was looking and trying to see where this was in the agreement, and I didn't see anywhere where the performance-based fees were in the agreement.
If it's not spelled out, I don't think it's spelled out exactly in the agreement, but there is an attachment letter, attachment A, that's part of the contract. It's past the signature page.
What document is that?
It's the agreement.
Okay.
It's the actual agreement. That it's spelled out in detail on the AECOM letter where they reference that we've met, we've agreed. It shows their total cost, and it spells out the performance multiplier deductions stated on the 2-year will not exceed 0.01. So it's really spelled out there with the automatic deduction where they have to meet the schedule performance index. So the schedule is one of the main aspects of the performance base.
I'm sorry, what page is that on?
It's page 19 of 29 if you're looking at it online, Ms. Holliday.
Thank you.
Right, 19 of 29. It shows the multiplier. It gives a breakdown of the contract itself, and this is an attachment to the contract.
Okay.
And it's spelled out right there.
Okay, I just wanted to
Actually,
make sure.
that's what I was looking for to read from, so now I know where it is.
Okay, great. No, I just wanted to make sure we had that in the contract. So yeah, this is a tremendous amount of money impacting the district. I expect AECOM Technical Services to execute, deliver projects on time and in budget, and they must be held accountable by the superintendent and staff to deliver the SMART projects in the newest projected cost in the most efficient and productive manner possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you. My main concern on this is the amount. The 47 million, without a doubt, was a jolt for me to have that. And I'm looking at the staff augmentation list that was sent this morning. And I do have questions about this. I listened to the explanation about the MWBE and about establishing our department in 2017. So I'm a little confused. I would understand more augmentation prior to 2017, but we've actually had much more augmentation since beefing up our MWBE department internally and spending this amount of money in year 4 and 5. In fact, most of the money out of the $2 million is in year 4 and 5. So could someone explain to me why we have beefed up our department so much? And my understanding was that we were doing that internally so that we could make sure that we were meeting our MWBE goals, which as a board, we were all very supportive of. But to then find there's $2 million more dollars, I need that explained to me and why.
This is Robert.
Robert will handle that. Thanks.
Yeah, this is Robert Blue, Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. I will handle it from keep in mind, I'm relatively new. I started in December before this happened, but I'll give you the history. The history of, if you look at our MWB efforts, 85% of our spend comes from construction, comes from this MWBE conclusion team working with capital to make sure that there's inclusion on our SMART projects. And that's why you see our SMART projects at a 30% diversity spend. What we talked about earlier this year, what the board could look for with the team that we have in place that works out of the TSAC building, our diversity spend doesn't look like that when you look at non-construction projects. Our diversity spend is in the low teens outside of construction and capital. So
Yes.
the staff
I understand that.
So the staff that we have internally is working on diversifying our non-SMART, non-construction spend, and we are relatively new in that project. We're about a year and a half old as a team.
Okay, so Mr. Ballou, thank you for that response. But my understanding was that when we beefed up our MWBE department, it was not for commodity and construction was saved for another group to do. That was not my understanding of what we were doing. We were beefing up that department for MWBE participation across the board. So I am very uncomfortable with 5 more people at $2 million worth of spending over the 5 years to handle the construction aspect of it.
So let me add a little context.
And you've beefed it up to more than that on the new contract to $2.8 million.
So let me add a little context to the conversation. Thank you for the question, Board Member Levinson. So, you know, as we go back and we reflect on how we built out this department, we did officially launch it in 2017, as Mr. Ballou referenced. And in the early years, we spent a significant amount of effort focusing specifically on 2 things. One, we were building the capabilities. It was a new department, so we were onboarding staff. I think if you remember, it took us about a year to even find the director for that team. So in the first year and a half of 2017, which is year 3 on the chart that you're looking, we spent a significant amount of time building capabilities. So that was staffing. We were putting in a new central bidders registration. We were building processes. So in the early years, our focus was on building capacity, 1, and 2, it was specifically on the construction side of the house because it was really associated with the bond work. As we matured, to Mr. Ballou's point, we recognized the fact that there were other commodities outside of construction that we needed to.
We knew that from the reports that we spent money on. We knew that from when we contracted, from how many years ago?
Right. We knew that from years ago.
Okay, so it wasn't something we just discovered.
No, I'm not saying it's something that we just discovered, but we recognize, and we've had workshops where the board has challenged us, hey, we need you to push outside of construction and make sure that you're addressing all the other commodities.
And that's why we enhanced the MWBE department within Broward County Public Schools to do that.
That's correct.
Do all of it, not to delineate between the two.
Yeah, that's correct.
This is the first conversation I've ever had about delineating between the two. This is now adding 5 more people.
So the point that I'm trying to make is that we've evolved and we've grown over time, right? We recognize that when we launched that we could not do all the work across all the commodities. We had a very narrow focus on construction, and that's why we started in that particular commodity. We had the general obligation bond, we had the community coming to us saying, hey, we want to be part of this. In the disparity study itself, it did touch on all the commodities, but it spoke specifically about our history as it relates to construction spending. So I'm pleased with the progress that we've made over the 3 or 4 years that we've been in place. And I'm also pleased to acknowledge now that with the staff augmentation and with our focus on other commodities, we've started to move the needle on some of those commodities that the board has challenged us on in the last couple of years. So I think we've worked to address some of the concerns that you all have brought to us after we started the MWBE program and as we've matured our processes.
So you're telling me that 5 additional people are out there working on getting MWBE construction vendors.
So I'll let Mr. Ballou tell you what the 5 people are doing. I'll defer that to him.
Yes, and they're not new people. They've been there. This is the MWB inclusion team that specifically works on capital projects.
Right,
So
but the first 2 years, it was minor amounts. The first 3 years, it was minor amounts of money. Year 4 and 5, it's major amounts of money.
Yeah. So the first 2 years, the department didn't exist. It didn't exist until 2017.
Guys, sorry about that. It's a board meeting day, and I always think I'm going to get a break.
Okay.
I don't.
So, Mr. Moquin,
Right,
can you
hello,
please
hi,
mute
Dwayne,
everybody?
Lovely to meet you.
Mr. Moquin,
Yes.
can you please mute everybody for me?
You too. Hold on one
I think
second.
someone accidentally came off mute. Thank you. Now, if you can individually unmute yourself to speak, thank you.
Yeah, so looking at that chart, the first year was 2017. So there was none in year 1 because the MWB inclusion team didn't start technically until year 2. So on that agreement.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Ms. Levinson.
Year 4 and 5 are very large numbers. What are those people doing?
Number 4 and 5, that's what the team is doing. The specific work that they're doing is every single construction engagement, every single bid opening, every single walkthrough at schools. We have someone from the team working with our suppliers to identify opportunities to make sure that the prime supplier knows how to contract with a local minority supplier. That's why we have such a high level of engagement on construction. So in all areas from cradle to contract in an agreement, there's individuals from the MWBE team. So there's a project lead that works on the team that manages directly with Atkins and making sure that we're tied into the performance measurements of the contract. We have a diversity inclusion specialist specifically identifying opportunities for diverse suppliers in construction and developing training and opportunity needs and coordinating to get them that training so that we can have suppliers in the future. They do continuous process improvement and project gaps in especially, again, these are very technical, construction related specific tasks and abilities. These are the people that when you say, how did Broward County get the spend they got in construction? It's these people that you're looking at on this list. So that's what they have done.
Okay, I am going to disagree with it that it's just those people. Procurement has been involved from the beginning with working with MWBE to enhance that as well. So it's not just these people. I'm not going to belabor this point. I don't see the reason for 5 people at this amount of money to be $2.8 million in the new contract. So I'm going to move on to, and it's not that I don't support. I have supported from the beginning. I think, Mr. Ballou, you're doing a very good job since you have come on with us. And I am glad that we are meeting our metrics. We do not need so many people to do this. Okay, as far as procurement goes, I had a couple of questions on procurement. There were a couple of people on here where I see salaries. One that's around the $160,000 level. We pay procurement agents that amount?
I believe the rates that you're looking at are the loaded rates.
Correct.
That include the multiplier.
That includes the multiplier. That's not what the subcontractor pays the actual employee. So
if you look at the
this is
end
what
of
we
the
paid to
chart,
Heary.
if you look at the end of the chart, the last.
So it's including the 2.25?
Yes.
Yes.
Or 2.26, whatever the number is.
Yes, and one of the other points I want to make is our procurement agents and in terms of our support, they're actually some of the lowest paid on this entire contract as subs, and the technical specialty that's required that goes into this is quite intense in terms of the regulations and the SREF and everything that we need to do in order to ensure that we're following the compliance guidelines of the state, and our own school board and everything that we do. But if you evaluate the pay, the raw rates I'm talking about versus the rest of the agreement, we're actually quite reasonable in terms of what we're getting.
No, I understand that. I didn't realize that it was the multiplier, so I appreciate that. Then my comment would be, we should be hiring internally and supplementing Ms. Coker's staff, because if that's what we're paying people with a multiplier, it makes no sense. We should be bringing them in-house. Our benefits cost a fraction of that. So why are we doing that?
Well, I will say from a support side for construction.
You know what? I'm going to need Mr. Runcie to answer that, because to me, that's an integral part of this contract. Now that I'm understanding exactly what that page means, we are overpaying now we did to Heary, and we now will be to AECOM for something that we could have hired more people in Ms. Coker's department, and that's the way it should be handled moving forward. So, Mr. Runcie?
Yeah, so I would concur with that. We start these things out with the idea that the staffing would be temporary, right? And so that's one reason why we have these augmentation. But in those areas that we've learned where we may want to continue to have those resources on a more permanent basis, I'm certainly willing to come back to this board with a proposal within a couple of months or earlier than that to modify this, to think about how we could transition that and do that maybe before the end of the calendar year, be able to put some of those resources in-house. So we'll work on that and get a recommendation to the board and do an analysis on what the cost savings would be over the length of this contract period, so that the board can make a financial impact position that should be a positive one for us. Hopefully we'll be able to find the resources to be able to do that. So I think what I would suggest then is, if you want, and I'm not sure how we would do this, but I would maybe modify the numbers in this contract to cover the first year. And we'll try to obviously close that gap by hiring as many people as we can, because, by the time we create the actual positions, we got to have multiple readings in front of the board, then we got to post hire. We end up taking some months to do that, but we can put a process in place in short order to identify where it makes sense for us to insource, if you will, some of those positions, maybe not all, but some of them, and do it in a smart way. So thank you for bringing that up.
And I could add to that also is with moving forward, this is not a set contract. This is a maximum where if it's approved as it is today, and we decide to hire these positions permanently through the school district, the money would just not be spent. That money would come back or go into a contingency. So this is not set in stone money being spent. It's a cost plus. It's a cost times the multiplier is what
Right,
we.
I understand that, but I don't even want that possibility.
I understand.
So I appreciate what you said, Mr. Runcie, and that we will look at that and, you know, I will make that motion. What was that?
So I'll work with Frank and Mary and our procurement people and Mr. Woods to put something together that we can bring in front of the board. Again, doing some financial analysis and some timelines about when we could bring some of these people on board.
Okay, because I think even in Ms. Coker's department, there are positions that haven't been filled. So when we look at the whole picture that way.
I definitely agree with you on that. And as you know, given the economic climate we've put basically a freeze on positions. So we're reluctant to bring anything to the board unless it's absolutely critical. But in a situation where we can actually save some dollars, we will definitely bring that back to the board.
Okay, and so I'll make a motion, Ms. Korn, later after everyone has spoken, if you could come back to me for that. And then I just like, so these are the only areas, Mr. Girardi, you have no staff augmentation in facilities?
I only have one person, and that is a project accountant support. We have one person handling all of the invoicing. Most of it now is through eBuilder, but we still have a lot of paper coming through here with NTPs. So that is staff augmentation to help that person. And it's on the hearing one, it's.
So you're telling me this is a complete list of the staff augmentation?
Correct.
And but it can't be a complete list. This list is only how much? $4 million, $9 million?
Right, and 9 million for AECOM is, the two added up come about to 18.9 million. And in the risk assessment, it was noted 19 million.
Okay, I think also if we could look at, you have the project accounting support here as well. That's also one.
I would love to hire that directly.
Project accounting support, again, you're paying in the mid 100s. So again, that's something I think we should look at as well, that we're not paying the multiplier on.
I agree. I would love that.
And you know, for that matter, I really would like Bach. I would like all of it looked at. We're paying multipliers here that do not make sense for these types of things, for this augmentation.
Well, if you look at year 5, the total for year 5 was 2.9 million. And when you look at the actual salaries without the multiplier, it's just under $1 million.
Exactly.
So you're paying 2.5 times.
Yes.
So.
That's the point. Okay,
which by the way is as crazy as it sounds, is on the average to medium end of how the consulting market works. I mean, it just is. I know you know that, right? You take their rates and they take what it costs for an employee and they multiply it by 2 to 3 times. Sometimes it's higher. But that's why you evaluate and make the case that you just did.
Correct.
If it's a long-term scenario that will continue for quite some time, then it makes sense to reevaluate that decision. So we will do that, and we'll look at as many of these opportunities as possible, bring it back to this school board for consideration, along with an analysis of the cost savings and a pathway for us to get these resources on board. I think that's a prudent recommendation, and thank you for making that, because, we try to take our commitments seriously. And when we say we're not going to really bring any positions that aren't critical to the board, we try to do that. But in this case, if we can save money, I'm hearing that we should bring those forward, and we'll continue to apply that going forward.
I have a question. This is Mary Coker, and I'm a little frustrated with listening to this conversation, and I'm sorry if I say something that I shouldn't, but how is staff augmentation considered for procurement staff augmentation when you've got staff that's also being augmented in the construction or the facilities department, which includes admin, document control, PMs? There's a lot of people that are going to work for the project manager that are also considered staff augmentation to do the program manager work, as our team does in support of the district. So how is that not considered staff augmentation?
That's part of the program managers. If you look at all program managers that do this work, they have document controls, they have communications, they have all of that as part of their staff.
As well as staff augmentation to issue solicitations and do all of that, because there's other program managers.
Well, let me just say, so Mary, what we're talking about here, to your point, there's a difference, right? So one is the package of services that come with the program manager is one, but what we found, especially when we started out this work, was we didn't have enough resources internally to execute some of our own processes, right? So we then began to utilize people as consultants, which is staff augmentation to some of our traditional functions. That's very different than a program manager whose job is to run and execute these projects. And what we're saying here, in those cases where we've had to go get additional consultants to basically augment our own internal processes, that we're going to take a look at that and see if we can bring some of those resources in-house, because we anticipate that we're going to continue to do these functions for an extended period of time.
Okay, and then I would also, though, when we do the hiring, make it clear that it is an annual job, and it's for while the bond is going on. I don't want to hire people that we think we're gonna keep forever. This has to be done in a very strategic way. These jobs are renewed annually, or how do these work?
Well, every position in the district works that way. They're annual jobs, right? So if we come back at some point in the future, a few years down the road, as we do every year with organizational changes and adjustment, we'll take it up at that time.
Right. I just want to make it clear, because we run into problems at that end of it. So I want to make it clear that this is for the duration of the bond. This work that we need to augment.
Yes, I think we can provide some clarification there. I also will tell you that, and this is common sense, right? The more you put that on a job, it increased risk associated with that job for anyone, and it may impact the number and quality of folks that you get for it. Now, we're in a different age where most people don't work for long, 3-4 decades in an organization. There's not as much of that. So people have like different type of expectations. And then given where we know that the job market is and what's impacting the economy, we'll probably get some good interest in it. But so we'll try to balance that out. Obviously, we can't tell someone, hey, you're just going to be hired for a year. But it's got to be some reasonable amount of time that folks can make a commitment with us. And I think we will have that.
Right. Okay. All right. And my last question is, on the previous contract with Heery, there were quite a few high-level directors on that. Is that the same thing with the ACOM deal? Because I thought it was a little top-heavy with the work being done by others.
I wouldn't call it top-heavy. Actually, with Heery, I felt they needed one more staff, one more director of construction.
That's not what I'm speaking about, Frank. I'm talking about the people that were being paid in another state.
Oh.
Yeah, so we had that problem. We addressed that quite some time ago. And I think your question is, okay, are we replicating that here? Not to my knowledge, but Frank, you could speak on that.
Yeah,
without mentioning
I'll
names.
clarify that a little bit. Yeah.
I want to make sure you're not hiring that same level now,
No.
that amount.
No, there's nobody that's going to be sitting in a remote office somewhere else. There's going to be quarterbacking somebody that's here remotely. We don't need that. We want the folks that are here to be the folks that we're working with, to have full decision-making authority and to be accountable. There were some issues that occurred early on that were raised, and we asked for some changes in the project at Harry, and those changes resulted in that type of bifurcation of management decisions, which we subsequently pressed onto Harry that was not acceptable, and we had that changed. We're not obviously going to bring that into this situation. We've seen that before, and we're not going to play that movie again.
Right,
So
Mr.
what
Runcie
is
exactly
in the
right.
new contract for that level of management?
Excuse me, what was the question?
What is in the new contract for that level of management?
That would be the executive in charge with AECOM, who their office is about 10 minutes from here on Commercial Boulevard. Their director that is going to run the program, she's going to be local. She's going to be housed here at Rock Island. The other items that were in Atlanta were their design review people, which they're local here now. We've got local architects between two different architects that are handling that locally. Unfortunately, our design is coming to an end, hopefully in the next year, but they're here. So there's very little that's out of state, if any.
Okay, but do you still have the same amount of people, even if they're in state at that level?
No. No, and anything in Atlanta was part-time. It was when they would receive drawings to review, they review them, and then when they're done, they're off our clock and doing something different. But now those people are local.
But you don't have the same number of them. That's my question.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Korn. If you could come back to me after my colleagues have spoken. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just great dialogue, totally in agreement with what's just been discussed by Ms. Levinson and Mr. Runcie and Frank. So I'm just very pleased that we're going to take a second look at all that. Just a very quick, so much has already been discussed that I had on my list was, and you may have mentioned the opportunity for, I know accountability is a word that we all constantly say. I know Mr. Girardi thinks the same way. So there are going to be some type of quarterly reviews, correct?
Correct.
How does that function again, real quick?
Well, we have our quarterly review that we do here, and then there's RSM that does their quarterly review. So we have outside and we also have internal. I look at it as our review is how's project management doing, where RSM is, are they giving us what we're supposed to get? They're looking at the functionality and if we're receiving what we're supposed to get per the contract. So they're auditing kind of. We are overseeing project management, and I'll just go with that.
Thanks. And really,
yeah. So basically the things that we've had in place, which the board's seen those reports, and I think you've seen them to be very fair and objective in what's been provided. There's no reason for us to change that, and we're going to keep those things in place, independent from the program manager.
And really, the evaluation is going to now depend on what their multiplier is. So the evaluation has a bigger part now that we have penalties.
Okay, perfect. And the issue, again, of staffing was already discussed. And when this whole thing was negotiated, the individuals involved in the negotiating, again, were...
I'll make a crack at it, but I know Shari was the kind of led it, but we had Oscar Soto, who is an outside cadre of ours. He led the negotiations. So the internal team did not lead negotiations. We had a negotiator. And then we had procurement involved. The negotiator is an attorney, so we had legal involved.
Okay.
Facilities was involved. Shari, if I forgot anyone, go ahead and fill them in.
We had capital as well.
Yes.
So We had money, we had the user department, we had procurement compliance, and our outside legal cadre counsel that assisted and led the negotiations.
It was an excellent team we had.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it. And then my last point is the issue of contingencies and how.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize for interrupting you. One more important person or department that was involved was EDDC.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
We had everything covered.
Yes, they were there at the table as well.
All the important players.
Yes.
Thank you to the team. It's really important that people understand how that all functioned. And then the last point again, Mr. Girardi, was the issue of contingencies and how we may be able to use some of those funds for help cover some of the costs.
Contingencies in the AECOM contract or contingencies in the program? The contingencies in the AECOM contract is just like in the CMARS. It's a contingency if needed.
Okay.
If for some reason something was to happen, well, I'm not going to say the H word, but if something happened and we needed additional staff to help get us out of that and get schools reopened, we can use that contingency possibly. Okay. So it's just something there, but it's got to be approved by the district. They just cannot use it.
Okay. Okay, perfect. No, again, thank you for the hard work, and I guess I'll look forward to seeing Mr. Runcie's review and yours of the costs regarding the staffing. I think it's an important part of what we're trying to do here, so thank you. I think you're on mute, Ms. Korn.
Yeah, I know. There's a long delay today for whatever reason, so I apologize for that. Okay, so I'm going to go to my next colleague, and that will be Ms. Rupert.
Thank you for my colleagues that went before me, and you asked an awful lot of my questions, so I do appreciate that. A lot of them that had to do with augmented staff, and I apologize if somebody already asked this to Ms. Coker. In her procurement department, has she received any procurement augmented staff?
Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing. I'm sorry. The question is if I've received
any procurement augmented staff from
this contract?
From the current contract with Heery.
Yes, I have 8 individuals that are employed by Heery, and they're in my department. Yes, and they provide all the different functions I mentioned early on in the conversation.
Good. Okay, great. And okay, sorry, let me go to my next one. Okay, that was answered.
If I could just kind of clear that up. I know we say Heery, but it wasn't, most of them were not hired by Heery. It was just part of the team. So we just wanted to clear that up. So they don't work directly for Heery. They may work for one of the other team members.
They're subcontracted by Heery.
Yes.
And I don't know.
Heery.
I mean, we pay Heery, right?
Yes.
And then Heery pays the subs.
Yes.
So for me, they work for Heery, and then Heery pays whatever sub they pay.
Okay.
So for me, they work for Heery.
Yes, that was my question. And also on page 3 of 29, I know, and I'm sure that this section 2.05 services, I'm sure that it didn't mean to be exhaustive, but I would like to have somewhere in this aspect the bond oversight committee, the audit committee, and the facilities task force. It could very well go under community meetings, but I've been at this dance for 10 years now, and I realize if you don't write stuff down, it doesn't happen. So I would like to be able to add this to section 2.05, either a subsect of B, community meetings, or an additional letters for there also to be bond oversight committee, audit committee, and facilities task force. And for my colleagues, you guys probably already figured it out. Examples of types of meetings with vendor may be requested to attend. And like I said, I'm sure it didn't mean to be an exhaustive list or a prescribed list, but these are 3 major committees that we have for oversight. And I would definitely want to have our new program manager a part of them, just like Hury has been a part for us of these committees. And that is, I think that is, oh yeah, one more question, sorry. It's very hard to understand these, the multipliers. So program leadership, the director, is it correct that it's 484,550 for year 2021?
Okay, which one are you looking at? ACOM or
Program
Hury?
leadership, director.
Oh, are you looking at the contract with the, hold on. Let me
I'm
get to
looking
that.
at the price proposal for ACOM's contract.
Frank, page 21 of 29.
Thank
Yeah, I'm
you.
looking.
Yes.
Yeah, you've got the director, you've got the deputy director for design, which is
Oh,
part-time.
sorry.
That's
Luna
all right.
has an idea of what she wants to hear next, so sorry. Luna.
Those numbers, and I'm going to check.
Okay.
That's with the multiplier.
Okay, this is what I see, so I'll read it. So it says director, and then it has billing rate, et cetera, and then you go across to the 21st, year 2022, year 2023, and it goes from 484.5 to 491 to 491. The deputy directors 196, then it goes down 119.79. The deputy director construction is 436, 442, and 442.
Right, so the first one of 484, the
Mhm.
actual salary is 216.
Okay, so what exactly is this number?
This includes the 2.24 multiplier.
Multiplier.
Right. It's just like in the staff augmentation, those numbers, you have to divide by 2.25 to see what the salary is. So you take that 484,550 and divide by the 2.24, it comes out to 216,316. So just around 216,000 a year for the person running the program.
Wow. And then the deputy director would be, less. And then the one at 436, that is still a pretty piece of change you can earn quickly here.
The deputy director of design is only part-time because the design is finishing up. That's why it goes down every year.
Gotcha.
So, but the deputy director of construction is going to be a very important part of this whole package.
Goes up. I see. Okay, well, I look forward to seeing the reduction in whatever Mr. Runcie will bring forward as a reasonable figure, and I look forward to that conversation, Mr. Runcie. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
You're on mute, Mrs. Bartleman.
Now
we can hear you. Yep, you're there now. Yep.
Okay, guys, sorry. Okay, so I need to go back to some of the questions that Ms. Levinson had, because I have some serious concerns about being $47 million over and having to take that from capital reserves. So my question first is, how many in-house employees do we have right now on the EDDC team?
This is Robert Ballou, Officer of Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. I'm answering this question. There's 6. I don't know where the question is going, but there's 6.
There's 6 in-house hired our employees.
Well, with me, there's 7. The total team, because I call it a whole team, the total team is 11 when you add in our in-house and the consultants from the MWB HERE team. So
Okay,
there's 11 in total.
So you have 7 that we currently hire in-house though, correct?
Yes.
And then Bach has an additional 5, according to the staff augmentation list, correct?
You'll notice one of those people was only on 1 year, so they have 4 right now, but yes.
And then you're adding 5 more, correct?
Not adding 5 more, no, that is incorrect.
How much are you adding according to the staff augmentation list provided by Mr.
2.
Hold on.
2 more.
2 more?
2 more. That's all. I'm not adding 5. No, ma'am.
Okay, because I see. Okay, so you're gonna have. So how many are you gonna have total?
There would be a total of 13 people. There would be 7 working for the district and 6 as staff augmentation. There are currently 4 already as staff augmentation, and those 2 2BDs would be the 2 new people.
Okay, so okay, I see the list. So you're gonna have 13. Okay, so I have a serious concern about that number. I'm committed to our MWB outreach. One of the reasons you said you had to have more is because we were going to look at other commodities, but all of the positions that I'm seeing here are funded through the SMART program. And
yes.
The SMART program should just be the SMART program.
So the people that aren't working, that aren't being paid by the SMART program are currently doing SMART program work.
So you're saying we need, okay.
Yeah, so again, it's looking at the program, and again, it's getting caught a little in, I'm just gonna answer your questions, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm glad Mr. Runcie is gonna go back and look at that because I have a real problem. And I'm sorry I have to look at my email on the spreadsheet while I'm talking to you on the computer.
Well, there's a call out here. Keep in mind, we're spending more money in administrative personnel in this program than you are in diversity. Diversity is less than 5% of the total spend of this, and somehow it's 95% of the conversation. But I just had to say that, but.
You can say that, but I have to be accountable to the taxpayers, and you have a lot of positions here. And there are a lot of questions about those positions. There's a lot of questions in the community about the augmentation of not just your positions, but other positions. And so it's fine. I understand why you feel that way, and I agree with you that it's important. But at the same time, if you know what we're being questioned to as elected officials and what we're being held accountable to, you would understand the questions, my line of questioning. So I didn't mean to offend you, and I understand what you're saying. I just have to be accountable to people who have a lot of questions about what's going on. And I think in the future, the staff augmentation piece of this, I will not be here, but should probably be audited by some outside group. Or if you look at this, there's enough questions in my mind about all of this staff augmentation and how it's being utilized that at some point, I think it'll be a forced audit or staff would ask to audit it because there's something we don't feel comfortable with, and I don't think some other people do. That's why we're asking Mr. Runcie to relook at it, and he's going to relook at it. So I appreciate that. Okay, so Frank, how many people? You have staff augmentation.
I just have 1 person.
No, you call it 1 person, but then you have the HERE people, correct?
If you look at it that way, the entire facilities department, except for 20 people, is staff augmentation.
Okay, well,
we only have 20 school board employees working here.
Okay, but I think that's important for us to have that information because that's valid information. You have an administrative assistant, that's staff augmentation. That's coming through the SMART. I think I'm not critiquing whether it's right or wrong. I'm just asking for full disclosure of what's part of this contract, that's staff augmentation that you didn't include here. You included
What staff augmentation do I have?
Well, the 20 positions through HERE.
I don't have 20 positions through HERE. I have 20 positions that are school board employees. The rest of the 125 is HERE.
Okay, so
I only have, remember back in 2008, 2010, we dismantled facilities and we only have 20 people. that work for the school
Hey,
board.
don't apply any travel funds. Just book it, Donna. We'll figure it out later. Just book it.
Book it.
Mr. Woods, can you turn off your microphone, please?
I thought I was getting booked for something. I don't know.
So how many directors are currently on Harry's payroll?
Can you help?
2.
We've got
Me and Michael.
2. We've got Danny Jardine and Michael Bobby.
Okay, and then how many of them are going to move with Acon?
None of them that I know of. I don't know that until you approve this and I sit down and I'm able to talk with ACOM.
Okay. All right, so for me, I feel very strongly that there are enough questions of the community about the staff augmentation piece that it's something that we need to revisit, that it's something Mr. Runcie has already committed to looking at the MWBE. I appreciate that. I'm not gonna, it seems like a lot of people had similar questions, so I'm just gonna leave it at that, but it's very frustrating to me. It's just very frustrating.
Yeah.
All right.
Just to be clear, I said I'm looking at the staff augmentation. You said something differently than what I said, so.
What did I say? That was different. I'm just curious, what did I say, so I know.
You
What? I can't hear you.
You talked about the MWBE program. I'm talking about staff augmentation at a general level, which may or may not overlap with the MWBE program, but my focus is not specifically on the MWBE program, as you indicated.
Well, I have a concern overall about staff augmentation, and then I have another.
That's correct, and that's what I addressed earlier.
And I have a concern about MWBE staff augmentation.
Okay, that's fair.
But if you're not gonna, that you may or may not cover, or are you not gonna cover that, or?
I don't know what's the issue in the MWBE.
The number of employees, if they're needed. Okay. Whether or not.
As a general look at staff augmentation is gonna look at all of the various positions, notwithstanding whether they're part of the MWBE program or not.
So you are gonna look at all of them?
Yep, that's what I said earlier.
Okay,
and we're going to do that.
I don't understand where we're different.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Well, we'll leave it at that. That's okay.
I mean, it's all these positions that are listed on the sheet, correct? You're going to look at?
Which sheet? My sheet?
Your sheet, the staff augmentation sheet. That's what I want him to look at.
Well, my sheet is the staff augmentation. If you're talking about AECOM's staffing sheet.
No, I'm talking about your sheet that needs to be looked at to make sure that we're not increasing costs unnecessarily, that the money's being spent wisely. There's procurement positions, there are MWBE positions, so I didn't understand why Mr. Runcie and I are on a different page.
I just wanted to clarify what sheets you were talking about. I understand.
We're not on a different page.
What? I can't hear you.
You got muted.
No,
you got muted again.
I didn't say we were on a different page. I said what I'm doing is not limited to a conversation about the MWBE program. I'm looking at the overall piece.
I agree. Okay, so we're on the same page. I just happened to raise my concerns with MWBE because that was the conversation that Ms. Levinson had. And then I have issues with procurement and WBE and all the staff augmentation. So we're good. All right. So do we have $47 million? And I just want to be clear, so no one thinks that I don't value MWBE, that I don't value the percentage. Our staff has done an amazing job. I just think this contract and the staff augmentation piece is getting very inflated. And we've already spent down the actual overhead that we were supposed to have has already been spent down for the duration of the bond. And so I just want to make sure, and maybe after you look at it, you're still going to need it. So I'm just preempting anyone saying that I'm against MWBE or I'm against MWBE participation or I don't want to do things. So that's not my intent. But there are serious concerns about this whole augmentation piece, period, no matter which department it comes from. Okay, that I have. So they can do all the positions. And whatever's needed should remain, and whatever's not needed shouldn't. So the next concern I have is about the $47 million coming out of unallocated capital reserve. How are we going to afford to do that?
I'm hoping Ms. Marte is on to explain that.
I think everybody's delayed today. I'm having trouble getting my microphone to work. Good afternoon, Ms. Bartleman. So I'm having a terrible lightning storm out here. I'm sure Ms. Bartleman is too.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, if indeed the amount is 47 million, because to your point, if the superintendent revisits and reduces the staff augmentation component, that would be a lower amount, right? But let's address the 47 million, and we'll be able to see it a little bit clearer tonight when we look at the tentative 5-year DE. As we sit going into here, we need $4 million for this contract out of unallocated reserves, which sit at 56 million. And Ms. Bartleman, you don't have this. If you want me to rediscuss it tonight, I'll be happy to.
Okay.
Next year,
emails and everything.
Well, the short answer is we do have the money in unallocated reserves. So let me start with that.
Okay.
We need 4 million in 2021 out of the 56 million we have in unallocated. We potentially need 21 million, assuming that staff augmentation sits at where it is now, which based on the conversation is not likely. Here we are projected to add an additional 31 million into unallocated reserves. So that could cover that. And then in the next year, a similar situation. So I'll go over it in more detail tonight if you wish, but the short answer is the unallocated reserve over the next 5 years in the DEFP would stand at 226.7 million, assuming property values at their new lower growth true. Of which we'd need 47. And the other thing I think I should point out for the record, because they are separate meetings, is in addition to that 226, since we have a village with charter schools for any year but the first year, there would be another 89 million to put into that as well.
Okay, so when you look at, okay. I guess my other question is, and Ms. Marte, I don't know if this is for you, but the current program manager burned through $17 million in overhead. And that happened when the bond was kind of not even moving for years. Do you think that there's something wrong with that?
So that is not a question I can answer.
Who can answer that? The bond just started moving. We just started getting projects done, but the current program manager burned through $17 million. How did that happen?
Where are you getting that number so I could see? Is it off the?
It was sent to you in an email.
It was sent to me in an email?
Yeah. And we can talk about it tonight, I guess, if you want. I can do it under DEFP.
Okay, because year one, I believe Harry's number, and I'd have to pull up their extension because it's got all 5 years. I thought they were like $6 million for year one.
Hold on, Dr. Osgood. I'm sorry, are you?
So I'm gonna pull up that item.
Because you keep laughing at me. I don't know if you're laughing at me or laughing at someone in your house. You just are the only thing on my screen laughing. I don't see anybody else.
I'm going to the Heary extension, which is later in JJ. And in their amendment, I'll tell you what the costs were each year.
Okay, go ahead. Let me write them down so I have it. Go ahead.
Okay. Year one was 3 million. I'm going to round up. So
okay, go ahead.
Year one was 3 million. Year two was 8.5 million. Year three was 11.6 million. Year four was just 17 million. I rounded down on that one. And the second one was 22 million for year five that they're in right now.
So that That's the overhead spent on the project budgets.
That's what we paid Erie for the first 5 years. Each year increasing as the bond or as the program ramped up.
So, okay, I got it. It was all
Yeah.
but 17 million. I apologize.
Right.
Okay, I got it. Okay. So I guess,
So even
What-
though go ahead.
I don't know if I should, well, if I approve this contract, let me go back to Ms. Marte a minute then. If you're saying we definitely have enough money to cover this in our unallocated smart reserve, and that our unallocated smart reserve covers all of the, because not all of the budget projections are in the budget right now, correct? Some of them are not updated.
Oh, so that is, you're talking about the general fund budget.
No, I'm talking about the capital budget.
So the capital budget, the DEFP that you're gonna do at 5:30, Ms. Bartleman, the only adjustments that will be made to that are final year-end closing numbers, which we don't expect to be significant.
But you haven't gone through have you gone through every capital budget and increased the projection so it's reflected in your capital plan, the new projections?
We do that when we award the contracts, but in addition to allocated reserves I just spoke to you about, authorized us to go out and issue those COPs, and in the smart reserve, we have sitting the $155 million needed to do what you just said, apart from Bartleman.
Okay, so my concern, Ms. Marte, is that we're still going to have a deficit when we get the new, because the capital program does not reflect all of what we anticipate Atkins' new projections to be. So I feel I'm concerned that the $47 million isn't really there, but you're gonna tell me it is, and we're gonna be okay, even though we know over the next 2 or 3 years, projects are gonna come in over what's currently projected in the capital. So
we've accounted for an expectation that the projects that have not yet been awarded will be at least 170 million more than is individual projects. And those dollars are sitting in the SMART program. And Ms. Bartleman, I apologize. I think this will be so much clearer at the DEFP discussion.
Okay. I just don't want to lose this item if I'm not 100% the $47 million is there, but you're saying it is.
Well, I can tell you with certainty, and we've revised down our property rates based on the property appraiser's assessments on July 1st. So the rates in the DEFP, and they're lower than they had been. So the COVID impact to property is reflected in the DEFP that you're going to see tonight. And with that being said, there will be in the DEFP over the next 5 years, 226.7 million unallocated reserves. The 47 million would come from that. In addition, there are in the plan that you would adopt tonight as tentative, 155 million for the SMART program already in reserves for those over you're talking about. And again, the market's changed very, very significantly the past few months. So,
but here's my question. So that would mean the unallocated reserves, and maybe I'm not understanding it, so just help me. I really just want you to help me make sure I understand this. You said we have $226 million in reserves. We're going to take out 155 million of that.
No.
Okay, that's what I need to understand. Help
we have 227 and 155.
Okay,
we have
separate. That's what I need to hear.
227 in unallocated and 155 million in the SMART program already.
Perfect. That's what I needed to hear. And you're going to take the 47 million from the SMART program.
Well, the board's going to authorize with this action for me to do that. Remember, anything unless the board authorizes it.
All right, so then I need to hear from you again, since I'm the one who's authorizing it, that once I take this $47 million in reserves, that I will still have enough money to complete the bond and have enough money to meet in the reserves in case of an emergency and other things. It's not going to deplete the reserves.
So it is not going to deplete the reserves. And, this is a 5-year plan.
Okay.
And I am very confident that we have enough money to finish everything. But I don't have a crystal ball, and, I can tell you, and I'm going to say it again for the record, we need $47 million for this contract. In the DEFP, you will hopefully approve tonight. We have $155 million in the SMART reserve. We have $226.7 million in unallocated reserves. And I want to remind the board that the legislature has not required us to fund millage sharing with the charter schools any of the last couple of years. We did it 1 year only. And if that trend continues, we'd have an additional, above the two numbers I just gave you, an additional $89 million, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, and then how much more do we need to finish the bond program based on Atkins estimates?
So I think
not the ones that, and I want the total, including the ones that haven't been approved, that they're forecasting
right.
for.
So I'll have to get back to you with the number. So I believe the delta is the document you got this morning in the last assessment. Not a large amount, and the unallocated reserves would cover that, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, so no one, can Frank tell me how much, or is Atkins here?
Who won't? Let me see if I can.
Atkins is here. Here's Ashley. Hi, Ashley. How much more do we need to complete the program?
So I totally understand what you're asking, because I run two different types of projections, right? We run the risk assessment, which is done on a quarterly basis, and then what you've received is a fairly recent running construction estimates. So we look at the program as a whole to see about how much each project is going to come in at, which gives us a good idea of what to expect in terms of a hit to the reserve. Now, these estimates that I do include contingencies within the project for change orders, for various other little bits and pieces, like we might need to increase the design contract for whatever reason. So it has contingencies within that. Now we are assuming, hopefully rightly, that some of these contingencies are going to be coming back to SMART reserves as projects close out. So there isn't a need to fund the entire amount, because there will be some contingency money coming back. Sometimes we talk about change orders and what's the level of change orders right now. We've been traditionally putting 10% contingency for change orders in the projects. Right now, we're still running at under 1% of change orders across the program. So, you see that there is money available. So I just want to caution you thinking that we have to fund the entire amount of money, which is why Capital has been traditionally looking at the 70% risk assessment level and kind of pinning their budget to that amount, because that's a realistic, assumption.
So how much do we need to complete the program based on your best estimate with everything you just said?
The $47 million.
No.
The 47 that's in this item.
No, how much do we need to complete the SMART program?
So, okay, the risk assessment that you guys just received, the 70% risk assessment is $462 million. So $462 million factors in the new program manager contract. It also factors in an offset related to the market conditions and the COVID-19, what's happening in 2020, basically, that an inflation decrease. So Dave Carter, my boss, is on here as well. So he can speak to that as well.
So in the end of the 5 years, we have $462 million we're anticipating to complete everything, including the $47 million.
Correct. That includes,
because Mr. Runcie is going to look at the staffing augmentation.
Correct. And that includes the $47 million. Just remember that it's a range. You know, the 70%, that's a great number to look at, but it's always been a range. So we don't know exactly how many dollars it's going to be, but yes.
Okay, and then back to Ms. Marte. Thank you, Ashley. So Ms. Marte, with the $462 million, the money we're anticipating from capital and the COPS, you still feel comfortable that we're going to be able to meet everything, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I need to hear, because it's a lot of responsibility spending this kind of money.
It most certainly is. It's a lot of responsibility monitoring it as well.
Yours is much greater than mine, having to look at every single line item like that and add it and subtract it. So I appreciate all that you do. I just needed to hear that because I don't want to approve something that I'm not sure I have the funds for. And now that I have all those numbers written down, I feel comfortable. I just want to thank you guys. I will support the item. And I just want to, again, be clear that I support every effort the district makes to increase our MWE participation. My comments should not be viewed as something against it. If we need more positions and it's deemed necessary, I will support it. Maybe they need to be in-house. Maybe they don't need to be part of this contract. But I need Mr. Runcie to look at all of the augmentation going on across all departments. Make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck and we're doing things appropriately because it is a huge part of this contract. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. And Ms. Baldwin made a comment. I am free to laugh whenever I want to laugh and smile. I try to practice and do that regularly. That's why I look so young. It's not particularly at anybody. It's just the demeanor that I try to have. And if I get good news, I'm certainly going to laugh and smile. I was very excited about seeing this contract with the percentage and level of MWBE participation because it's what we have been asking for years and not getting. I am in agreement with re-looking at it and looking at the augmentation and looking at the entire contract, as Mr. Runcie said that he would do, because a lot of the administration and other things that are in here, as Mr. Blue stated, there are a lot more other areas than the MWBE. So I just want to make sure that as we're looking, that we're doing it in an equitable way across the board. And I want to remind us how we have been very deficient in the MWBE category. It took us years to get that department up and running and to try to meet our goal. We're coming to the end of our disparity study where we should be reporting out our results. And it's very important that we meet those goals or come as close to it as we possibly could. So as we're making our decisions and thinking about where we need to save and cut money, we also need to look at areas that we have not done so well in the past and work in other areas to make those adjustments and those cuts. I can remember when we started with HERE, the first team it was almost like they did us a favor per se by including MWBEs because they reminded us that it was not in their contract. So I'm happy to see that we do have it in this contract and it's in this contract in a way that it is prioritized. And as we look to work out the numbers and make the necessary adjustments with staff across the district, I think that it behooves us to have an accurate picture of our existing staff and the reality of what we really need in order to deliver the bond in a way that we are able to finish strong. Many of my other questions were already asked and followed up on, so I won't be redundant. Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Rocco.
Hello. I apologize, my camera isn't working. So I'm going to agree with my colleagues on the need to hold ACOM accountable in the next few months and years. And my question is it possible with the flexibility of this contract and this agreement to have a monthly audit on ACOM's effectiveness?
Frank Girardi, Executive Director of Capital Program. We somewhat do a daily review of them, and we do look at it monthly, but it's the quarterly reports that we actually publish. We're here with their staff. We're seeing them on a day-to-day basis. When we see project managers in the past not performing, we bring it up and we have them replaced and have a new project manager hired. So yes, there's more accountability in this contract. We've been doing it prior, but now we have it in a contract, and my staff is going to be looking at it even closer now. Each one of my directors is going to have different responsibilities to keep track of AECOM and what they're accomplishing, especially with the construction starting. Construction contract, that's going to be the bulk of making sure they are held accountable to get projects done on time. I hope that answers your question.
And if there's a regular monthly audit, does that bypass the 2 weeks notice of any audit that's included in the agreement? And may I please have a response from the chief auditor regarding this issue?
So audit requests, Rocco, typically we work with the superintendent. So we'll have Mr. Runcie reach out, but as board members individually don't ask for audit to specifically give individual responses, but I think Mr. Runcie can probably speak to that. Mr. Runcie.
Yeah, so regarding monthly audits, they're not as meaningful as trying to do something on a quarterly basis. So for example, to have the bond oversight committee meet on a quarterly basis, they wouldn't see much change relative to how these projects actually emerge. So going on a quarterly basis is probably the highest degree of frequency you can really have given the nature of what this work is. But these quarterly reviews that we do, they cover every month, they cover every day, they cover the time period since the last one. So again, they're regular audits that continue to go on, reviews that we've noted earlier. That's been a standard part of our process.
So everything recorded by the workers who hold oversight activities daily will be recorded in that quarterly audit?
When you say what's the question again? Everything that what?
Well, I had a previous response that said that this audit work is done more on a daily basis, so daily activities would be included in the quarterly audit, right?
That is correct. That's how audits work. They look at lots of transactions in detail over a period of time, and then they have a cutoff point. So they'll look at 3 months worth of activity, and they will then provide a report. So I mean, in addition to the auditors, the RSM reviews that we do, we also have Florida Tax Watch that's involved in the quarterly reviews. So that's an independent organization out of Tallahassee that reviews all of this information, analyzes it, deciphers it, and supports the Bond Oversight Committee. So that work has been continuing for a number of years now. Hopefully it'll continue.
Thank you for your response. That'll be all.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much. I know my colleagues have asked me to go back around for some additional comments. I'm going to address mine, and then I will go back to my colleagues. So question in terms of the transition, there's nothing that I could find in this contract about that overlapping period of time. And we're also approving a 6-month extension for Heary today, but this contract's effective July 22nd. So can someone help me understand kind of how we're transitioning and who we're paying and how much during this transition time?
Okay, Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. In the RFQ, there's a 30, 60, 90 day transition period for AECOM. They've got certain milestones and deliverables that they've got to do during those 90 days. Again, approximately 70, 75% of the staff is here already at Rock Island. They'll be transferring over from HERE to AECOM because they're part of the AECOM sub-vendors. And then with HERE, we do have the renewal for 6 months for the HERE contract. And in the extension, it shows a timeline of who's going to be here for what period of time. We really don't see it going the 6 months. The first 2 months is full HERE staff, and that's approximately 38 to 40 people. They will be here working with the new AECOM staff, the project managers, and the management of AECOM to do the transition. There's a lot of knowledge here, a lot of paperwork, a lot of data. So that's going to happen mostly over the first, I would say 60 days. I was going to say 30 to 60, but it's going to be more like 60. And at that point, we start dropping HERE staff. It's shown in their extension, but again, just like with AECOM, nothing's set in stone. And if we feel that after 60 days, 90 days, the transition is completed with the 30, 60, 90, we can then give HERE a 30-day notice, and they will terminate the contract at that point.
So, and I don't, thank you, Mr. Girardi. I don't want to jump into the JJ22 item. Obviously, it's tied to this in my question. So I appreciate that feedback. I guess for me, in that document that you sent earlier today with the augmented positions,
Correct.
There's that full year 5 that's listed for HERE, and then there's overlap then in our year 1 for this new contract that we're looking to vote on today. So I guess for me, what I'm trying to contemplate is how does that 47 million, in other words, where was this break? Because at some point we're going to be paying AECOM for these positions and no longer paying HERE for them. And it almost looks like there's a period of time where we're not going to pay people twice, but it almost looks like we're accounting for that. So
Okay.
Help me figure out that.
What will happen is the vendors that are working for HERE right now will stay under HERE until their contract ends August 20th. So on August 20th, HERE's contract will end. On August 21st, those vendors that are going to start with AECOM will then start billing under AECOM. So there is no double billing, if that's what you were looking at.
I'm actually more interested in finding out how, when you all came up with the numbers, that you all had that break point, because in the documents we have, they're showing full years, right? So it's showing that there's a year 5 for HERE.
Okay.
And then there's a full year 1. So it's not helping me understand how that transition was accounted for, I guess.
Okay. There is no, the year 5 is HERE's contract right now, which ends August 20th.
Okay.
The year 1 is AECOM.
But AECOM starts July 22nd.
They start July 22nd, and the only thing they're going to be able to bill for is any of their staff. Remember, they've got to ramp up. So
Right.
they're the first people that are going to come in are their directors, and then they'll start bringing in project management. But
So what I guess what I'm saying is, and I know this is going to seem maybe like a small amount of money, but it isn't when you're talking about 1/12 then of the first year that we're accounting for is not actually 1/12 of those costs, right? Because here he's paying all of the, except for the few people that we may, the people we're transitioning AECOM on. Some of these people, they're not getting their full salaries. So just looking at what you sent earlier today, we have five people in MWBE outreach that we're accounting an entire year for under what we're anticipating that's going to be paid to AECOM through AECOM. But we already know that it's only 11 months. Is that correct?
You are correct. So
that's
we're
$1 million.
showing because those people are going to work for HERE from tomorrow until August 20th.
I understand, Frank. What I'm trying to do, I'm not afraid that we're physically going to pay them twice. I'm just looking at what we're accounting for. And I don't see year one for ACOM being 11/12ths of the dollar amount. It appears as if we're acting like we're paying them for 12 months. But in that first month, we're only paying some of ACOM's employees, and these specific ones on this list are 1/12 of this cost is already accounted for in what we're paying Harry. So I'm just, and maybe you're not the right person to ask, and maybe it's Miss Marte who can help me, but I just don't want it to say, okay, it's 47 million, and then we come back and say, oh yeah, well, there was an entire month where we really exaggerated what we were paying because we had already accounted for it in what we were paying Harry. Ms. Marte, is what I'm saying make sense?
While she's coming on, it's 1,920 hours is what we look at. We do it hourly, and Ashley's here too. She might maybe explain it a little bit clearer.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you. This is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. I think you're making a great point. And when Frank and I have sort of talked about this over the past few days getting ready for this, this is obviously a 3-year contract, right? And currently, the SMART program is not scheduled to be complete in 3 years. So when we were making our projections, we believe that this contract is sufficient to complete the SMART program, but should there be dollars remaining from year one, the same way that actually there were with Heary, because you're budgeting for a person for a whole year, but you might have turnover and you don't replace somebody the day after somebody else leaves, or, so there might be budget that is remaining for various things like that, and, or, any number of things. But I think that money will still be spent on the SMART program just by the nature of the fact that the program is going, slightly longer than those 3 years.
Okay,
right, and I think
it would be fair to say we overestimated based on the fact that there is some overlap in the period of time in which some of these people will be paid through Heary, and the fact that we have acted as if they're getting paid for that same month through ACOM.
Right. And I think if there's possibility to switch people over to ACOM sooner, then the savings can be realized in the Heary contract potentially. I'm not sure how quickly it can be done, but when the Heary closes out, there's dollars remaining.
How you all do it logistically is up to you. I'm just looking at the numbers presented to me, and it looked like we had a month in which there was an overlap of where we were anticipating a spend. And so obviously, I'm just looking at the top of the sheet, our MWBE outreach positions are only going to be funded 12 out of 12 months. But we have in essence accounted for them to be paid a total of 13 months because we've got them listed under Heary for 12 months. And then we also have them listed under ACOM. But part of the 12 months that we have listed under ACOM, 1 month of that is absorbed by Heary.
Right, and I think what may help clear it up is anything that's left over rolls over to the next year.
So I fully appreciate that, guys. I'm not asking for the actual payment accounting of it. I'm just saying we are using this tool to estimate what we anticipate our cost to be, and we've overestimated it. I'm just going to leave it there. Yes. I now understand what you all did with it. So we'll just leave it there. So the transitioning, I know in the RFQ, I remember reviewing that 30, 60, 90 days coming on, and by 60 days, they're primarily on. And I'll talk more to this on the JJ22, which is I want to make sure that we do not have extra time with any group. That multiplier is an expensive multiplier to pay even 1 month more than we need to for any position. So I want to make sure we are not doubling up for a single position a day longer than we need to, but I'll talk to that more in the JJ22 item. When we talk about the working environment costs, that's part of the part of the agreement. And we have to approve what these working, I'm trying to remember what the number is now because I didn't write it down. Unfortunately, my box did not come this time, so I'm working off of online, not as successfully as I know staff would like me to. But these working environment costs are a little bit open-ended. I want to make sure there's not going to be some big $250,000 price tag that's asked of us, considering we already did a working environment cost when Huey came on. So where do we anticipate this being?
With not much.
Okay.
Like you said, we have everyone in place. And what we're going to be doing is a lot of the people that are in place are going to stay where they're at. And then the Huey people that leave and the ACOM people that come in will take over those spots. I did mention, well, we do need a little bit of money because we've been working on extension cords because what we're in is classrooms. So I'm working with safety to get some money to possibly do some electrical work here now that everyone's final and in place. But there's very little, and it wouldn't come out of the SMART. It would be something else. So there is very little, if any, cost.
Okay. And are they bringing their own technology or we supply the technology?
We supply the technology. And
Okay.
it would be the same technology here he has right now.
So that's my next question. Is the computers, are they being handed from the Huey employee to the ACOM employee?
No, the people that stay will keep their computer. The ones that are leaving, we'll turn them in. We will reformat them and redo it so it could be turned back over to another employee. So
Okay,
they're all
so-
being reused.
So we're not, in other words, I want to make sure that we're not creating new technology for a whole department. I guess
No.
that's where I'm going with this.
No, it's existing technology.
Okay, because in working environment, there's a nice list of the things that we're providing, and computers and IT is not one of them.
Okay, we have supplied them. We've supplied Huey with all of the computers.
Okay.
They all have a school board smart program computer.
Okay, so to me, that's a little bit of an oversight. I mean, we're as good as being able to put in there that we're giving them appliances, housekeeping, and internet services, but somehow we didn't list that we were giving them computers. That just seems to me like kind of one of those large ticket open item not to have mentioned, but and then going into the line items, what are the reimbursables? It's on page 24 of 29. It's like 165,000, 150,000 each year. What are reimbursables? Travel? What's a reimbursable cost?
The reimbursables are mileage from the office to the job sites. It is office supplies. It's the day-to-day operation reimbursables, and
okay,
that's pretty much what most of it is.
Just, I didn't see that defined anywhere in here, so that the person who signs off, like I sign off on things as chair, saying, yes, this can be reimbursed. I see nothing in here that defines what a reimbursable is. Is that in the RFQ? I mean, how do we know where's the definition and parameters of it?
I'm going to ask Shari if she has a little more information on that with the RFQ. But again, all the reimbursables also need to be signed off by us.
I know, but if
like
you're the
you do.
person approving it, you have to have some basis to which to say yes and no, right? I mean, there should be some parameters defined as to what's an appropriate reimbursable. Shari, are you able to help?
So not exactly.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be under my purview, but in essence, I do agree with what you're saying. It's I believe they do need to be approved before they're just done, purchased, if you will. So that's all I can add to the conversation.
Okay, I know these seem like pennies when we're looking this big contract, right? But there are specific line items. Over the 3 years, it's somewhere in the $500,000 amount, just shy of $500,000. So it seems like there should be some parameters, because if there isn't, that estimated reimbursable could be something much more significant. And now we're in a little bit of a bad space because we weren't good enough about defining what that was. So I would think that that would be something that would have some structure. And I can tell you as a chair, my poor Bernadette, the smallest thing that comes through on the 14th floor, and I tell her, and I'm just like, well, I didn't see a receipt for this, or I don't know why this is in here. Who says this is what we pay for on this floor? So I'm hoping someone's going to be that specific. But if I was the one being asked to sign off on it, I would ask you, well, how do I know this is supposed to be a reimbursable? So I don't,
right.
Who's responsible for that? I don't know, but I'm not sure who's going to give them guidance to know what to do.
So what I would suggest is that if we don't have it, we would develop a standard operating procedure that's connected with this work, and we incorporate it into the work that we do, which means it also is subject to auditing to make sure that we're implementing that procedure correctly. So Frank, if we could work to develop that and do that now, that's probably the best way to address that. And then there's obviously a lot of good practices out there that we can utilize. There's no shortage of those, as almost every organization has some processes and protocols around this.
And we've been doing that with HERI.
I was going to say, my guess is we had something in place for HERI, right? Yes. I just think that it's appropriate for us in AECOM to have a mutual understanding of what that is. So if we could do that, Mr. Runcie, I appreciate your support in making that happen quickly and upfront in this contract. From the transitioning out of this position, again, I know the RFQ talks about when they come into it. Did the RFQ also speak to their responsibility and role as they would potentially transition out of this role at some point?
They're transitioning out. It doesn't specifically say that, but on any program, as you start transitioning out, again, you're going to start transitioning out staff as we get projects done, and we don't need the staff that we have now. There'll be that. There'll be, of course, the transitioning of, like we're doing with HERI right now.
That's what I'm referring to.
Yes, the data and everything else. We've got that's in place, and in their extension, that includes a timeline, I believe, on transferring everything over.
Okay, I couldn't find that in there, so I just assumed it was buried in the RFQ somewhere. When we talk about the, on page 21, I was just going through some of the positions that they've listed, and I was just a little bit, I guess, surprised that there's a specific position to e-builder support. Why is there, there's someone who is 3/4 of their entire job is e-builder support for the district. That should be something that everybody on AECOM staff is familiar with, works with day in and day out. If we're having issues with e-builder, I think we already have a contract side to that. Why are we paying an individual through AECOM to be an e-builder support?
Well, I'm going to see if Ashley can add a little bit more of that, because she's been working on the e-builder, and with the renewal that we've got coming up with e-builder, and also what that person who I believe actually worked with e-builder and knows it to where they can actually write things in e-builder. But Ashley, if you want to expand on that.
I'm pretty limited in my knowledge here. I've not spoken to AECOM at all. We're still under the cone of silence. So I don't know this person. I really don't know what their qualifications are or what they're planning on doing. But what I can say is, I think
it's more on the transition of what we're going to be doing in the future.
Yeah, I think what HERI recently, within the past year and a half, brought in somebody that was a little bit more their coordinator on their side of helping people to understand all the e-builder processes. Things are constantly evolving, changing. There's a lot of training that happens all the time. I think it is very helpful for the program manager to have somebody on their team that's kind of a point person that can help work with my team, help to develop the processes, because the program manager writes the SOPs. So then there's a bridge between the people writing the SOPs and the people developing the process and the system and helping to evolve that process, make it better, and train on it. So it makes sense to me that they would have somebody that would help be that bridge between the people doing the work and writing the processes and the people that help facilitate the software side.
And if I may, I want, this is Shari Francis, Manager Construction Sourcing. Based on the negotiations that we had, that we did ask about this position. This and the dashboard reporting were bones of contention, if you will, to ask and understand. The role is really there to help do what Ashley said. It's to, and there is some programming side of it. It's to help pull information out of eBuilder, be able to process it and turn it into the reports that they promised us they'd be able to give us and support us in all those community meetings that we have to go through. So they have touted themselves as experts in being able to prepare and translate and pull information out of these systems that we have and translate them into something that we'll be able to utilize elsewhere. So part of the eBuilder support is the programming side, helping with our processes, improving anything, and being able to do it in a faster fashion. This person actually does have programming skills in eBuilder, so they'll definitely be a value add and support to our other eBuilder support, and that is their role.
So, and I guess to the point that we already pay eBuilder itself for support. So we don't, Ashley?
No.
In the contract we did initially, so we've
That's, you
paid a
typically,
lot
you
for them.
typically, I think you typically pay for maintenance. Well, go
Right.
ahead, Zach.
Right, that's exactly right. Yeah, we pay for support in the sense if something is broken, they need to fix what's not working in the software, but they don't support us at all in terms of training or development of workflows or any of that. No.
They did in the beginning when we were developing it.
Like the first year. Yeah, the first year.
So
Right,
we just
but how you
licensed-
actually leverage the, I mean, this would be analogous to SAP and their support, right? They can't do all the analytics and the reporting and the day-to-day things that we need to have done in the district. I mean, we could pay them, going back to the outsourcing question, that we would pay significant sums to someone like SAP to provide consultants to do that regularly for us, right? So we don't always.
Just so you know, this, in case we were wondering, this is a significant sum that we're paying when you add on the multiplier. Because we're paying, let's see, 1, 2, 3, over $400,000 in this period of time for that one person to do this. So that's fine. Just seemed to me like we've made such an investment, and I get that we initially had Hiri trained on it. So this transition, we lose that training that we invested in, but that's what happens, I guess, in transition. So on the quarterly evaluations, as I read it in the letter that was attached, the AECOM attached, and they identified their incentive pay. That's the way I look at it, basically, is incentive pay, is that within 60 days, there was going to be an actual tool created. I'd like the board to see that evaluation tool. So it's supposed to become a part of the agreement. It's supposed to be created within 60 days of the signing of this and agreed upon with parties. So if you wouldn't mind sharing that evaluation tool with the board, and then I would like to know who on our team is going to be part of that evaluation, because at the end of the day, the accountability, really, Mr. Renzi, comes to you and your direct team. So I want to make sure if you're not part of that evaluation, that Mr. Girardi or someone at that highest level is the one ultimately who that evaluation tool will come back and be responsible for. I don't want it to be something where we just say, okay, some program manager or, someone else on Mr. Girardi's team. To me, he should be that signatory on our end, along with your support.
Right, with the way we're doing it now is that my 3 directors that each have a part, one in construction, one in design, we all work together on putting that evaluation. So I am part of that evaluation.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're a signatory part of that evaluation. I
Right,
guess.
and Frank and I go over that evaluation quite extensively.
Yeah,
So I imagine we're gonna continue the same process going forward.
Right.
Frank and I discussed this in our recent call, but for me, the core of the success of this is at the program manager, the project manager level. And
Yes.
so that's where these evaluations to me are going to either be successful or they're not successful. And I know initially ramping up the SOPs and all those types of things are deliverables, but in the actual, as this goes forward, the project managers, whether or not they're successful and the oversight of them by ACOM is going to say whether or not we get this program ultimately delivered in a timely manner with good quality and at a good price so that we don't continue to have overages and so forth. So that evaluation tool is going to be the crux of us making sure that continues to happen or that happens. From the whether it's our MWBE employees or any of those staff augmented jobs that we've talked about, Mr. Runcie, I know you're going to look at that list and make some determinations. I want us to just definitely make sure that we're evaluating the fact that some of these may be 1 or 2 year positions. And I do not want us to get in a place where now all of a sudden we've taken our department, whether it's a procurement department or it's our construction department, and now we have all of these long-term employees and no one's willing to let anyone go, and it looks like we're firing people, and right? So I just ask that you balance, you don't have to speak to it, just asking that as you look at them, you balance what is our initial savings, and that's definitely worthwhile and where we are today, with the understanding that these people may have a very short period of time that they would be working with us, and still very valuable. I think the employment is valuable, and I think my colleagues have shared that same concern. Okay, so that's the crux of my colleagues actually went over most of my other comments and questions. So I'm going to go back around. I'm going to ask that we try to be as brief as possible. We have had a very extensive conversation on this. I do appreciate all of not just our staff's time, but so many of our volunteers who have been involved in this on our committees through this process. It's been extremely helpful, and I do greatly appreciate their commitment to the district. Going back around, I have Ms. Brinkworth. Ms. Brinkworth, are you?
Yes,
there you are.
It's
Hi.
coming, sorry.
Okay.
So thank you. And just, I'll be very brief, but along the last comments that you just made, I had made this note earlier as some of our colleagues were talking. I guess where I'm now having difficulty is that we have these positions that I guess probably were more longer term than we had anticipated, and they were covered under staff augmentation. And I guess my question is that to really look at evaluating those positions going forward and seeing what the value is of staff augmentation versus bringing someone on for Broward County Public Schools. And it goes back to that original question that I had about the oversight and the conversation with the people that work in our departments to see what is the best fit for their department. So Mr. Runcie, that would be the challenge to you along the lines of what Ms. Korn just said, given the fact that we can't go back and change anything that's already happened, right? So looking forward, what makes the most sense for Broward County Public Schools, and really engaging those individuals in the departments that oversee those people to have a conversation about what works best for their department, whether or not it should be staff augmentation or it's something looking more long-term to have a Broward County Public Schools employee. So I'll just leave my comments right there. Thank you very much for all of my colleagues for your time and for staff on your efforts on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson, I have you next, and then Ms. Rupert.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to have Mr. Runcie look at the staff augmentation for the new contract. And I'd like to say within 6 months. I'm really not comfortable with 12 months. That costs us a lot more money, so I'm going to say within 6 months. And look at possibly what we can take in-house to reduce the cost on the district. Cost to the district. Ms. Corn, do we need a second?
So, yeah.
Well, I thought Mr. Runcie was trying to think about
Right,
how
so
we were
No,
sharing.
I guess I'm trying to figure, do you need to do it as a motion as part of this thing, or just a directive for me to do and come back to the board with?
I would
Because
really
it's,
like
because
to
it's
have
not
it
going to
as
be up
part
to
of
the.
this. I don't know if Ms. Myrick would like to tell me
Okay, I
what's
mean,
the best
however
way
you
to
want
do
to,
it.
however you want to do it, but, okay.
Because to me, I'm approving this based on that, and that's not okay with me. So it would be a problem for me to approve it otherwise.
Okay, so is there a second?
I'll second. This is Ms. Brinkworth.
Okay.
And so may I just ask a question, Ms. Corn? When I said 6 months, if I could ask staff, I believe that the procurement positions would already be positions we could hire for. I don't see why there would be a problem in 6 months.
Okay, so again, so what was your 6-month cutoff again? It was to what? To what? Hire?
That we would hire and we would have people in place in the 6 month
So,
period.
so just, okay, just being realistic. So one, it depends on if an actual position description exists within that department that can match what we're looking for. So if there isn't, we'd have to go and create one.
I understand, Mr. Runcie, but I got to tell you, the frustration in dealing with the district that things have to take a year is not
But
okay.
wait a second. But those are the policies and processes you've set in place. We have to bring a position in front of the board. Then we have to wait X number of days. Then we have to bring it back for second reading. Right. Then we got to go advertise the item. Right. And all of that process, if you do it in the most expeditious fashion, you're going to be lucky if you get somebody in 6 months. It's not impossible, but I'm just being realistic based on the timeline that we have, unless the board's telling me there's some other process that we can use.
This is Mary Coger. If I may just quickly interject, and I'm sorry, I just want to clarify before there's a motion and we continue discussions around this. So I have open vacancies as purchasing agents in my department. That is true. But just because I have these purchasing agent positions, which would fit the description of the current roles that some of these individuals are doing, those are not necessarily all of those positions aligned for construction sourcing. So it was made very clear upon my arrival to the district that HERE was already in place there to have these temporary positions because after the bond would go away, the positions would go away. So I was really never allowed to hire any construction positions because I didn't want to hire an individual that I would have to tell them 5 years later, well, we don't have a position for you. So it's important to note that even though I could fill some of those roles and interject and support, and those roles that I currently have today are not capitally funded. They're not capital. They're all general fund. So we would have to move them to capital. So there's a series of things that would have to take place. I'm not necessarily saying that we couldn't, but I don't want to have the expectation that in 6 months, if I hire all the purchasing agents that I have vacant, that's going to support construction, because I have vacancies that are really affecting my other business, which includes academics and IT, which is large, just as large as a commodity as construction. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that, and that the expectation is not that I'm going to hire people in my department, which would eliminate these augmentation, right? I can appreciate that we're going to look at it holistically, the augmentation, and certainly evaluate the fact that by hiring additional staff internally that I very much need for just overall purchasing, we could supplement some of that in support of the SMART program, but not all of it.
Okay, so again, I want to make it very clear when you do put these positions in that they're staff augmentation jobs as needed for the bond. So there is an end. It has to be very clear and that needs to go into the description. So I will, if I can make a friendly amendment to my own amendment to make it 9 months. Ms. Brinkworth, I think for the second.
What's 9 months? I'm just trying to, could you?
I'm changing from 6 months to 9 months for the amount of time it should
Okay.
take. Does that
I'll
sound
accept that.
fair?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so it's been modified to the 9-month time frame and has been supported with the second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there any audience input on the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh down at KCW has a comment on the amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm good, thank you. Okay, so the downside of having audience participation before you guys talk about things is I can't possibly predict where all the misunderstandings are going to occur. So I can just sit there and get really frustrated because you guys staff is confusing you and everything else. Okay, first of all, an RFQ doesn't consider cost. So anything about reimbursables should have been discussed at the time of negotiations and been in the contract. It wouldn't have been contained in scope of services. Scalable staffing is addressed in the RFQ. And my concern right now is with going back and saying 6 months and 9 months. In 6.7.7, there's a staffing responsibility matrix that in order for the program manager to get paid, that staffing matrix they need to present a 12-month staffing plan at initiation, which they effectively are doing now, which you're not finding acceptable and rightly so. But on a quarterly basis, they provide a 12-month staffing plan that evaluates each team according to the projected status of individual projects and the overall program criteria. So, like I put in my email, whatever you approve today, the backup plan is this control that was put in place. So in 3 months, they should have a better staffing plan. If you're not happy with it, you don't have to wait because they shouldn't be approving a staffing plan that you're not comfortable with, and you have that built into this as part of the contract. So there's no waiting you don't have to wait 6, 9 months or a year. That gets addressed, and my recommendation is when they present that next staffing plan at the end of the first quarter, it comes to the board in a workshop so you can discuss it out in the sunshine and everybody's clear on who's needed and who's not. So we're having a day where I completely agree with all of your comments, Ms. Levinson, but there is a control that was put in here to protect the board and the district. And one of the reasons you're having problems getting clear answers is you're not talking to the people that actually wrote this thing. I would be one of them, the other one, Shelley Maloney. I was not involved in negotiations, so I can't speak to anything that might have gone sideways there. But you have safeguards in here. Then in 6.7.9, the objective criteria that they will be evaluated on in their performance evals are listed there. The rubric, a draft rubric, was provided with the RFQ that was advertised. And it's a rubric that they've had for a few years, but it hasn't been very meaningful because here they never used it with HERE. There was nothing built into that RFP that gave you any accountability. But it is in there. They just need to fine tune it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment, Mr. Milquin or Dr. Neesmith or Juan?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. So to my colleagues, is there discussion on the amendment?
Can we please restate the amendment, Ms. Corn?
Sure, Ms. Levinson, did you want to restate the amendment for us?
That the superintendent will look at the staff augmentation structure and I don't remember exactly how I worded it. Did someone write it down? The staff augmentation structure and decide what is most cost effective for the district in hiring our own staff with the specified approximate length of time that they would be employed while the bond is going on, and that this would be done within 9 months.
Thank you for restating it, Ms. Levinson. And my comment, I don't need to add to the amendment, but I do want to say for the record, Mr. Runcie, as we go through that process, we must keep in mind policy 3330 and the disparity study. When we look at some of the augmentation, it is there to make sure that we're in compliance with those policies. So as we make the necessary adjustments, I don't want adjustments that's going to put us out of compliance with policy 3330 or cause us to go backwards with our disparity study.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Osgood. So I have a question. I don't see any other, wait, hold on. Ms. Rupert, did you have a question for now?
Yes, actually, it was to the point that actually Ms. Walsh had, which was on that quarterly basis. Could we have that come to the workshop? I don't know if that needed to be a friendly amendment, or is it understood in section 6.7.7?
So I think that was supposed to be an internal, like that goes back to staff to work with ACOM as the vendor. I could be wrong, Mr. Girardi. Can you give us some direction on what the intent of that was in the RFQ? Mr. Girardi, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I only hit one of the buttons. All right, let me remember if I remember what I just said. No. That is in there that we will get with ACOM every quarter, and they will submit a revised staffing plan. That will include if we have to change staff augmentation, if we are lowering the staff as we move on in the program. So that will be every quarter. And then they will have their yearly one at the end before their next year contract comes in. Now, I guess one more thing to just discuss on the staff augmentation, and I would have to talk to Mary Coker about it. With regards to construction procurement, we're hoping that within the next 2 years, all projects are in construction, and we may not need this augmentation. So that's going to be part of the review we will do on the positions, how long we think we are going to need them, which would then determine if it's best to just leave them on now or hire them as school board staff. So that'll be part of the.
That's kind of what I was asking, but what I wanted is with Miss, I'm sorry, it's going to be a long day. Miss Rich Levinson's amendment, just when Mr. Runcie takes a view at all that, I know that it's in here for staff. It would be nice just to be CC'd as a board. That's it. Nothing more. I just wanted to say that.
All right, thank you. So my question is, I need just to make sure, because I remember, and I know Dr. Natalie Walsh referenced specifically from the RFQ, and that was an important part of the RFQ. And by the way, it would have been very helpful if the RFQ had been attached, because it actually is part of the agreement. But with that said, I just need to make sure that this doesn't in any way conflict with that. I don't want this to supersede what was in that document. I don't think that it does, but I just want to make sure. So I don't know if Shari is able to speak to that, or Mr. Girardi, you are, but I just want to make sure that this doesn't conflict with something that's already in the RFQ that would then be a problem in terms of the agreement itself.
You're referencing with the change in the staff augmentation and what we're doing over the 9 months?
Correct. That right. What Ms. Levinson's motion is specifically asking that we do internally, that obviously then impacts what ACOM's responsible for and their accountability from a staffing perspective.
I asked one thing. Go ahead.
This is Mary Coker. So I understand it to be, and Shari, you can chime in here, but I understand it to be as Dr. Lynch Walsh already mentioned, that it is part of the RFQ requirements. The only thing that we would be adding is that it would be, communicated to the board or go through a workshop. I think that is part of their existing responsibility already, and that would be reviewed by, Frank and his team. But I think what Ms. Levinson is asking is to be presented to the board as well. So it would be an additional requirement, if you will, or an additional step to bring it to the board, whether it be through a workshop or just a communication or however it's decided today.
Well, so, and here is, I think for me, Ms. Levinson, if I understand it correctly, the difference between, and this is why I don't know that there's a conflict, but what's in the RFQ and what is being asked here. I think what's being asked here is that Mr. Runcie determine which jobs we want to maintain internally, as well as if there potentially is some overall changes. If they're obviously internal positions, then does he want to staff them the same way that they're presented here? But in terms of what AECOM then is responsible for, I think we're allowed to carve out positions and make them our own positions. Mm-hmm. The question, and I think that's what Ms. Levinson, if I understand the motion correctly, you're just looking for Mr. Runcie to make his recommendation of what, if any of those positions would be carved out and become our positions for the district. And then AECOM would be responsible going forward to still live up to the parameters that's in the RFQ in terms of their ongoing staffing on a quarterly basis. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, so that I can support. I don't know that there's a conflict, but I just wanted to make sure that staff could just speak to that before we voted.
Well, with the staff augmentation, that's something we're requesting. We could change it at any time.
Okay,
so there should be no conflict.
Just the clarification I was looking for. I just wanted to make sure that was the case, because they also, AECOM has responsibilities for implementing those. So if we're going to modify it, we need to obviously take steps in doing that and notifying them. So, all right, with that said, I have some new hands up. Yeah, hold on. I have Ms. Bartleman. Is this on the amendment, right? If guys, put your hands down if you would, if it's not on the amendment. Okay, Ms. Bartleman.
My question, I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Myrick has reviewed everything, but should that not be on the amendment? Should I ask that later?
That's not on the amendment unless you're asking if she's legally reviewed the amendment.
Okay, then I'll wait to ask that next time.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. Dr. Osgood on the amendment?
Yeah, I just want to be sure that I'm clear. What I hear Ms. Levinson asking for is something in addition to what's required in the agreement. We have an agreement that requires us in section 6.67 to have a staffing plan from AECOM that they submit to us. Yes. So what Ms. Levinson is asking for Mr. Runcie is to review and to see if any of those positions we would make ours for the duration of the bond. Correct. Or not. Okay, I also wanted to be clear that if we make modifications and it changed their staffing plan, if something doesn't go right on the other end, I don't want to be told that it's because we changed something. So I think we need to be very clear as we're moving forward and with Mr. Runcie's recommendations, whether, we have the staff on our end as school board employees or they have them. But this agreement that we have requires that staffing plan within 12 months that we are still expecting to get in addition to what Mr. Runcie's going to do.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my expectation.
Yeah. Okay, and then I have Ms. Rupert.
I did it already, remember?
Oh, your hand was still up, so I didn't know if there was a follow-up.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. And now, wait, let me just make sure that I don't have anyone's, I think that was everybody. So, and we've already taken public comment. So all those.
And Ms. Korn, yes. I just want to make sure that in that motion, it says as needed for the duration of the bond. I want to make sure that that's very clear.
Okay. So we are voting on it with that clarification made clear. So yes. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The amendment passes unanimously. So now we're going to go back to the amended motion, and I believe Ms. Bartleman, you wanted to speak to the larger motion?
Yes, I just want to make sure that the attorneys have reviewed everything in this contract and everything's okay?
As it, and this is Barbara Myrick, as it indicates on page 17 of 29, Tom Cootie reviewed it. He was involved in the process of the negotiations of the contract as well as the RFP process. So yes, we have been intimately involved in this process.
Thank you. I'm going to take a roll call vote on the item. So this is on EE9. Those in favor, I'm going to go through the real quick. I'm just going to ask you to all take a roll call vote. So Ms. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Good?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Ms. Murray?
No.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So EE9 passes with one dissenting. We're going to now need to recess the meeting so that we can begin the DEFP meeting. And so at this time, we will officially recess this meeting. We will come back at the conclusion of the tentative DEFP meeting, which we will begin immediately upon us breaking off of this meeting. So thank you, and I'll see you all in a few minutes.
Donna, do we need to like log off and log back on, or do we stay here and do the next meeting?
We'll need to log off and then log back on.
Okay.
I'm muted. Madam Chair, can you hear me? We are ready to start when you are. Beacon is ready.
Okay.
We're ready, Greg.
Okay,
We
very
are
good.
ready. I think we have a quorum of my colleagues, so we are ready when you tell me 1, 2, 3. Or 3, 2,
Okay.
1.
All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are reconvening now our regular school board meeting of July 21st. We've just finished up item EE9, and before we bring back EE4 to off the table and to the floor, Mr. Runcie, I believe you have an announcement you would like to share with us.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I think the board should have received this information last night. I was going to mention it to the public again tomorrow, but I know the state has released some information this afternoon, so I think it's appropriate to do it now as well. So with the rising spread of COVID-19, I was pleased to receive a call yesterday from Jared Moskowitz, director of the Florida's Division of Emergency Management. He requested the use of 3 of our high schools as part of an effort to reduce the spread of COVID-19 in Broward County. So starting this Friday, July 24th, Dillard High School, Blanche Healy High School, and MacArthur High School will be sites for members of the community to receive COVID-19 testing. Those sites will be open from the hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Individuals 5 and older can be tested regardless of symptoms. Anyone can register and make their appointments by going to the website www.doineedacovidtest.com. Again, that website is doineedacovidtest.com. The plan is for them to conduct approximately 1,100 tests daily at each of those school sites and provide a total of up to 33,000 tests over the 10 days that they're utilizing those sites. As I indicated before in my communication to the board, their intent is to utilize the parking lot spaces and not the actual facilities themselves. They will manage all of the logistics and details of that. But I think that's a good development for our community because we know that in order to get the number of COVID cases down, we're going to have to really ramp up testing. My understanding is that this testing will have a substantially better turnaround time. It's not going to be a week. They're trying to actually get this down to around 2 or 3 days or shorter than that. So those are some promising signs. And I'm excited about the fact that our school district can play a role in helping our community deal with this ongoing crisis that we have. So again, just wanted to share that with the public. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me a couple of minutes to be able to do so.
So, Mr. Runcie, thank you on behalf of the board for being proactive as a community leader in allowing our district to serve in this role. Obviously, our community needs this support, and so we appreciate you being so proactive and working on our behalf to allow this to happen. And we're very excited, obviously, about the opportunity to play that role. So with that said, if I could have a motion in a second, we're going to go ahead and bring E4 back off the table and onto the floor.
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. And we've already taken public comment on this item. We were actually just getting feedback from staff. Ms. Cantrick, I think you were going to share some information with us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, board members, superintendent. So I have answers for the questions. The reference to the bond, the GOB next to Margate, was inadvertently in that document. So I apologize for that error. That should not have been there. They are all part of the SMART program, as Ms. Marte referenced. The 3 schools that added music programs in 1920, Boulevard Heights, Markham, and Broward Estates.
Nice, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Was there anything else, Ms. Rupert, you wanted on follow-up for that item?
No, I think they covered it, and
Okay.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
So all those in favor of EE4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
I love when all my colleagues pop up on my screen. I get to actually see everybody. Okay, that passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE10?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Audience input on EE10, Mr. Moquin or Dr. Neesmith, Juan, anybody?
Yes, we do have a speaker for EE10. It's Mr. Andrew Brubb.
Thank you.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. My name is Andrew Grubb, and I am very confused as to why we are purchasing programs that we renew each year with CARES money. Oh, I know. It's because Miss Marte has requested the board replenish the general fund so she can go continue robbing Peter to pay Paul to balance her budget. I plan to repeat this comment for all agenda items that have CARES money listing as the funding source until Ms. Marte is able to explain what we are doing with the money that was originally budgeted for these programs as we purchase them each school year. That applies to EE10, EE12, EE14, EE15, and EE16. They are all programs that I have used as a student, and I know that we purchase them each year. So I'd like to know where the money is being spent that was originally budgeted for it, as we're now using the CARES money for these purchases. Thank you.
So,
Any other comments, Mr. Moquin?
That completes the public comment for item EE10.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to make a point of clarification. The budget is actually the board's budget, and Ms. Marte obviously assists us in bringing forward recommendations. Ultimately, it's the board's budget. So with that, I have comments from my colleagues. Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to add that this is a new fiscal year, and we are expecting a mid-year holdback. We're anticipating that, and I know that Mr. Runcie is working with staff to help ensure that the CARES funding is utilized to ensure that we keep our district as whole as possible with the services, the programs, and the staff that we have in Broward County Public Schools. I don't know if Mr. Runcie, if you just want to take a minute to comment.
Yeah, with through the chair, and thank you, Ms. Brinkworth, for mentioning that. Just so the public doesn't get misinformation on this, the whole point of the CARES Act and the act that's being contemplated in Congress right now, which is the HEROES Act, is to deal with the serious economic situation that we face in this country. I can wind us back to April when Moody's Analytics did an analysis of revenue shortfalls across this country. For Florida alone, they estimate that there will probably be as much as a 25% reduction in state revenues. And you know how it works in this state. We get our revenue from the state for our public education system. So, and we've done projections on this, and if we see cuts anywhere in the range of 10% to 20%, you're looking at anything from 35 million to 140 million. So the whole purpose of the CARES Act, the whole purpose of the HEROES Act is to make sure that we can keep our economy going, that we can keep our education system going so that we can provide all of our kids with the type of programming, resources that they've always had, and that this is not a time for us to be cutting back on those type of rich educational opportunities that we provide our kids. So I encourage everyone in this community, reach out to our 2 state senators, reach out to congressional leaders, write as many of our elected folks in Washington as you can, encourage them to pass the HEROES Act that's out on the table now, where there's an estimated $175 billion for school districts across this country that serve over 50 million students who desperately need these dollars to make sure that we can continue in this time of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. And Madam Chair, my original question on this item really has to do with how are we ensuring that parents and students know how to access and are aware of the availability of this resource, because when I was reading on page 2 under table 1 where it said keyboarding skills instruction through a Type C partnership, it's something that we've talked about as a board before, keyboarding and how important that is as a skill for students to learn. And I will tell you as a parent, I'm not aware that this opportunity exists readily for my child if it does. And so I think we need to make sure, especially as we're, starting the school off in an e-learning environment, just making sure that every resource that we have, and my comment's going to be similar on some of the items following this one, how are we communicating it? How widely is it available? And if it is available, how are we making those resources known both to teachers, to parents, and to students?
So good evening, board. Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth, for the question. So we will continue to embed these resources into our courses through Canvas, but these are also available on the Launchpad, to your point. We pushed the keyboarding course, for example, very hard in early April, but that's such a busy time and so long ago in some ways. We did another round for the summer push of what tools were going to be available for people. Both this item, number 10 for Nearpod, number 12 for vocabulary.com, and number 16 for Newsela have been and still are available, and should the board approve these items today, will be for the fall. These are all proven solutions within our schools. They also integrate with item number 14, which is Canvas. So we will, as part of our back to school communications this year, be highlighting these kinds of resources. They've been part of what we tried to push when kids came back, part of what we sent them off for summer school on, and now it will be part of our back to school communications.
Okay, so thank you for that. But again, and maybe I'm a school board member, I feel like I'm pretty informed, but I am not aware that these resources are available to my child this summer. And so I have to say, if that's the reality for me, is that a reality for many parents across Broward County Public Schools who don't sit in a meeting every week, all day long and read emails and briefs from staff? So I'm really perplexed on how we're communicating it. And I don't know, and I appreciate the fact that Broward County Schools pushes out information to parents and to students, but maybe if it's more closely connected with the schools themselves, it's better received. I just don't know how. Tell me as a parent how I received this information.
So, and I don't remember the exact date, it was late May, early June, we had a significant communication campaign around what was called the summer playground, the summer digital playground, excuse me. And these were part of the tool set within that playground that students could go and do.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to be asking a lot of parents that I know whether or not they were aware, and maybe some of the other people on the board that I sit with that are parents of current students can weigh in as well, whether or not, you know, they had this information. But we have to do a better job of making sure that these resources that we have available for students are being utilized by students. So I'm interested in the data on how it's been utilized. I saw the data obviously on how things were utilized in many of these items during the switch to e-learning, but in just looking at for the summer, things that were available for the summer, how successful, maybe some schools did a better job of pushing out the information than others. I'm not going to belabor the point, but I just want to remind us how important it is that we communicate with our teachers, our parents, and our students about the resources that are available. Thank you.
I absolutely. And your awareness alone tells me that we failed in making sure every parent was aware of it. So we don't need any other testimony. You are well connected. You hear us regularly. So this concerns me. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. I'm a parent. I am in the same boat as you are, Ms. Brinkworth. So just letting you know. And so I will move on to Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. What I was going to say was already covered by Mr. Runcie when I asked to speak on these items. It was about the CARES Act and about the potential holdback and why these were being funded this particular way. So Mr. Runcie already covered it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Rupert.
I am good. Mr. Runcie covered it.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we should get through all of the items like this. And those are all the comments that I have, except that I have Rocco Diaz, our student advisor, has their hand. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Alhadeff. I did not see your hand up. I'm sorry. And then Rocco will come back to you. Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Brinkworth. My question is, are these keyboarding and these different educational sites available from our website?
So these resources are available on the Student Launchpad, because if we were to put them on the website, then anyone, literally anywhere in the world, could go and use them. We have them licensed for our student enrollment, and that's how a district license for these tool sets work. So I just checked now, staff sending me communications, we'll package it to the board, but they do need to log on to sso.browardschools.com. The same way that they went to class last spring is where they will find these resources, and when they log in on that launch pad, they will find these tools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have Rocco Diaz.
Yes, I'd like to follow up on the concern that we're using CARES Act money to fund this program and the programs mentioned in later agenda items, because CARES Act money is meant to be spent for only areas that have been negatively affected by the pandemic. And even though Mr. Runcie said that the economic downturn that has resulted from the coronavirus pandemic is a reason to use CARES Act money for these programs, there hasn't, unless there's been any evidence of a decrease in property values in South Florida due to the pandemic, I don't see a reason for us to use CARES Act money to fund programs that aren't directly related to the pandemic. For example, we can be using CARES Act money for programs such as those that improve healthcare for students, improve opportunities for testing. So my question is, why can't we renew these programs like we do every year without using CARES Act money?
So, through the chair?
Mr. Runcie, please.
Yeah, so, I mean, the real simple answer is CARES Act money is designed to fill gaps that we're going to have in our revenue, because we get our revenue from the state. It just doesn't like materialize from property taxes. This state collects all money through property taxes and sales taxes, and then they distribute it to school districts. So if the state is going to see as much as a quarter of their revenue decline, education is one of their top 2 expenditures. They're going to have to cut education expenditures in the state. So the only way to combat that is for the federal government to provide money directly to school districts. And that's why school systems all across this country, governors, other elected officials are fighting to get money to school districts because they know of the deficits that we're going to have. So we can't spend money we don't have. If we're going to see a deficit that's significant, we can't operate with the same programs, the same resources, and same opportunity we had in the past. It's just technically not possible. Through the chair, Ms. Marte, I guess she's come on and wanted to add a few words to that.
If you need me to. So, Mr. Runcie, you're absolutely correct.
Ms.
I
Marte,
do want to add.
one moment. Sorry, can everyone please mute their microphones? There's some feedback, and I want to make sure we can all hear Ms. Marte clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Runcie is absolutely correct. I do want to add, to give the public and the board maybe an added layer of assurance. Mr. Gold, Grants Administration, and myself personally worked on the CARES Act budget and assurances. My office prepared the budget for the CARES Act. There were several assurances within the, Dr. Osgood's going to know the word I'm thinking, the grant conditions that had to be met. And Mr. Runcie's right. We are going to have revenue losses, and the administration felt very strongly that it was important that we have funding for these software programs to support e-learning for our students. It's also important to note that the state has eliminated the digital classroom allocation as part of their balancing the budget this year, and that's where those programs had been supported in the past. We put very few expenditures on the CARES Act application, this being one of them. The other one was a commitment because of one of the assurances in the CARES Act application around safety, and I believe that line item is $500,000. Every other amount, and the amount that I've represented to the board in the workshops of approximately $42.8 million, has been set aside to fill in gaps in revenue if we have a mid-year holdback, as the board has directed us to do, to try to make sure we protect our employees' jobs. Madam Chair, that has happened the way the board, the way I represented to the board and the way the board expected that to happen. So I apologize for the lengthy answer, but it's very, very important that when Mr. Runcie and I commit something to the board, if the public feels that commitment hasn't been made, that we clarify that. It's really important. So thank you, Madam Chair and board members.
Thank you both, Mr. Runcie and to Ms. Marte. Rocco, does that help you in an understanding of the approach to the application of the CARES Act?
Well, the other question I wanted to ask is, in the future, are we able to improve the transparency that goes into informing people how we use our CARES Act money?
So explain what you mean by improve our transparency. What part of this item did you not feel was transparent?
So is how we're using our CARES Act money public information?
Well, so it's being applied to,
yes.
Yeah, so
the application is public information. Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
And Ms. Marte, every item as it's being brought forward, and maybe Mr. Runcie is the right answer. If it's CARES Act money that's being applied, that's being brought forward in each item, correct?
Yes, if we're buying something, yes, or at the point where we, have a mid-year holdback that we all hope doesn't happen, we would have to rebalance budgets and explain to the board how we did that. Absolutely, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Rocco, does that help?
Yes, that answers my question. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So I just had one question for clarification. This item speaks to licenses for teachers, but Mr. Gold, you've indicated it's accessible for students individually. Even if a teacher hasn't implemented a lesson, they can just go in and openly use this product?
So hopefully Dr. Darrell Diamond is able to quickly get on. She's our expert in terms of licensing for it, and I'm about to post something on digital. Thank you, Dr. Diamond. What I'd like to follow up with the board is if community goes to www.browardschools.com/digital playground, they will find more resources, and we will be sending that out because of the communication we got again today. So thank you, Dr. Diamond.
Good evening, everyone. Darrell Diamond, Director of Innovative Learning. The way we handle our students, it's a ratio. We get 15 students is equal to 1 teacher. So students have the ability to go into the product and work in it, and we group them up, and it counts as 1 teacher license. So it could be delivered through the teacher, creating an activity and assignment, or students going independently and working on material.
Okay, so then students can access it without a teacher giving them some type of code to go in or something along those lines, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, that's how we have done it over the summer, so that they could go in and do the keyboarding and can go in and do the coding and college and career explorations and Microsoft applications. All of those things are available to the students.
Okay, fantastic. So I think one of the things that would be helpful, and I know as we're constantly looking to improve our communication, as a parent, I wouldn't know to go to our site necessarily to look for this. And so to Mr. Gold's point, if you go to browardschools.com/digital playground, then you would need to go into the section that says instructional technology. And then under instructional technology, I could find under the coding, the college and career technology, so forth, right? All of the different, the keypad, keyboarding. But I think it would be helpful, and this is one of those things where we have an opportunity through this item to go out there and put it on Twitter today, maybe it be something new that's going across at the very top of Broward Schools, right? As we're always constantly changing what's going across the screen when you go to browardschools.com. What a great time for us to potentially highlight this as some of those resources for our digital learning. That way people know what they're going to explore. So, okay, fantastic. With that, let me just look and see. Ms. Brinkworth, look what you started. So I do not see any other hands up at this moment, but I appreciate all the feedback from staff getting us to this place. With that said, all those in favor of EE10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE10 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE11?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Do I have any audience input on EE11? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE11.
Thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to go straight to my colleagues, and I'm going to start with Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So similar question for parents with children enrolled in pre-K intensive programs. How will they know that this is available?
Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's still doing well. I have Diana Egan, who's our elementary pre-K director from ESLS, on to answer our questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Diane Egan, Director of Pre-K through Elementary. Sorry, I forgot to turn my camera on. I apologize. Sorry about that. You asked how we were going to make sure that parents are aware of this resource. This is a resource that we've been using throughout the year. It's not necessarily for every single student in our intensive pre-K program. We've identified, the teachers themselves identify very specific students who would best meet their needs, so it's a supplemental curriculum. We're very fortunate that they extended some of those resources to our students throughout the fourth quarter. They added some additional resources for us to use so we could explore some more of their products. And they also extended some of that support through our ESY program this summer. So we've continued to use it throughout that time. So we're excited to be able to offer this as a supplemental curriculum. We really looked closely at the what it provided and made sure that it would meet the needs of some of our individual students. It's based on ABA principles, which is important for our very young learners.
Thank you. And so in the end of the executive summary on page 2, it says the supplemental Teachtown curriculum will be available for any pre-K student in an intensive program. And so not exactly sure, because we're having a conversation tomorrow about what the beginning of the school year looks like for all of our students across the district, but just trying to really ensure, again, similar to the last item, that whatever resources are available, that those are, number one, widely communicated, and then number two, that we provide the parents the tools that they need if their students are going to be at home learning, provide the tools that they need to assist their students. And so whether it's a video training or whatever it is that we need to do to ensure that these tools that we're purchasing and that we feel are so important for the development of these students, that everybody knows how to access them and then how to utilize them to their best ability. So that's just really my question, and it's going to be a question that I'm going to have on all the items that have to do with these types of things.
It's a great question, and it gives us some great ideas of ways to expand the resources and make sure that our parents are truly aware of the depth of resources that we have that they can utilize at home. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just as an example from the previous item, you know, really looking to target that information to the parents and make it really personalized, because otherwise it just gets lost in the noise. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but again, if you're a parent and you're overwhelmed, you know, it needs to be really clear and direct. So thank you very much for your help, and thank you for all the work that you are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have Miss Rupert.
I just wanted to tell Diane we miss her. Mwah, mwah, mwah. You're doing a great job.
Ms. Rupert. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So with that, all those in favor of, wait, do I miss? Oh no, it's Miss Rupert's hand. All those in favor of EE 11, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. EE 11 passes unanimously. So just to give you an idea, I have 4 sheets that look like this, and we are through sheet number 1. These are all of the items that we have, and we have now finished 25% of the pages. So hint, hint. With that said, can I please have a motion and a second on EE 12?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Aladef. Audience input, Mr. Moquin, on EE 12.
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Mr. Andrew Grubb and Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh who have expressed an interest to speak to item EE 12.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All right. It seems as though when staff responded to my last point that they misunderstood my question entirely. I understand that the CARES Act is to fill gaps. That is widely understood. I love vocabulary.com. I've had 2 amazing teachers, Miss Hope Cohen-Fisher and Miss Gina Powers, who have used this, and I benefited from it. But what my question is that no one is answering when 3 other people have followed up in the past item. What are you doing with the money that was originally set aside in the budget to purchase these systems? Because
okay, but Mr. Grubb, pause his time, please. This is not the time to follow up on a prior item. I need you to speak to the EE 11 item for me,
all
please.
Right.
Thank you.
So for EE 12, I would like to know, yes, for EE 12, what are you doing with the money that was in the budget to purchase this system in the prior years? This is not the first time this district has purchased vocabulary.com. You can't lie about that. You cannot hide that. What are you doing with the money that was originally set there? Thank you.
Any other public input? Mr. Moquin, Dr. Neesmith, Juan?
Yes, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. We're trying to speed it along so we don't violate the Broward County curfew. We gotta be home by 11. All right. So I have 2 children and both of them have used vocabulary.com. I'm a huge proponent of it. I've used it with my kids. It has definitions, parts of speech, word origins, usage examples, quizzes, and a lot of books that your kids may read have preloaded lists in vocabulary.com. So if ever there was money that should be spent, it should be on this. And ways that your child can benefit, or not benefit, because a couple of years ago, I just want to share this experience my child had when someone doesn't use vocabulary.com who should. So my daughter had a list of words in 7th grade. She was in the International Baccalaureate program and had a teacher that was in her 2nd year of teaching ever on a temporary certificate. So instead of getting a definition for, say, encroach, which to encroach is to overstep your bounds, to take over space or rights that belong to another, like your brother whose mess always encroaches on your side of the room, you share. What she got as a definition instead was encroach, to run up in someone. Another word, instill. Parents work hard to develop or instill positive beliefs and values in their children. Interestingly, there's no corresponding word for when parents pass down their bad habits. And it explains that it comes from Latin, and there are many usage examples. But instead of getting that definition because her teacher would not use vocabulary.com, she got instill, to put something good into someone. Now, these are middle school students. You can only imagine what they were conjuring up in their little heads. And lastly, pivotal, which is an adjective, I might add, and means being of crucial importance. Instead, she got pivotal, an important action that leads to an important outcome. Kind of sounds like it got turned into a noun to me. So this is a very valuable tool. And just so that Anna Fusco doesn't text me saying, please don't bash teachers, I want to point out that this woman's temporary certificate expired last year, so nobody else will be subjected to those definitions. So please, I fully support this because we've been using it. We've definitely gotten our money's worth out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public input to my public input team?
Madam Chair, that concludes the public speakers here at KC Wright for this item.
Thank you, Juan, very much. With that said, I'm going to go to my colleagues. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar comments as before, just making sure that it is widely known that access is available. If summer access is still available, we need to make sure parents know. Parents are looking for things for their students to be able to do, and just communicating as widely as possible as we move forward for the new school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. And actually, really on the same topic as Ms. Brinkworth, we are doing great, I think, by reaching out to our schools, but we really need to highlight this wonderful opportunity for our parents and our kids. I'm very happy that more schools are involved and they're doing tremendously well. And it's, you know, we have many of our schools in the top 20%. And I couldn't let the moment go by without saying that Margate Middle in the last 4 years won first, second in the nation. So, and this is a wonderful opportunity. When you go there, these kids can use their words and sentences that are not even remotely on what they learned the first time around. So that's what the beauty is of this actual program, is it keeps changing. So they actually can make it their own and work it into their language. So not just because District 7 has been doing so well, but I'm excited for the entire district to actually know more about this and to definitely gain some more top 20ers across the district. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Those are great bragging rights, Ms. Rupert. With that, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to help a little bit with the questioning along the purchasing of the items with the CARES Act. Is it that we're expanding the contracts and that's why we're using the CARES Act to do this? Is that what's happening? Because we do always have expenditures with these companies.
So through the chair, that's part of it, yes, Ms. Bartleman, but the other part of it is 2 years ago, the state zeroed out the digital classroom allocation. And Dr. Diamond and Mr. Gold were very careful and they had roll forward. So we were able to cover some of these last year. And had that CARES Act not become available, we would have had to declare this as a budget balancing issue for general fund. So yes, they've been paid for before. And yes, this is an expansion of them. But we also had an issue when the state cut the funding for digital classroom allocation that we needed to find a solution for. This is a perfectly allowable solution, so that's what we're recommending we do.
Is this the best solution to find the money? Do you think we're going to need more CARES money for other items that we haven't anticipated yet?
So the answer to the second part of your question is none that I'm aware of. And as far as, so it met one of the assurances that we had to sign on, that Mr. Runcie had to commit to when we applied for the grant. And it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another, I guess is the way I want to say. If we had cut more general fund expenditures to keep it on general fund, then I would have had more of an issue later in a mid-year holdback. So it really is inconsequential which funding source it's paid from. The biggest reason when Mr. Gold approached me with the issue that we thought this was appropriate was the fact that it did help us meet one of the assurances we needed to meet in the application.
But then once the CARES Act money is gone, we're going to still have the deficit for this programming, correct?
So in the yes, in the budget year that the CARES Act money is gone, we would have to come to the board and say we've got this expenditure we can't cover. Yes, yes.
And then
absolutely.
I don't have I was looking in my box for the agenda item. My box is an absolute mess, so I'm just speaking off the cuff. How many years is this agenda item for?
This is Mary Coker, Director for Community Warehousing Services. Yes, this is from August 1st, 2020, all the way through, it's for 3 years, but we have 1 year with 2 additional new renewal periods. So it's for 1 year with 2 options of renewal.
And all the contracts that we're doing are all 1 year with 2 option renewals, all these digital contracts, correct? We're not putting ourselves in a position for a multi-year contract when we're using CARES money.
I wouldn't have signed off on it.
Thank you. I know you do take care of us, Ms. Marte. Okay, so I understand the point that our speakers are trying to make when you think about people are worried about personal protection equipment and hand sanitizer, and are we going to have soaps and enough people to clean when we do open, and all those issues, and we only have this one month to handle all of that with. So I think that's the concern that's being made. And I agree with the concern, but at the same time, we need to offer high quality instruction. I just hope that the expanded use of these contracts are utilized by every teacher and not just set aside. Because a lot of times when we purchase something and expand it, like Margate does so well because they buy into that program. But other schools that don't buy into that program have it, but they don't excel like the other school because it's all about staff buy-in and what's best for the kids and the climate of that school. So we're expanding these contracts without any, we don't know, are the teachers going to likely use it? And I hope I'm speaking to the right school, Ms. Rupert. It's like everything in this district with programs. We try to push programs into schools that they don't embrace. They don't. So I just hope we're going to monitor that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. If I can ask my colleagues or everyone on the line to just mute again, check yourselves real quick. There is some background, sorry, coming through. With that, I don't see any additional colleagues with hands up. Let me just check. Nope. Ms. Rupert, did you have another question?
In the consideration of time, I typed what I wanted to say into our chat.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. So Margate had a principal change at Crystal Lake, so it was new staffing, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. All those in favor of EE12, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Good, now I'm going to get them individually. All opposed, say no. EE12 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE13?
So moved, Rupert.
Second.
Second. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Olive. Any audience input on EE13, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we do not have any audience input on item EE13.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, if we can put our hands down unless your hand is up newly for this item, that way I'll be able to better track them For right now, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, I want to say thank you to staff and to the superintendent for bringing this forward. We have seen very clearly in our district the results of trauma and the way that we need to respond to students who have suffered trauma. And we know that trauma exists across Broward County for children across Broward County Public Schools. And so my question to staff was about ensuring that these resources would be available across all schools for all students. And they had assured me that it would be, but I'd just like to give this opportunity for Dr. Hickman to respond.
I would definitely agree with that. And so, yes, we've taken into consideration, one, as you know, that for this year, we're making sure that all decisions we're making with an equity framework, making sure that all students have opportunities to any of the resources that we purchase or use, that they have access. So in this particular one, yes, most definitely, we'll be going from having 150 staff and community trained in this to more than 450 people with the reach of over 40,000 students. And so our placement and our decision making is based on looking at the entire district strategically.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other hands up. That was the only board member I had asking for comments on this. So all those in favor of EE 13, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. EE 13 passes unanimously. I'm very excited to be able to say that I would like a motion to move EE 14 and 15 together.
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second, Aldef.
Thank you. Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Al-Hadef. Audience input on EE 14 and 15, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, we have Mr. Andrew Grubb and Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh who would like to speak to EE 14 and EE 15.
Thank you.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
So this 14 is a double whammy because first we'll talk about Canvas and then we'll go back to the CARES Act. So Canvas, it's fantastic if you actually train your teachers on how to use it. I'll go through this over and over again, but I'm currently working with 13 different teachers for an hour a week teaching them Canvas. Why? Because I used to be able to say to all of you that you did not offer the training, but now I see you put together the slides in tomorrow's deck that you have training. But now I've gotten feedback from teachers that the trainings are not clear. So we take one step forward, but then 4 steps backwards. Canvas is great, and in theory, if you can actually get every teacher on it and using it well, our district would have been better prepared for this pandemic. But those are my comments on Canvas, the system. Now we'll go to the funding source. Now we're talking about going into a 1-year contract on systems that we plan to use for many years because we haven't gotten a clear answer from the board's budget in regards to, what is going on. I've now asked about the CARES money 3 times, and I've gotten a deflection by the people answering it. So I'd like to ask, what are we using? You've already said that the state has eliminated the pot of money for digital learning. I understand that. But if we did not have the CARES Act, were you just going to go into some more debt because you guys love to issue things that you can't pay for? So are we going to go into more debt for a system? And the CARES was just like oh, thank goodness we got the CARES Act. So I would appreciate if one of you could address that so I don't need to rehash this. Now, Ms. Korn, do I get an additional 3 minutes for EE 15?
No, we pulled them together.
Oh, okay. So I'll go ahead and touch on 15 for my last few seconds. Now, professional development services for private schools. I would like to make sure, because we do not see anything in the backup about private schools reimbursing us for the training. I may be missing it. I don't pick through this with a fine tooth and comb. I do my best, but I don't see if I see professional development for private schools, I do not see something that says we will be paid back by the private schools. Thank you.
Okay, whoops, still wet. All right. Got a whole system going here where staff is sanitizing as much as possible. Anyway, so Canvas, I'm not quite sure what year the district first implemented Canvas, but it would seem that that was the year you should have discussed with BTU, requiring it and setting up a plan for training teachers, because I think Canvas has been around for a few years. It was around long before the pandemic. Back when my daughter was in 5th grade, I wanted to see lesson plans online, and I tried to explain to BTU that that would help show that teachers were planning, because it's something you can see. Like a lot of private schools had online lesson plans when our kids were in elementary school. So it took a pandemic to finally get everyone on Canvas, but now my kids can work independently, and they, unlike some people, did very well. Their teachers all got on Canvas, even the band teacher got on Canvas. It wasn't always the easiest transition, but 2 weeks after that whole raise debacle in the spring, they all got themselves on Canvas to help their students. And I really appreciate that, and I've been very supportive of teachers. My concerns as far as Canvas is the training as well. This district, historically, in the 9 years I've been tracking the district, seems to have an issue when it comes to training. It seems ironic since it's an educational institution, but this district is not known for effective training, particularly where teachers are involved. My other concern with Canvas is once I found out that the students had been issued those old laptops, is making sure that the laptops the kids get this year, I don't know if you're planning to give them the old laptops because you're afraid they're going to wreck the new ones, but it's the kind of the opposite of what I would have done, because nothing tells it, you give them something that works. So the question is, with all of these apps that are being used through Canvas, are you sure those old Lenonos can handle it? My kids didn't need them. They have their own laptops. But think about who you're giving laptops to and whether those laptops can handle everything you put on them for the kids' sake, because the kids get frustrated when things don't work. And then they might be less apt to log on every day and do their schoolwork when they're not being tended to because they're at home by themselves, possibly, because the thing doesn't work. So that's a concern, and I hope the answer is yes, of course, those old laptops can run Canvas and all the apps that we put on there. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the speakers here at Casey Wright for these items.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I'm going to speak. I have my colleagues starting with Ms. Rupert. Do I have Ms. Rupert? Are you available?
I was talking, I didn't realize I was muted.
There you go. Sorry, I couldn't see your face, so I couldn't see that you were talking.
Sorry, I just got back on. I was booted out. What item are we on right now?
We're on EE 14 and 15. You had asked to speak to EE 14.
My questions were answered, so we're good on EE 14 and 15. You didn't say 16, right?
We're not there yet, but yes, I do have you for 16.
Okay, thank
then
you
I have
so
Ms.
much.
Levinson.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. My question on EE 14 on Canvas. First of all, I want to thank the Innovative Learning Department for all the trainings they have offered on Canvas since the very beginning. I was one of the board members who wanted it mandatory when we purchased it. That did not happen. And that's why we've been playing catch up. But the Innovative Learning Department has held trainings for teachers since the day we bought it. So I just want to put that out there. Secondly, my question is on, not question, just comment. actually that I think this is something very much needed. As sitting as the rep on the Council of Great City Schools, a lot of the concern that we've discussed in addition to reopening is how we are going to know whether our kids are actually learning. And so to me, the assessment piece, these formative and interim assessments, the item banks here that deal with the 4 areas of curriculum. I'm excited to see this for teachers and that it's tied to the Florida standards. And I think it's something we really need right now as we're going into this e-learning portion for our students. So I don't know if you wanted to say anything about it, Mr. Gold, but I just was thinking that this is something that we really need to ensure that we are making sure that our students are learning.
Thank you, Ms. Rich Levinson, for calling out that particular piece of this item. It is fundamentally important, and this was one of the assurances that the CARES Act required us to do. Progress monitoring is going to be a significant portion of what we need to provide documentation to the state on, but it's something that we deserve to provide to the community, whether or not the state's asking it. And it's not just about the tested FSA subjects. The wonderful thing about the solution that's been done here is that it is integrated with our learning management system, will operate within Canvas. Teachers will not have to load a separate piece of software. It is interoperable and then can provide the analytics through Power BI and other tool sets in order for them to come to understand what progress is being made, and that we are able to do things such as BSA. While we have not decided if we will do BSA this year, we can do district-wide assessments, and we are providing teachers with the autonomy to pull from a set of vetted questions to provide assessments within their own classrooms. And this is the best in breed solutions because of the investment that this board has made, the leadership this superintendent has put on us, that we now are getting true interoperability. We're no longer wasting time with people having to run photocopies or distribute PDF files. It's built in and interoperable. So it's taken us a while to get here. It was not as fast as we would have wanted, but we are now reaping the benefits of this commitment.
Right, and this is what our teachers really wanted from the beginning, to have a one-stop shop where everything is there. And I think particularly at this time, to take the burden off of our teachers and to make it easier for them to create this, I think is a real plus. So I look forward to this enhancement to Canvas. Thank you.
Okay, and then I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to also say that this is an addition, right? It's to add the assessment functionality. It is not for the contract for Canvas. It is for adding this functionality that is something that teachers are going to need moving forward. And so I just wanted to understand from Mr. Gall that you did have conversations or input from teachers on this is a functionality that they were looking to have. I'm assuming you've had those conversations, but I'm just going to ask for clarification.
Yeah, so in particular, our collective bargaining agreement with the Broward Teachers Union has, I believe it's Article 12, which is a paperwork reduction committee. And one of the things that we focus on in that committee over several years now is the burden about what it takes for teachers to have data walls and produce analytics and, have to type test scores from one system into another. The solution to that from a technological point of view is integration, right? What I often refer to as standards-based interoperability. And Phil Dunn's been a huge asset here because he gets it from a teacher's point of view. It's not the technology that fits together, it's the business process. Well, others have to deal with teacher salaries. What I and Dr. Wanza and others can focus on are teacher working conditions. We have heard loudly from our teachers that the data systems at times have not improved their working conditions. This is put forward as a way to address those concerns.
Thank you. And so what I will just add about the training, and I appreciate my colleague, Ms. Rich Levinson, because yes, indeed, she was advocating from the beginning about it being mandatory. And I know we as a board have had many conversations in looking at the data on how many teachers were trained on Canvas, even though this was an asset that we had been paying for, and that was a negotiation issue. We are here now in the silver lining of the pandemic that has forced our teachers to utilize Canvas as the way to deliver digital instruction. And so The question or the request that I have to staff through Mr. Runcie is to make sure that this additional functionality is available in training for teachers as soon as that modality is available to them on Canvas.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So, and you'll be getting an update on this. Once we get this signed, we'll start communicating out. We hope to have it up and running by August 3rd. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to ask for a
Ms.
vote on
Corn?
EE14.
Ms. Corn?
Yes.
May I just ask one additional question based on that statement?
Okay.
Mr. Gold, could we make sure then, if it is available on August 3rd, that it is part of the on-site teacher training at each school for that week?
Why, Miss Rich Levinson, you happen to have hit the very reason why I gave that date. It is because we want to embed this into that training. So thank you for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, all in favor of EE 14 and 15, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 14, 15 passed unanimously. Can I please have a motion and a second on EE 16?
So moved,
Ms. Good.
Second,
Moved by
Ms.
Ms.
Rupert.
Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input, Mr. Moquin,
And
on
I
EE
got booted again.
16.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Mr. Andrew Grubb and Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh who have signed up to speak to EE 16.
Thank you.
All right, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we are.
All right, perfect. Newzella. This is gonna be a fun one. I love Newzella. It's worked miracles for many of my peers around the district. I used to come to school early at 7 a.m. to go to my teacher's classroom to do extra Newzellas. It truly is great. But we run into the same issue. Newzella, for those of you that have not seen it from a teacher's side, which I'm fortunate to have seen it, to assign it to a student, it takes several steps because you have to, it's not easy to find an article, let alone assign it to a specific group of students and pick the activities that Newzella has given and select the ones that you want your students to complete. So we run into this challenge that it's almost like we need to train teachers on everything, because great, you give the teacher Canvas, and that's going to get them to post an assignment. But now, what are they going to do to supplement their reading instruction? Newzella. Now, after they take their Canvas training, now they have to go take a Newzella training, right? So it never ends. Now, I just want to be sure. I mean, I'm looking at your survey, and it says that the vendor's overall performance was 4.69. And I know where some of the lower ratings come in from, because they go down a lot. More often than not, there have been times when I remember sitting in my language arts class and it's, nope, we can't do Newzella today because they're down. It always happens to fall between, 8 and 4 and not overnight maintenance. So that's something that we should consider looking at. And also, before I ramble on too much about the survey, it's not really a complete picture because you surveyed a total of, or less than 1,000 people. But based off of this survey, it says that 26 people of your around 850 said that it was not user friendly. Well, I wonder why. Because you don't train your staff members on how to use it. It's always been here, go to Launchpad. Here, go to Lab. Try it, assign it, and give it. You have to follow up a mandate with training, right? Because without training, we get stuck in this loophole, and then when another pandemic or hurricane comes, or hopefully not, we're going to be in the same place because all of you have a habit of buying lots of new systems very often. Thank you.
this dance down yet. I'm ready. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Newsella, it's something my kids have used. I support the idea of using the articles. I agree with Andrew. There have been issues with Newsella. One of the things we found, and perhaps this has been improved, is that you can't tell if a Newsella is assigned because of how it doesn't integrate with Canvas. So hopefully that's been fixed, so that if you have an assignment that's in Newsella and the kid has completed it, you can tell from looking in Canvas. You don't have to then jump into Newsella to go see what's going on over there. The other issue we've had, and there's a simple fix for this, is if you assign Newsellas, you have to assign enough of them if you're going to use them, because there's usually 3 or 4 questions. So you can't have an assignment that's worth 100 points, because if you miss one, now you have a 75%. So they have to be used in a way that, because of what they are, that they don't have a material impact on a student's grade. No one should be dictating their grade. So if you assign a ton of them for the quarter, and based on what Andrew said, maybe that's not so easy, and hopefully that gets fixed. That way, no one article has that huge an impact on your grade. So those were a couple observations I had about that, and that's all I have to say. But otherwise, it does seem to be a very useful tool for reading assignments. Thank you.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I have Miss Brinkworth.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. So my comment first, I would like to say thank you to the speakers about giving us feedback about the systems going down, and I hope that that's something that, if it hasn't already been addressed, will be addressed with the vendor. I have 3 comments. Well, number 1's a question about professional development offerings. Have we added additional offerings for teachers over the summer to help prepare for virtual learning?
So this is Daryl Diamond, Director of Innovative Learning. Yes, indeed, we have been delivering webinars since June on how to integrate all of these applications within Canvas. So there are webinars that are delivered 2-3 times a day and over the 4-day work week.
Thank you. And I will tell you, as a parent of a child whose teacher assigned articles in Newsella, it was very seamless, and it was easy to do and to find through Canvas. I have a question about on page 3 of the executive summary, where it says the district-wide licenses for grades 6 through 12, although it says that it's utilized for K through 12. So I just wanted somebody to explain that.
I believe it is a K through 12 application. So I'm a little confused as to why there is that discrepancy.
Yeah, so underneath the financial impact on page 3 of the, it says recommendation to approve agreement. I'm guessing it's the executive summary.
I'm on the executive summary now, yes.
Yeah, so page 3, underneath financial impact, the spending authority being requested is $368,600 for district-wide licenses for grades 6 through 12.
I believe that is an error. I think that should be K through 12.
Okay, is that a definitive, or is that?
Give me 1 second. I'll make it a definitive.
Okay.
I'm waiting. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And maybe in the meantime, you could answer my last question. I know I sound like a broken record, but if this is a resource that is available to students over the summer period prior to school resuming in the fall, it should be something that is widely known to parents and advertised as such. So.
And as we were talking, I was thinking about maybe with all of the paperwork that goes back with the back to school papers, maybe this is something that we could have a memo to parents so that it's part of that package that parents have to actually sign off, and it might be advantageous to start the new year off like that. It is K through 12. I just got the validation.
Okay.
So that is an error on that last page.
All right. I don't know if there's any need, Madam Chair, I don't know if there's any need to change the executive summary by formal motion, or if it's just something that staff can change in the backup that will appear online.
That
I
could
think
be a
we
script.
have supposedly, Mr. Moquin, this new, our new system is something that we can make those types of changes, correct? To the executive summary and be able to post back online?
Yes, there'll be a lot of enhancement in terms of not just to the executive summary and what we can do in the new system, but also providing links to previous items that were on the similar subject. So you'll be able to see, not as exhibits, but links to previous votes you've had on the same item.
Okay, but we're not there yet. So I don't know, Ms. Myrick, do we need to change on the executive summary and repost?
It's not required to be changed on the executive summary for you to pass it. We can ask staff to change the
Let's do
executive
that.
summary that's posted
Perfect.
finally.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Is that all, Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's the extent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert.
I just wanted to say, as a reading teacher, the nonfiction aspect of it, it's amazing. I'm definitely appreciative of it, and our kids need more exposure as it comes to nonfiction information. So thanks so much.
Okay. All right, perfect. So all those in favor of EE 16, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 16 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on F1?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. We have any audience input on F1? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we have no audience input on item F1.
Thank you very much. Ms. Good. Ms. Good, are you with us right now?
Whoops.
I thought I saw her a minute ago. I know she's online. So just see if there's any way I can pull her up. Ms. Good, are you able to hear us? I know she was on the phone for a few minutes. Okay, so this is the item that she had asked for. Could I ask somebody to please table the item?
Move to
So
table. Or second.
Okay, I think that was Miss Bart. Oh, wait, there's Miss Good.
Yay.
There you are. Hi, we're on F1, Miss Good. I can't hear you. Try one more time.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. So yes, on F1, the question that I have is on the Hazel Health Incorporated. Is this the first time that we're using this entity?
This is Marcia Bino, Director of Coordinated Student Health Services. Yes, it is. It's a year agreement with LA Health.
We had a hard time hearing you, Ms. Bino, but the answer, Ms. Good, this is Antoine Hickman, Chief of Student Support Initiatives and Recovery. The answer is yes, this is the first time we're using Hazel Health.
I'm hearing some feedback. Am I the only one hearing it? Or?
Yeah, no, it's loud. Can we all turn off our microphones, please, other than unless you're speaking at that moment? That would be great. Thank you.
So my next question is, how was this entity selected to provide these services? I can't hear you.
Dr. Hinton, you're
Dr. Hinton,
muted.
can you unmute?
I'm sorry, forgive me. For the past 6 or 7 months, even but prior to COVID, we were researching how to provide telehealth services in our schools. You know, we have presented the need for nursing services. We did some exploration, some research, and then we were approached by this company who's also working in Miami-Dade and several other larger districts who have adopted this process. So.
Okay, so I guess my question is, although it's no financial impact to the district, the services they provide, and again, it's a value and it's something that I know that we want to do. However, they are going to be paid through whatever insurances individuals have to provide a service. And so I think anytime that this is occurring, I at least want to know that there aren't other entities out there that could provide that service. And if there are, then I definitely think that it should be more of an open, solicitation where we ask individuals who are interested in providing that service to provide, to connect with the district. So are there other entities out there that can provide this service?
There are other entities, and I will have Ms. Bino speak to the work that we're doing also with Memorial, who's offered to do some work in some of the local organizations. But this group was the first group to present the services that they would provide, and again, being pro bono and providing the work. So that's one of the things that was so attractive. So Ms. Bino, if you don't mind sharing.
But again, they're not pro bono. They are going to be paid.
I'm sorry. Correct.
We're not paying them, but our students and families will be paying them through their insurance. So I feel nothing to do with the quality of the company, whether they're doing this work with other districts. If there are other entities, I think the most prudent thing would be to, I get we were in a situation, we're trying to handle a void within the district to help families, but to enter into a contract with them, an agreement, again, I feel uneasy about it. I think that I would like to see us probably do more of a outreach within the community and find out what other entities are out there that can provide the same service to our families through the same opportunity or in the same fashion. So, but I will hear from staff.
Ms. Good. Good afternoon, Ms. Good. Yes, Marcia Bino, Director of Coordinated Student Health Services. We partner with Joe DiMaggio Memorial Healthcare System. They also provide services for healthcare, but on a mobile van for our students, as well as partnership with Broward Health in various different types of services. Hazel Telehealth works in Miami-Dade, has started the same program in Miami-Dade, and the feedback has been very positive. They've also worked in California and various places where they have decreased absenteeism. One of the things that we are very happy about with this program is that during this time of COVID-19, Hazel Telehealth will be partnering with us to really provide virtual healthcare to help especially eliminate some of the racial and ethnic disparities in some of the communities where students and families are uninsured and do not have access to healthcare. Also, if we identify students at school with COVID-19 symptoms, they are able to help with providing guidance to those families as well. Even if the child is at home and doing home visits, the same thing prior to coming to school. So there's a lot of services that they are offering us. And as far as the cost, just to interject regarding the cost, even if the parents have insurance, it will not be billed unless they consent and consent to them billing their insurance company as a third-party payer, and also the copay will not be posted unless parents consent to do that.
So thank you, Ms. Bynum, for that comment. Again, nothing to do specifically with the company, and maybe the best company out there, but we are a government entity. I don't feel comfortable that just one entity reached out to us, and although you did certain due diligence in finding out the quality of the work that they do, there may be others that provide a similar service to our families. And so this is one of those that I'm just not feeling comfortable in having any long-term agreement unless I know that they're the only ones out there that are providing this service, or we at least did some kind of outreach to figure out what other companies are out there that provide this kind of service. Because I will tell you that since the pandemic has been ongoing, we get multitude of emails every day regarding different ideas of ways that entities can assist the district. And I just want to make sure that it's appropriate. I don't know if it's a Ms. Myrick question, or I guess I'll hear from my colleagues, but I mean, I'm willing to support it under the circumstances for 6-month period, but beyond 6 months, I would need to get further follow-up from staff as to what kind of outreach we could do to make sure that this is the only entity out there.
Well, I can say thank you for that. And the original discussion that we were having with Hazel, again, we started in March, and they were offering as soon as schools closed for the 6-month period. We actually asked to extend it for a year. We wanted to operate as a pilot. We're not doing it in every school. We wanted to just make it available as needed on an as needed basis to meet. This is just one piece of our healthcare. You know, we have nurses in some schools. Well, even though school is virtual, but we have nurses. We have our health service techs. We have the relationships that we have with the other healthcare providers. But this was a piece that was missing that we saw could benefit. So now, based on what you're saying, we can definitely explore others because some of the local providers did offer, but it was for a fee. And so I just didn't have to share, you know, what communication we had with the other providers. I just didn't present that. So I apologize.
No, and I think that would be beneficial. See, unfortunately, I don't have any of that information. And so all I know is that you're presenting this one entity, and I looked them up as well online just to see what they did. I understand there's no cost to the district, but as a government entity, I'd like to know the rest of the story. And so if we have done some other due diligence and we know of other entities, some that may do it for a charge and some they may not, then that's part of the information that I think would have been helpful to be a part of this item. And so I appreciate you saying that.
Understood.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't have any other colleagues that have signed up, but based on the conversation, from a leadership perspective, I guess I'm just a little perplexed as to where we were going with this. Obviously, we always appreciate when we have partners in the community that are doing just that, partnering with us. But in this case, this is a vendor who is going to get money from third-party billing. And what we've done is basically given them a portal here to be able to directly access our students. And I would think that there were probably others who would be more than happy to do this without charging us a fee because they have direct access to our students. So I appreciate that this would be seen as a, maybe just kind of, let's step in, let's see if this works. But we've done that before and still been somewhat competitive in the way that we've opened this up to others, where even if it's just it doesn't have to be a formal bid. It could be, we have lots of different avenues that we could have pursued this. I would ask Dr. Hickman in the future, and this is through Mr. Runcie, that we have a little bit more strategy going forward in this arena, rather than just take somebody's, suggestion and it seem as if, well, it's not a cost to us, so, let's move forward. Yes, there's a value add here, obviously, but we want to make sure that we're getting the best quality, as well as being able to look at this more strategically across the district. So, Ms. Good, I appreciate your comments. I hope you don't mind that I've kind of jumped on them. And with that, all of those.
If you don't mind, could I just have it just a little bit? Can I?
Okay, but Dr. Hickman, honestly, this isn't, that was just feedback. We
Okay.
have to move forward. So, but I appreciate it. Obviously, it sounds as if there's support for it. And I do want us to move forward on that. All those in favor of F1.
Wait.
Oh, what?
If, I would just like to make a motion that we amend it for a 6-month period.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I did hear you say that. Okay. Second by Miss, I think that was Miss Rupert. Thank you. Is there any discussion from the public on the amendment to make this a 6-month agreement? Hearing none, Dr. Hickman, do you believe this will be accepted on a 6-month term?
Yes, we can go back and go through the process to make it amended on a 6-month term. I would ask for that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. To my colleagues, any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
I'm sorry. No was from?
Mrs. Alda.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Aladef. There was one dissenting, and with that, we'll go back to the larger item as amended. Any public input on F1 as amended? Hearing none. To my colleagues, any additional input on F1 as amended? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. Thank you. So that's 2. I have Miss Alhadef voted no. I'm sorry, who was the second?
Levinson.
Miss Levinson. Thank you. Can I just get a roll call vote on that? Because I just want to make sure that I have
Oh, no.
Miss Alhadef.
No.
Thank you. Miss Brinkworth.
Are you kidding
Yes.
me?
Miss Bartleman.
Jeff, I'm getting really annoyed if you can hear me.
I yes can hear you. Would you like to vote, Miss Rupert?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you voting yes or no?
I keep getting, I'm voting yes. I keep getting kicked off.
Okay, well, you're back on. Thank you for joining us. Miss Levinson?
No.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Miss Bartleman, did I get your vote?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood the amendment was this would only be for 6 months, right?
Correct, yes.
So we can get rid of this thing because I'm not happy with it. Okay, all right, then I'm going to vote yes for the 6 months for now.
Thank you. Miss Murray?
Yes.
Okay, so I think
you didn't ask me, Miss Good.
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry, Miss Good. I thought I started with you. Miss Good?
I don't think you did, but yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're now going to move on to FF1. May I please have a motion and a second on FF1?
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Miss Rupert, second by?
Dr. Osgood.
Dr. Osgood. Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any audience input on FF1?
Madam Chair, we received no audience input on item FF1.
Thank you very much. I have Miss Bartleman.
Hold on, I'm getting it out. This is FF1, right? Hold on.
Correct.
Hold on, I have to. The problem is I have my stuff all over.
No problems. We're not allowed to have any problems today.
FF1, I have it. Okay. This is Head Start, Early Head Start Program and CARES Act. Okay, so my question is, we're using the CARES Act for the Head Start Early Title I program. And does that include the inclusion pre-Ks and the ESE pre-Ks in that?
So good evening, board members. This is Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. I'm going to ask Dr. Angela Utica to also be available. I see Ms. Marte just as I hand to them to talk about the particulars of the programming side, this is a separate CARES Act allocation than the CARES Act ESSER funding, which was previously discussed. So with that, Ms. Utica, Dr. Utica, would you please address the question?
Yes, this only includes Head Start and Early Head Start as it was put out by the Health and Human Services specifically for Head Start programs.
So
What do you want?
what happens to we try to have consistent pre-K programming. So what about all the inclusion classrooms? Is that going to be under a separate item that they get iPads, or what's going to happen to the separate VPK classes we have and the pre-K classes that don't fall under Head Start?
So currently we're working on that with IT and Ms. Collingsworth. We're looking at options. VPK is also an issue that we are looking at. As soon as we get funding, we will purchase them. iPads are on back order anyway, so it's going to take a little while to get them all. But we're looking at options on getting iPads for all children.
So then what is...
Is there any iced coffee? No.
Wait, is somebody talking? Wait, is that for me?
Can we all mute our microphones, please, in the background, and then start from scratch, Ms. Bartleman?
Okay, I'm sorry, I got thrown off. I was like, what? Okay, so what do you anticipate this looking like when it's opened if the iPads are on back order? What are they going to use when we open up?
We're working on a plan, Ms. Bartleman, of getting materials to the homes and instructional packets for the first week or two of school, if that's what it will be.
So our Head Start pre-K, were they all assigned computers in the spring?
No, ma'am.
So Dr. Utica, I want to make sure we stay on the topic today, which is what the CARES Act funding is.
Correct.
We will be discussing the Head Start and pre-K because they have different regulatory oversight and different approaches as part of tomorrow's workshop. I don't want us, unless it is the board's pleasure, to dive into the way we did provide VPK and Head Start primarily by packets to homes and telephone check-ins with parents. We had very high participation in the spring.
We did.
But I'm not sure if that's directly tied to today's.
So back to the item. No pre-K is coming tomorrow, and no VPK and ESE inclusion pre-K. Since these iPads are on back order, how far is the back order?
It's only going to be 2 weeks into the school year.
Okay, that's not bad. And then we haven't ordered for the other pre-Ks yet. Okay, and then as it pertains to CARE Acts for Head Start and Early Start, Head Start, clearly when we can open those pre-K programs, what we're doing, even in your best effort, is never ideal for 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds. We all know that as educators. So we would hope that when we can open, we will get these kids back face to face with their teacher. So how much of the CARES money then, because you're spending $1 million for these devices, which honestly, when this is over, it's not good to put them on a device isn't the way I prefer to teach pre-K children. So those devices will be there, but that wouldn't be the ideal teaching method. So what are you leaving in the CARES budget for PPE equipment and all the things those teachers are going to need? Because honestly, the pre-K teachers are the most at risk.
Yeah, we have $800,000.
Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Everybody's at risk. ESE teachers at risk, but dealing with 3 and 4-year-olds is a whole different story. They're difficult to manage on a good day without a virus. So what are you leaving in the budget for all the PPE and all the things they're going to need?
We have over $800,000 allocated for PPE and other materials, all related to supporting the classroom during the crisis. We already have purchased PPE equipment for all the classrooms. They're already at Casey Wright waiting to get deployed. And we have enough money to continue purchasing it through the school year.
Okay, so then my next question goes to the PPE, because you said it's only $800,000 seems like a lot, but ESE kids learn in centers. So to when they go to their centers, like the only way you would be able to do that with social distancing is to leave one kid at a center the whole day. That's his center for the day. Did you purchase something like the spray or the whatever they're using in the school buses, the mist to go over all the centers for the, because that's pretty expensive. I can't imagine 800,000 covers that.
No,
it can't
but-
just be wiped down and wipes because you can't wipe down
ma'am.
everything in a pre-K
No,
class.
ma'am. We have face shields, face masks. We have gallons and gallons of hand sanitizer. We have wipes. We have materials for the teachers. And the only thing that I haven't purchased yet is we're looking into the air purifiers. We
Okay,
have no contact thermometers.
What about the things what they're using when I go to best practices? It's almost like a spray that you spray the buses. Like,
So it's
are you gonna
important to
purchase something like
understand.
that for the centers? Is there enough money
Yeah,
for something?
I was gonna ask, like, what is, I guess, the purpose of this item? We're going into an enormously granular level of detail about every aspect of what we do. We said we're gonna, we were covering that topic.
My purpose is, Mr. Muncy, I know you're frustrated with me, I can tell. My purpose
Ms.
is we only
Bartleman?
have so much CARES money, okay? So you're spending $1 million on iPads. iPads that aren't the best way to instruct pre-K kids after this pandemic is over. The concern is that when we do open up, because we are going to have waves of the pandemic, and the concern of the staff out there, if you go on any of the teacher Facebooks, is will we have the necessary dollars and equipment for personal safety, which is more than wipes and hand gel. It includes when you're in a pre-K.
But that's not
So
going
my
through the
question
CARES
is-
Act.
Can I finish my question? Can I finish my question?
All right.
So my question is, one of the things I've been reading about is the spray, which is very expensive, but that would be ideal for a pre-K classroom when you think about mats and when you think about stations and you think about blocks and manipulatives, because it would take a teacher hours to wipe down one manipulative center. So my question is, did you budget for the best practice for disinfecting a pre-K classroom?
Okay,
And
so wait, Ms.
that's my
Bartleman.
question.
All right, I'm going to have you back up for a minute because this is more than a puddle jump because now we're talking about disinfecting in the classroom. Are you able to vote on this item based on, so in other words, you can't vote on anything else CARES related until you have this question answered about the classroom?
Head Start CARES created because it's specific to pre-K. I just
Right,
want
so
to
you
know, it's
can't-
an easy question. Do we have enough money? The money they gave you for pre-K, do you have enough money to cover the best practices for PPE when those kids go back to the classroom? Because we're taking $1 million off the top for iPads.
So
Ms. Bartleman, wait.
Can I answer the question or you keep
All right.
going? So
Yes,
look,
Mr.
we've said before that we have FEMA dollars that reimburse us for about 87%, and they cover all the PPE. We went through this at a prior workshop. So that's how we would secure the PPE that we need for this. Regarding electrostatic sprayers, we have those. We have a couple dozen of them that we've been using so far, and we're going to order more under that. All right, we're using them in buses, we're using them in schools and classrooms. That's part of the cleaning that staff's already doing.
Guess what? You answered my question. If you would have said that a couple minutes ago, I would have been done. Thank you. I feel
I was
better.
trying to say that, but you wouldn't.
All right, so with that, Ms. Bartleman, did you have any other follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay. I don't have any of my other colleagues and no hands up that I can see. So all those in favor of FF1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? FF1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on HH1?
So moved.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any audience input on HH1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any audience input on item HH1.
Thank you for all of the inflection in your voice. It makes it much nicer to know whether or not we have anyone who is going to be commenting for us. To my colleagues, I have Dr. Osgood.
I don't have to make my comments for the sake of time.
Okay, thank you very much. I have Ms. Rupert.
I'm fine as well.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to take a vote on HH1. All in favor of HH1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. HH1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on I1?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Any audience input, Mr. Moken, on I1?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item I1.
Thank you very much. I have Miss Rupert.
Yes. I am pulling it out as we speak. Here we go. Whoops, that's two. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. There we go. All right. So my question, am I on? Yeah, I am. Sorry. I couldn't find this anywhere in the document. I wanted to know, did the case ever go to PSC? That's my first question. Then I have two other quickies.
This is Barbara
Hold on.
Myrick. Andrew Roberts
Yes.
is on the phone and he will respond to the question.
Hi,
Hi,
Mr. Roberts.
Hi, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished board. Andrew Carabas, Administrative Counsel to Superintendent Runcie. And the answer to your question is no, this case did not go to PSC. This case was something that was handled by ELR and Heather Parente and her staff at employee evaluations.
Okay, is that normal procedure?
That's one of our procedures, yes.
Could it have gone to PSC?
Anything can go to PSC, but speaking with SIU, usually when we have someone who scores low on bridges or data marks, that's not the same as maybe a sexual battery case or something like that. So this case would ordinarily, this kind of case would not go to SIU.
Okay. Well, I was actually saying PSC, not SIU.
Well, it has to go to SIU to have an investigation to then go to PSC, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then my other question is on page 4. I'm looking here, sorry. At the very top, the individual was one of only 8 teachers with results this low out of 904 second grade teachers. So my question is, were all other terminated? Those other 7 people?
No, ma'am. To the best of my knowledge, they were not. And the answer to that question is because those other 7 teachers, while they may have been in Mr. Mansa's category for that time, they were not in the category of receiving 3 needs improvements for 3 consecutive years.
Okay, so when you guys say it was one of only 8 teachers with results this low out of 904, there was another part. Can you just actually orient me where that would have been stated?
Where what would have been stated, Ms. Rupert?
I'm sorry. You said that, okay, I said one of 8 teachers, which is what your document says, with
Yes, ma'am.
results this low out of 904 second grade teachers. And then you answered, well, he was not one of the ones that had, they were not one of the ones that had needs improvement or so. So where is that mentioned?
Well, the reason why the other 7 don't have administrative complaints is because Mr. Manset had 3 years of needs improvement evaluations. So if the other 7 would have been in the same category of 3 years of needs improvement in consecutive years, they would be in the same category.
Okay, I say. So that 1 year, they were all together, but they didn't have the preceding years like he did. That's what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got that part. Thank you. And then my second question was on page 7, which is, personally, I didn't feel that we met the burden of misconduct in office within this document. Maybe there's something that I'm actually missing, but for me, it was a huge stretch. I absolutely, believe the other ones, the incompetency, I feel the burden was met, the other administrative charges, but rising to the level of misconduct in office, which is a violation of the code of ethics, a violation of the principles of professional conduct, a violation of adopted school board rules, behavior that disrupts the student's learning environment, behavior that reduces the teacher's ability or his or her colleagues' ability to effectively perform duties. I don't think it came to that, it didn't rise up to that point. Just me.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I did not see any other comments from my colleagues. Ms. Rupert, are you all set?
I am all set to vote, yep.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of I'm sorry, of I1, please indicate by saying aye.
Wait, I have a question. I just want to make sure I didn't confuse the items. The I1 is, it's not the autism teacher of students with autism. No, okay. This is the other one. Okay,
Yes, this is, yes.
They
correct.
weren't combined in one item. Got it. They're on two. Okay, thanks.
Okay, and you have some feedback, Ms. Bartleman, just so you know. If everyone can shut off their microphones, because we seem to be reverberating a little bit. All those in favor of I1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No. Rupert.
I think that was only one no vote. I just heard it multiple times. So,
Hey,
so there
no,
was-
it's just me, Rupert, I
okay,
think.
one dissenting vote. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on. May I please have a motion and a second on I2?
So moved.
Rupert,
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Audience input, Mr. Moquin.
Yes, Madam Chair. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh has expressed an interest to speak on I2.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin.
Okay. So the reason that I'm now paying attention to administrative complaints is we're kind of keeping track of how many goofy things are happening now to try to cover up things that ought to have been handled in the past. Like the guy that supposedly stole the microwave. There's been sort of a pattern developing. So in this complaint, it mentions that this Ms. Brown was hired in 2013, that she was recommended for dismissal of employment. And it mentions that she was hired in another part of the backup, I think in February of 2013. So by December, she was recommended for dismissal of employment, and she chose to resign in lieu of termination. And I'm sitting here going, why in the world did they include this? Because it seems completely irrelevant. But the question that I can't get out of my head is, did she actually ever resign? Because it really kind of sounds like she's been here the whole time, like she was supposed to resign instead of being terminated, but she had never actually left. I could be wrong, but it seems an odd thing to not include, since you went through the trouble of mentioning that she was hired in 2013 and recommended for dismissal in 2013. So if she didn't resign, what happens? Or if she did resign, why did she have to resign in lieu of termination? I mean, we know all the things she's doing now, but what happened in 2013? Because that doesn't seem to be included in here. And if it's not relevant, then why mention that she was recommended for dismissal during her probationary period? So this once again seems to be something that sounds innocuous, but isn't actually, because it raises more questions than answers. And I'm running out of fingers to keep track of how many of these complaints have things that don't make any sense in it. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I will go to my colleagues. I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What happened in 2013? Did she resign? Was she then rehired? Or why wasn't she terminated in 2013?
Yes, thank you for the question. In 2013, she was employed and the principal was Simone Hollingsworth, and it was her first year as a teacher. And during that time in 2013 at Silver Ridge Elementary School, there were performance issues. There were really just performance issues about tardiness in her classroom and her teaching skills. And at that time, at the end of the first year, Ms. Hollingsworth, the principal at that time, gave her the option to resign in lieu of probationary termination. And that is in fact what Ms. Brown did in 2013.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, may I follow up with that, please?
Please, yes, please, Ms. Myrick.
Prior to her being a teacher, she spent about 6 months also being a substitute. Can you hear me, Miss Alhadeff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then she was hired as a teacher, and then she resigned and she went back as a substitute. So she did work as a substitute between 2013 to 2017. and then was hired back by the district as a full-time teacher in 2017.
So she was a substitute in what years?
13, the end of 13, the end of the calendar year 13 until 2017. About 3.5 years.
Okay. I mean, I question why we would look to be terminating her, that we would then welcome her back as a substitute teacher. That makes absolutely no sense.
Well, we have this discussion all the time around, probationary releases, and sometimes, some people feel it's just not a good fit at one school and it could be a good fit at another school. There's a whole host of reasons why in the past we've allowed people to resign in lieu of probationary release.
Right, but in this situation, Child Protective Services were called and there was a confirmation of child abuse.
I don't believe that happened in 2013, did it?
No, that happened in 2000.
No, that's the reason why she's being terminated this time.
Right.
Right.
Gotcha.
That's the current case. In 2013, it was just strictly performance.
Yeah, there was no child abuse allegations between 13 and 17.
Okay. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So now I have Miss Rupert.
Thank you. And actually, my question was just answered via Ms. Alhadeff, and staff had followed up on my written request for information. So I'm good to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Miss Bartleman.
Yes. My question is about how long does it take to fire or terminate a teacher? And was this teacher ever documented before this? Or was it strictly because a parent finally, recorded what was going on in this classroom?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bartleman. This came to the district's and administrative attention by a parent when their autism clustered child came home using curse words. There were bruises and marks on another student, and at that time, the parent decided to take action. But short of that, there were no other signs.
So even though the ACE report in 2016 that was submitted to Mr. Runcie and Mr. Gall by the ACE community, and the emails that were sent from from advocates about the conditions, not necessarily specific to the abuse that occurred, but the conditions in that cluster program, you're saying that no administrator had taken any action prior to having a recording?
I don't have knowledge of that.
That's what it took? In 2016, there was a report about the need for improvements in that cluster program. There are emails back and forth about that cluster program for years from advocates. And this is the first time our principal took any action as to what was going on in that classroom? Because we have no idea how long it was going on. Thank God the parent did that so that it could stop. But my question is, where is the progressive discipline? Where is the accountability for the site-based administrator when there had been complaints about this before?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bartleman. That would be a question for the school site principal and administration at that time. The administrative complaint that I prepared and counseled with Mr. Runcie is regarding the current allegations that are in the complaint.
Okay, so I guess I would just ask that there was no way to know the bruises and the cursing, but there were definitely complaints about the instruction and the environment in that classroom since 2016 in that program. And maybe we get inundated with emails, and maybe when we send emails over, they're like, it's just one more thing. Or maybe when the ACE committee goes out and visits a site and details a report with deficiencies, we ignore that. But there's got to be, at some point, somebody's got to be held accountable for going back and looking at the pattern that existed there and why it had to get to this level. Because there was a principal, an assistant principal, there's documentation and emails about issues at that school and with that cluster program.
Okay, but Miss Bartleman, our vote though is on the individual, and you seem to be taking us into a whole different realm, which is fair enough, but not for us to vote on this, and it's late. So if we could follow up with this outside of the meeting, fully appropriate, but I'd like us to stay on topic, please.
Okay, I would like a response in writing, Donna, as it pertains to the emails, the ACE report, and all of that, because kids were left in this classroom for a long time, and who knows what else happened. And that's infuriating to me. Infuriating.
I fully understand. Mr. Runcie, we're asking that you work with staff to please give us follow-up so that there's a more comprehensive understanding of what else may have occurred. In the meantime, we're going to, I think, move forward, Ms. Bartleman, unless there's anything else you wanted to follow up on.
I'm going to expect you to stay on that. Thank you, Donna.
Okay, thank you. I have a hand up. Hold on one second. Sorry. I just want to make sure I get new hands. Ms. Levinson? Did I call Ms. Levinson? I don't know if I'm on. Oh, there. You're on mute, Ms. Levinson.
The question has already been brought up by Ms. Alhadeff.
Okay.
I'll just reiterate, when someone is let go on probationary leave, I don't understand why we hire them in a different school. That's all.
Thank you. And then I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes, you do. Thank you so much. I truly just wanted to say the advocates that pushed for this for many, many years really are unsung heroes. And we cannot sit silently by when our children at risk are going through things like this. So I would want the Steve Moyers of the world to be answered much more quickly than it took several years to do. So that's all I have, and I'm ready to vote. So thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of I2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. And I think my colleagues, I would say, probably all concur. This is more than troubling. It's really disturbing when these things are brought forward to us. So I appreciate that we did not all take the opportunity to share that, but I know that that is echoed by my colleagues, and we definitely, to my colleagues who did have a chance to speak, we would like obviously some more comprehensive response to make sure that there aren't other things that need to be pursued in this realm. So thank you. And with that, I'd like a motion and a second, please, on I1.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there audience input? Mr. Moquin.
Good Lord, where's the ayes?
Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment on item I1.
Thank you. I do not have any colleagues signed up for this one. Anyone, I don't see any hands raised. All in favor of I1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. I1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on J1?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, who's expressed an interest in speaking to item J1.
Thank you.
I'm good. Okay, J1, when I read this item, because sometimes I peruse the J items, I couldn't understand what was the conflicting language and why it rose to the level of having to reject all the bids. It's my understanding that staff has provided additional backup, which would have been very handy to have in the original backup. I'm not sure that I'm satisfied with the explanation, but I mean, on the surface I am, but it's the second such thing where we've had conflicting information. Something similar kind of happened on Dillard Elementary where the backup said two different things as the reason. On this, it does say there's a conflict where they didn't meet MWBE thresholds. But I'll just be monitoring this because I understand the program and what they're doing, but I'm not sure why the conflicting information happened. I don't know if someone needs to pay attention to their work a little more closely because the conflict occurred in 2 different places that it shouldn't have happened. And it would have been good to have the backup here originally, because then I wouldn't have to speak to this item or have asked about it. So that's just a note for staff to include when you have something and you say it directly conflicts. You guys are voting on this, I'm not. But it doesn't sound like you got any more information initially than what was on the backup. And this shouldn't have been enough for someone to vote on. Yes, in theory, there's no money, but you're rejecting all the bids on a school and you're trying to finish schools. So they need to be complete when they provide backup. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional audience input, Mr. Moquin?
No, Madam Chair, that completes public input on item J1.
Thank you. I just have Ms. Rupert on this one.
My questions were answered by staff. Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
I love that
You're
response,
welcome.
Rupert. Thank you. All in favor of J1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. J1 passes unanimously. I am going to bundle JJ 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 together, please. May I have a motion and a second?
Ms.
Why not
6 and 7?
Didn't I pull 4 or no, Miss Corn?
Yes, 3 and 4 were both pulled.
Oh, so you're going.
We're doing
Okay.
JJ 1,
Yes.
2, 3, 4, and 5 together, please. Did I get a motion? Because I heard a lot of.
So moved, Alna.
Thank you.
Second, I
So-
good.
I have a motion by Ms. Rupert, a second by Ms. Olive and Dr. Osgood, and I think the rest of the board. So on that, any public input on JJ 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Madam Chair. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh has expressed an interest in speaking to item JJ3.
Oh, it's J.
Okay, thank you. This is starting to get comical down here. Yeah, I'm good to go. Thanks. All right, so let's see. JJ1 was 1.6 million above the Atkins projected budget. All the JJ items were, I think, 2 million above the Atkins estimates. I mean, usually Atkins is pretty spot on, but there's like a 25% difference. JJ2, you have a $48,000 pickup. That would be your only one. JJ3 Broadview Elementary, I don't know what's going on with this school's budget. The building envelope took a hit on 2 different years. If I didn't know better, I would think they were using the school to balance the budget by just pulling money out of it when necessary. The budget was higher in 2014. This is one of those critical projects from that list of 11 million that you passed when you weren't sure the bond was going to make it. And they had, I believe it was 2.3 million in the budget back then. So I'll have to pay attention to Broadview because I do not know what's going on there. So I just had those comments for 1, 2, and 3. And other than that, I'm not back again until 10. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman, and my comment on JJ3, I actually figured it out, so won't be commenting on JJ3. Ms. Bartleman on JJ4.
Yes, okay. So I just thought that since this one is 125% over the previous amount and 6% over the Atkins estimate, and the Atkins estimates they've been doing a good job with that. I just wanted them to explain for the public what happened here for JJ4, Trade Winds Elementary.
Hello, thank you for the question. It's Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. Through the chair, with Trade Winds Elementary, so I just wanted to kind of actually just say a general thing about the projects that are coming to the board today. Actually, when you look at all the low bids and then the Atkins estimates, they're pretty dead on. So, you know, we always have some fluctuation. There are some that are above, there are some that are below. And this time, when I add them up, we've got a 0.1% difference between the bids and the Atkins estimates. 0.1%, which is extremely close. So, you know, I think overall, I know it's a little bit scary. It's still a little bit scary for all of us when you see one particular project that is 125% over the original funding allocations. But, you know, we've talked about several times the reasons for that, the roofing work, the HVAC elements that might not have been included in the original. So, you know, these are fairly typical projects, and we will continue to see ones that come in like that. But if they are aligning with the Atkins estimates, for the most part, then you're still going to continue to see the projections coming in the same way that we've been talking about for quite some time. So I don't want you to worry about a particular school. You know, think about it as a whole and how close they are to the Atkins estimates, because we know that the original funding, the projections were wrong back then, or they were low back then. So now we're catching up with these schools, and I mean, I don't have anything in particular that sticks out on this one. It's fairly typical.
Maybe I'm confusing my HVACs, because you also had another one that was 16%, 10%, and the issue was the HVACs you were trying to explain to me, because people forget to put panels and buttons, and I found that strange.
Yeah.
And so,
Okay.
so maybe I'm on the wrong HVAC, but there was one that was also 16% over, which I think I pulled as well. And I kind of pulled them all, generally speaking, because I was concerned about why the HVAC isn't being done, like why they're leaving out buttons on the inside.
Right.
That's like a crazy mistake, but then it's costing us a lot of money. Like one of these is 16%. And that's why I said your estimates are good. So now when I look after having my conversation with you, if it's 1 or 2%, I totally get it. There's a couple outliers. You have one at 10, one at 16, and this one at 6. And my concern was the whole HVAC thing, because I don't understand how that happens.
Right.
And so
I'm not exactly sure how it happened, but I can give you a quick summary again for the board, for the benefit of the board. But there were some projects in MAPS that when you look at the HVAC scope, you will see a lot of detail. You know, you'll see the units, you'll see ductwork and test and balance and all these different things that go along with the HVAC scope. And then some other times you look at a school in MAPS and you will see a couple of units like air handling units or a chiller or something being replaced, but you won't see any of that ancillary scope that goes along with it. And you can't just, these aren't plug and play, you know, you can't just pull out a unit, put in another unit, done. There's a lot of stuff that goes along with it. And sometimes that just wasn't included in the original, you know, projection. So I think that's why we see such variation on the HVAC scope. Sometimes it's, you know, right in line with the original budget, and sometimes it's way over, and it just depends what was included in that. What we ensure, Heery and Atkins and the district staff, when we review these, is that that the designers didn't add a whole bunch of things that weren't supposed to be in there. But like I said, if you're doing a chiller, you have to do everything associated with that chiller. You know, you can't just, it's just not that simple. So yeah, we ensure that they haven't added a whole bunch of other things, but they are doing all the stuff that has to be done to accomplish that scope.
And then I think my question to you is, how many more projects do we have where the other stuff is left off? Because it dramatically changes the cost. And are you just going to deal with them as they come? Are we going to try to
the estimates? The estimates have been done for, you know, the majority of the program. I mean, we only have a few projects that are even still left in design. So the estimates include that, whether it's come to the board yet or not.
Okay, so there will be nothing brought to us.
That hasn't been already, you know, that hasn't been figured into the projection, correct?
So you've caught it all already, and that's aligned with your new estimates.
Yes.
Okay, I feel better. And then, well, I guess a future board will have to deal with future, but just a note to any future board who does a bond, when you do HVAC systems, make sure everyone includes everything up front. Like that was a big misstep there, that we didn't have that at the beginning, but it's a very big program. But it just seems crazy that those little things would be left out, and then we see it here. So thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of JJ 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
Aye.
JJ 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 pass unanimously. I'm going to please take JJ 6, 7, 8, and 9.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert,
Second.
second by Ms. Olive. Any audience input on 6, 7, 8, and 9? Mr. Moquin.
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Andrew Grubb has expressed an interest in speaking to item JJ8.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Again, my name is Andrew Grubb, student at Cypress Bay High School, and on this item, it's important to remind you that I'm a member of the Facilities Task Force. Now, page 35 of the 2011 Grand Jury Report, which is my favorite document if you haven't realized, says, in reality, it is an abomination that has wasted millions of taxpayer dollars that wind up as excess profit in the hands of contractors, which are, quote, lucky enough to share one of these lucrative contracts. That is talking about CMAR. Now, this falls into one of two things. It's either most of you are very intelligent, but very lazy, or you can't read. Because when a grand jury, and you know what, I really don't think it's that you guys can't read. I think you guys are very, very intelligent. This entire district, we just have to focus on what's important. And when the state has a grand jury to come evaluate a board, district, or organization, whatever you want to call it, we should probably follow those recommendations. As I said, page 35 says that we should not be using CMAR. But obviously you guys don't take that into account because we still have many, many projects. I'm looking at the milestone schedule now that are used with a CMAR process. Now, again, before I close, this is my plea. Do not move forward with any project that has this because there is a grand jury report on the way. And now all of you who are on this call, I know that there are many of you that are critical of the staff and of the superintendent. When all of these reports come down, we're going to be able to point fingers to those of you who were not critical and did not follow the reports of the real experts. Thank you.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, tell me which numbers we're on again? JJ 6 through JJ?
6 through 9, you indicated you wanted to speak to JJ 6.
All right, and I think I have 10 next. Okay. Oh, I just wanted to say that this is the one where you stopped, correct, Mr. Girardi, and you went out for low bid. Is that correct?
That is correct. This was one that we negotiated or attempt to negotiate a GMP, and staff decided that we could not come in a reasonable amount and decided to terminate the CMAR contract and hard bid it.
Okay, and my question to you was just to make sure, because we have 8 remaining CMAR out there, that you do this. We asked those of us who were apprehensive of that going to CMAR, this is an example of you doing what we asked, which is a great thing. And I want to make sure that you're going to do that for those projects as well, because now the bids, according to Ashley, are coming in lower than we anticipated with the hard bid because of COVID-19. And so the remaining CMAR need to be watched closely, and I hope the same due diligence you took with this item, you're going to take with the future CMAR items that will be coming to make sure we get the best price. Because I think, didn't this save us $2 million?
Yes.
Right. So I know we wanted to use CMAR, but I guess the environment of the industry changes all the time. And now low bid, we're getting better prices. So thank you, and I appreciate you doing that for future projects as well.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have Ms. Brinkworth mentioned on JJ 7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question on JJ 7, and I apologize I didn't get it to you in advance. It's noted in the item that there's a reduction to the fee increase for the deliverable delays. And so I just had a question about what % was the design at the point when the fees were imposed, and then what % is the design currently?
Ms. Brinkworth, Danny Jardine, CVR Erie. The project has bid. It is currently under construction. We typically assess the penalties once we have the letter of recommendation, and if a designer comes back with the adjustment in fees allowed by his contract to adjust for the FLCC, that's when we do the adjustments and the penalties. This one was a $25,000 penalty, and we're now right at $236,000 total for all the delay penalties assessed to the designers to date.
For all designers, not this particular designer, correct?
That's what we've processed to date. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so as you indicated, this project is currently in what phase?
Early. We issued the NTP late May, I believe it was. I could look it up and tell you exactly, but it's been awarded and under construction.
Okay, and so I guess the question that I have then, just really quickly, is do you all feel that the imposition of the fees is moving people the way we intended it to move people? Because, you know, one of the things that we as a board have pushed for is, are we enforcing what's in the contract to ensure that people are meeting their schedules and the deliverables that are in their contract?
We are enforcing the terms of the contract. Some architects and designers take it much more serious than others. And there are some firms that I don't think they care that we're charging. It's very unfortunate that they have that type of attitude.
Okay, thank you for your honesty. I appreciate it. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of JJ 6, 7, 8, and 9?
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Ms. Corn. I
Yes.
had, I think JJ 7, maybe I didn't ask for it.
Oh, I don't have you. I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson. JJ 7, please.
So could I just make a request, please?
Yeah.
When we have the adjustment, the increase to the basic services fees for the FLCC, could you go back to including what the increase in the FLCC was and the percentage agreed upon at the end? You used to give that information in the item. Now there's no information.
I will be glad to provide that. I have it on this one if you like it, or we just do a follow-up for you.
Yeah, if you could just do a follow-up, and then I want to make sure, Mr. Girardi, that happens in all these increases,
Sure.
please.
Yeah, I don't know how this one got off.
Okay,
Not-
thank you.
Was that all, Ms. Levinson?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of JJ 6, 7, 8, and 9, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. JJ 6, 7, 8, and 9 pass unanimously. By the way, just for an update, I'm now done with page 2. So we're moving on to page 3.
Yay.
May I please have a motion and a second on JJ 10 and 11?
So moved.
Second.
And I
Moved
gotta
by-
say that the backgrounds are getting more creative as the night progresses.
Yes, they are.
I'm not changing.
I think that was moved by Dr. Osgood and second by Ms. Rupert. So I have audience input, Mr. Moquin.
Yes, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh and Mr. Andrew Grubb to speak on JJ10.
Good, thanks. All right, I see Mr. Moquin is prepping for his new career as a game show host. All right, anytime I see Collins Elementary, it catches my eye because I've always admired how this was like the little Title I school that could. They used to be an A-rated school, and I used to ask, you know, what are they doing different? I was told it was how they were approaching reading. So when it comes to their projects, I'm always looking. This school has wood-covered walkways that require replacement. I was told that their sidewalks are a hot mess. And someone suggested at the task force meeting that should have been put in as a work order. It's one of our follow-up items. I don't know if these have been addressed, but as long as we're throwing money at schools for covered walkways, please throw it at Collins Elementary because they could use it. They've been shorted on a number of things over the years as far as projects go, and this is one of the places. So you need to look at the details. So on one of the previous items, we heard that there are missing items in the scope. So how is it that these things are coming in needing more money? And I have always maintained, because I was here and saw what Messier was doing, I have always questioned whether the detailed needs assessment line items, we knew that they were never reconciled because Messier had no time. Those were never reconciled to the projects he built. So when you're being told that there are projects in there that are very detailed and some that are not, I'm guessing the ones that are not are the ones where Messier didn't quite cobble together all the missing pieces, either on purpose to keep the number down or because he was rushed. Because remember, we spent all summer in workshops and then threw that thing onto the 2014 ballot without doing any analysis, no master plan, nothing. So what you just heard recently was huge because it does call to question how many line items are sitting out there that should be in the scope of projects. So it isn't just roofing. It isn't just that costs have gone up. It's that we're finally having come to Jesus moments when those scopes are being validated and all those missing items that are probably hiding out back on the second page of the summaries that say unplanned needs, those are now creeping into the scopes where they should have always been. That's at least one of the things that's driving your budgets. So that was a huge revelation just now, and please remember that one, because you also have other things in here that should have been attached to those GOB projects, but remember, you only had 800 million to spend, which is now, you know, we knew 800 million was never 800 enough to make 800 million in projects. So it's going to take 1.2 to make 800 million is the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Chair, you still have one
You
additional.
guys still have Mr.
public
Grubb?
comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Grubb, and then Ms. Bartleman, I will come to you. I don't have any other colleagues, so if you need to put your hand up, if you could do so, but otherwise I'll just.
You need me?
I have Ms. Bartleman, but we're gonna have Mr. Grubb speak first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, sorry.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me? All right, my name is Andrew Grubb. Now, my comments are going to be similar to what I said before, but I must make a slight correction. 3, sometimes 4 of you tend to be very critical of the decisions made by our school board staff and superintendent because now the rule of 7 is one of the oldest concepts in marketing. The rule of 7 means that you have to hear something 6, 7, or 8 times before someone will buy your product or understand your message. And what my goal has been is to inform all of you of the grand jury as many times as possible so it sinks in. Now, these messages are not directed at all of you, and as I've said, you guys know who you are, but no one seems to get it. We make the same mistakes over and over again. It clearly states that the grand jury spends about 2.5 pages in 2011 and back in 97 that we should not be using this, right? So I think I have to read this quote again so it gets into your heads for those of you paying attention. In reality, it is an abomination that has wasted millions of taxpayer dollars that wind up as excess profits in the hands of contractors lucky enough to score one of these lucrative contracts. To most people, that phrase would be alarming. But between what's happened with Tony Hunter and what you're just hearing about with Richard Ellis, this is music to your ears. Oh yeah, our contractors are making money. I spend time making sure that none of you are related to contractors that get bids on the milestone schedule. And I do know that that is an accusation and a half, but I would not put it past 66% of you who would go down the path of approving something or introducing something for your personal benefit. Thank you.
Ms. Bartleman.
Hello?
Yes.
Are we, I'm sorry, there was a knock on my door. I had to go get it. Are we?
That's
are we
okay.
item
We're
nine?
on, yeah. So we are you're the one that had asked to speak on JJ 10?
Yes.
Yes.
I apologize. That was strange. No one answered the door, so I had to get it. Okay. So my question on JJ 10. Okay, so this is it's okay, Ashley. We kind of covered it in the last one. We're good. I don't want to rehash it. We're good.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to share that I certainly understand that we may have some members of the public who would like to educate us as board members, and we certainly have the opportunity or provide the opportunity for our public to do so. I, as one board member, have read the grand jury report, and I will tell you that the accusation that there is a willingness to do something for some personal benefit is, I have behaved in only an ethical way the entire time that I have been on the school board. It's one that I feel is completely inappropriate, as it is only an accusation and it isn't something that comes with any kind of grounds. And as much as some of our public would like to be as insulting as possible, I will tell you that if you read the entirety of it, you will see that CM at risk is not in its entirety something that was recommended that we never do, but rather in the context of the entire grand jury report, there was evidence provided that it is something that we should be very cautious about. And as a board, if you look back historically, we have actually delved into this many, many times. We've looked at our own construction documents, and we have contemplated when and how we would ever get back into the CM at risk business. So I will tell you as a board member that I have been schooled on it. The public is certainly welcome to continue to school us if they would like, but to take an indignant position as if you're the only ones knowledgeable about what is in front of us, and that as board members, we don't educate ourselves, I will ask you to potentially educate yourself on a little more history about how this board has behaved. With that said, all in favor of JJ 10 and 11, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye and amen.
Opposed, say no. JJ 10 and 11 passed unanimously. I'm taking JJ 12 through 21, please.
So moved.
Second, Ms. Good.
Thank you. Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Good. Public input on JJ 12 through 21.
Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment or input on JJ 12 through 21.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson, I have you for JJ 12.
Yes, thank you. This is for a particular building at Nova High. Do we have the building department on this call?
We may have at some point. Do we still have the building department on the call?
And if not, I'm going to request that when we take J items in the future, that we have the building department on the call as well to answer questions.
Agreed.
Because I have asked these questions of Mr. Girardi. It has to do with this building. I will be able to vote on this individual item, but it has to do with this building, and I would like to have the opportunity to ask questions about it.
The building department is not present on today's call, but I will make sure in the future that a representative from the building department is on every board meeting.
Okay, I would appreciate that, and I'll send my follow-up, my question via email.
So
Thank
if I
you.
could ask, is there a reason we could not pause and table this and allow them to join us on the call as we have for others?
If we could do that, that would be great.
It would seem appropriate.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Hi, this is Ms. Rupert. Isn't Mr. Jardine one of my favorite people in the same room as Frank right now?
Yes, he's over my shoulder.
Yeah, I'm confused. Why can't we answer?
No,
No, but
I need our building department.
Yeah, our building.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
my bad.
That's okay.
Trying to
Thanks,
help you,
though.
Lori.
So is there, Mr. Moquin, are we able to get someone from the building department on the line?
If you table the item, I will work to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I
So
move
if we could
table the
please
item.
separate JJ 12 from JJ 13 through 21.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Thank you. All in favor of separating JJ 12 from 13 through 21, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So may I please have all those in favor of JJ 13 through 21, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ 13 through 21 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion in a second, to table JJ 12.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Moved by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Rupert. All those in favor of tabling JJ 12 to later in the meeting, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ 12 is tabled till later in the meeting. May I please have a motion in a second on JJ 22?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Okay, audience input on JJ 22.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You have Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
I'm ready. Good, thanks. Okay, so Hearing extension, I think we kind of touched on this earlier. When I was reading the backup for this, they note the original base fee of 16.2 million. And then when they went to running the entire program, it went to 27. But because I read their proposal recently, their original proposal was not 16.2. And what happened back in the day, and this is where staff augmentation and other things that get factored in started, was they had to add design criteria, packages, labor budget, and commissioning labor budget. Because all of a sudden it went from being a couple million a year to being 5.3 million for year one. And it just kind of grew and grew and grew. So getting back to the staffing plan. So one of the recommendations RSM had for this new program manager, and this is how these things start, is making sure that at every step, you're monitoring the staffing plan. And I didn't get to speak to EE9 as amended earlier because of the timing problem here, but I went back and looked at the contract. So these are things that were not in the HERE contract that were added in. Not only are they in the RFQ, the reference to this 12-month staffing plan initially on a quarterly basis. If you look at 2.04, which is in your new contract, on a monthly basis as a condition precedent to payment, provide a written 3-month look ahead acceptable to SBBC. So ACOM also has to provide a 3-month look ahead, and it has to be approved. The distinction I was trying to make earlier is all of these staffing plans and responsibility matrix that have to be done need to come before the board for the first quarter and preferably every quarter, so you know what's going on. Because these HERE fees just kept growing and growing and growing, and they weren't taken out of reserves as they were growing with the staff augmentation. You're taking the hit all at the end. And in this new staffing plan, the question that appears to be the answer is yes, the HERE, what it's going to cost for HERE for the next 6 months is factored in before that 17 million balance in overhead. But I'm not entirely certain that that's the answer because it hasn't been made abundantly clear. So I'm hoping that when HERE bills for this 6 months, that it's not going to also, you're not going to see that you need additional funding to come out of unallocated reserves for HERE. That shouldn't be the case. But it looks like there's no additional funding needed, but I'm not positive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the speakers for this item.
Oh, okay, thank you. So to my colleagues, guys, I'm going to ask that we be very succinct and on point, please. We can't just kind of talk through things. If one of our colleagues have mentioned it, if you'd like to say so-and-so has addressed it, but please, if I'm going to ask that we not be repetitive on this item. I'm going to go across my sheet here. Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you. Sorry, there was a delay in the unmute. The only question that I have is with regard to RSM audits and staffing augmentations and whether or not that is something that was regularly done and influenced the staffing augmentations for the contract to this point and moving forward. And then did it also influence what we've already talked about in EE9?
Could you repeat the question on what you were looking for? You're talking about the RSM audits. When did we start them?
Well, the question is about the RSM audits and how did they review staff augmentation, and did it play into what this looks like for the last iteration of a 6 months extension, and then what we did already in EE9? Were those audits considered in or contemplated when these items were brought before us?
I don't know of any audit on the staff augmentation that I could remember, but the audits will continue moving forward. They started probably, actually they started when Joris came on board, and we turned over the reviews to the audit department. And that's when RSM stepped in, and they, every quarter, look at different items of the program. I don't believe they, unless someone else knows differently, I don't think they've done an audit on the staff augmentation. And that's something that could be looked at with the new contract, again, depending on what we do with whether we stick with staff augmentation or we hire directly.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I many of my concerns and questions were talked about under the EE9 item, but I just want to make sure that if there is an opportunity, Mr. Runcie, for RSM to perform some type of audit that will put us in a better situation with regard to staff augmentations, I think it's something that's worth looking at. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Ms. Brinkworth, this is Danny Jardine. I kind of wanted to piggyback on one of your earlier questions. Every year when we bring our amendment to the board for approval, we have clearly identified a staffing plan that shows by position where everybody is, and have tried to clearly identify where those true staff augmentation costs have been. There's never been an intent for it to appear like it's been buried anywhere. We've been very, very upfront. And in every month when we submit our invoice, there is a staffing plan that is reviewed and approved by the district that gets updated every month.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think at least, if not all of us, many of us have seen that. So thank you, Danny, very much. Appreciate that.
Can I just clarify, Ms. Corn, and just say, I'm not in any way saying that Heery didn't provide the staffing plans. My comments earlier were around how we were utilizing that staffing, what controls we had over that staffing, what input we had. It wasn't about whether or not staffing plans were being provided and transparency was being done. That's not my point at all. So thank you very much.
Agree. And that was, I think, a sentiment that was echoed, Miss Brinkworth, I'm sorry. Okay, so I have Miss Murray.
Yeah.
Miss Murray?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Then next I have Miss Aludef.
I have a comment. The extension for Heery will allow for a smooth transition or handoff to ACOM. With the SMART program being millions of dollars over budget, we can't afford for there to be a learning curve or any complications. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, thank you. Mine's a very quick comment. I do not believe we need 6 months of a transition. I would like to propose a 60-day transition. And I'd like to bring that up after everyone's had a chance to comment. I don't believe we need to spend an extra $1.5 million to have a 6-month transition. I believe 60 days would be more than adequate to have the two staffs working together and to turn it over. What, Mr. Girardi, do you have a comment about that?
Yes, if you look at the staffing, most of the staff is on that 60-day period. It's after that 60 days that we start reducing staff a lot. It goes down every month. So the bulk of the transition will be in that 60, maybe a little bit longer, but definitely in that 60, maybe a 60 to 90. So we can cut that down, so.
All right, well, I appreciate the feedback. I'm going to be making a motion to do it in 60 days.
Okay.
Are you putting the motion on the floor now, Ms. Levinson?
I didn't know if you wanted me to wait till other people have comments before I do it, or would you like me to do it now?
No, why don't you do it now? I think other comments we can speak to that with. So is there a second? Is there a second to?
Sorry,
Okay.
second, Rupert.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Discussion on the amendment. Public comment? Janet. I'm not hearing any public comment. To my colleagues, are there any comments on the amendment?
I do, Donna.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
Okay, so I don't really, I want to just ask them, for Hury and Frank, why did you initially determine that a 6-month transition was better than a 60-day transition?
Do you want to, well,
First of all, Danny Jardine, Hury, the biggest thing right now is there's not been any conversations with AECom. They've not looked at schedules. They don't have their staff in place. The contract allowed for up to a 6-month extension. So all we're trying to do is make sure that there is a smooth, seamless transition so that the district does not suffer 2 or 3 years down the road. If you wanted a 20-day transition, we could do it, but you're not going to be happy. We came up with a phase-down plan where we keep our staff pretty much in place for the first month and a half, but then it goes from 40 people and it drops off dramatically to 27, 23, 18, 6, and 5. We are not keeping our entire staff for the duration of the 6 months. It is a ramp down. I have 10 project managers that are managing over 120 projects. That there needs to be a thoughtful process put in place to make sure those 120 projects don't fall through the cracks.
and if I could add to that, again, we have not been able to talk to AECom until today when you approved. So now the cone of silence is over. Tomorrow we start planning, which they don't have an ATP yet. We've got to get them an ATP to move forward. But tomorrow we start planning. And again, with this is not set in stone. If at the 30 or the 60 or 90 days, we feel we've accomplished the transition, we give Hury their 30-day notice and they're gone.
Okay, then I can't support the amendment based on what I just heard. Everything, this can either go really, really well or it can go really, really want to be the reason it goes poorly. It sounds like you have a very thoughtful process. I think the goal is to transition as soon as possible. And the fact that you can go up to 6 months, and if we get done in 3 months or 4 months, you can make that happen.
Right.
I would feel comfortable with that. I feel like we're getting things back on track, and I would hate for us to go backwards because we do something too quickly, especially of this scope. So
And there is a lot of data transfer that we have to
I'm not going to support this, but I would encourage you to, if you can make the if you find that the transition can go smoother and you can release them sooner, that's fine. So I can't support the amendment at this time then. Thank you.
So I have, 1 second. I have a hand up. I'm just trying to check which of my colleagues. Sorry, it doesn't show me the hand up. I have to go through it. Ms. Good, is this on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, if you'd like to go
yes,
on the
it is.
amendment, then I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes, I see Ms. Rupert waving her hand as well. Just very quickly, I'll just concur with Ms. Bartleman's comments. I just, you know, again, I think we all want the transition to work out as best as possible and as quickly as possible, but I wouldn't want to require such a specific tight time frame that it would cause or generate a problem. Thank you.
Ms. Corn, if I may interrupt for one moment, this is Juan Rupert from KC Wright.
No, I've got it, Mr. Juan. I already took public comment, so Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Actually, I supported as a second for Miss Rich Levinson because I respect her. However, I believe that 60 days is way too tight. It is absolutely way too tight for us to be able to be successful. So although I actually supported my colleague and friend, I would have to not be able to support this particular amendment because I really think we need the time with this company. So thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm going to, hold on, let me just make sure I don't have another new hand up. Okay, so I provided ample time for the public to come up and speak. I'm going to afford this one opportunity. Going forward, if after I say public comment, I've moved on to my colleagues, I'm not going back and forth. It's been a long meeting and I am giving pause. So Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, if you'd like to comment, but Juan, going forward, once I've finished public comment, then I finish public comment, please.
Understood.
Thank you.
I'm ready. Okay. I can appreciate that it has been a long meeting and it's late, but the thing is that you're not down here to see the logistics that we're dealing with. It is not always physically possible for them to let you know when we just find out that there's amendment afoot. And we have to run physically and continue social distancing and dodging each other, and they have to sterilize everything. So we are dealing with some logistics down here. Anyway, I'm going to agree, I think, with Danny, Frank, and everyone else. You have safeguards built in. The idea that you would try to do 60 days when you have 10 days for the NTP with ACOM, and then they have a 30, 60, 90-day mobilization plan, and there are other things that they have to provide in 90 days. As they said, it doesn't have to take 6 months, but haste makes waste. We should have learned that in 2014. And doing the same things the same way and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. So as much as I'm not in favor of paying HERE and ACOM for the same things or paying HERE any more than they need to, 60 days isn't going to cut it. The district just does not move that fast on anything. So they do need to put some thought in backing out of here. They've been here for 5 years. And you can't just drop everything and skate out the door. It's just not that simple. So they do need to wrap up. And in 60 days, you won't even know what the plan is for ACOM. So I'm not sure why the rush, but we rushed the bond and we can see how that turned out. So please don't rush this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good, is that a hand up again or is that your prior hand?
No, that's my prior. Thank you.
Okay, got it. All right, so what I'd like to share is that I'm not comfortable with 60 days. Ms. Levinson, I don't know if you would consider 90. The RFQ does call out a 90-day initial window with timeframes.
Ms. Corn, I was going to say 90 days from the NTP.
Okay.
Is what I'd like to amend, if I'd like to amend it to that.
Okay, second agrees.
Okay, perfect. Are we able to tie it to that date? Or is there any stipulation as to why we wouldn't be able to do that, Mr. Jardine? I'm sorry, Mr. Girardi.
I thought you were going to say.
I'm just starting with the consonant at this point. I've just totally lost track of everything else.
Well, like we said, ACOM does have that 30, 60, 90.
Now, simple question. Can we do it 90 days from the signing?
I don't see why not.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So with that, I'm gonna ask for my colleagues to either support or not to support it at this point. All those in favor of a 90-day from the
Donna?
signing?
Donna, I have a question.
Yes.
So when she says not, how long does that give them? When's the signing? So how many months would that estimate be? I'm trying to understand the actual time frame of this motion.
90 days. Is 3 months.
We first have to
So
get
when are we getting it
them,
signed?
that should happen by the end of the month.
So you're still only giving them 3 months.
Correct. Either support it, Ms. Bartleman, or don't support it.
Okay,
You're
I just wanna-
approximately
and
90
I
days
just
from
want to
now.
point out that they recommended 6 months.
Yes,
And to
thank
withdraw
you.
earlier.
Got it.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment with the 90 days, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
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 1, 2, 3. All right, I need a roll call. I'm sorry, guys. I think I only heard 3 yeses. Ms. Rupert?
I'm going to say no.
Okay, Ms. Levinson? Yes, Dr. Osgood?
No.
Ms. Bartleman?
No.
Ms. Aladef?
No.
Ms. Brinkworth?
I would say yes, but I couldn't unmute. That's why you didn't hear me before.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Murray?
No.
Ms. Good?
No.
And I'm voting yes, so it fails. We're back to the 6 months as it is presented. Is there any further conversation on the item as it's been presented? I know I had other colleagues who had further comments, so I can continue to go down the path. Ms. Levinson, was there anything else that you wanted to speak to?
Can't hear you.
No, okay,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
no, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have now Dr. Osgood.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Now I have Ms. Rupert.
Good.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman.
It's okay. I have comments, but it's late and it'll be redundant and tie into other stuff. I'll give you guys a break on this one so we can get out of here. We're gonna be together all day tomorrow again.
And I have, I shared the core of my comments with the prior item, so I'll refrain from further comments. At this time, all in favor of JJ 22, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
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 And mine is a no. So that would be a 6-3 vote. So it passes. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ 12?
So move.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Aladef. And I believe we have the building department on the line, Ms. Levinson.
Great. Okay. Let me just get in front of me. Okay. Who do we have on the phone with us? Oh, Mr. Morgan. Hello, Mr. Morgan. I bet you were surprised that we're still meeting, right? Okay. Anyway.
In 1994, moved back to Broward County after.
Someone has feedback, I think.
Can we mute everybody for now, please? And then we'll let Ms. Levinson ask and Mr. Morgan respond. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Morgan, this item is on Building 15, which is replacing some existing aluminum feeder, copper feeder, and I don't have a problem with that. But I'm being told that that building, which is pretty much completed, will not be able to be occupied until January because of the 2 doors on the building that need to be changed. Are you aware of this? I can't hear. Can anyone else hear?
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone, maybe, Mr. Morgan?
Turn your sound up.
Now, unfortunately, it is very, very faint. We could hear you earlier. I don't know if you did something different. You want to put your, it shouldn't matter if you put your volume up, but maybe if you go to your microphone. Unfortunately, no, but let's give it a shot. Just talk as loudly as you can, comfortably, please.
I can't hear it at all.
Help from Frank. Is Building 15 music?
Frank, he's asking if Building 15 is the music room.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
The music building, from what I recall, was totally renovated, meaning it was taken back to the concrete block and everything in it was remodeled. When you do that, you have to build everything back by new. The issue there at Nova is the doors, the exterior doors are 6'8" on the outside and only 6'6" on the inside of the building. So those doors are not legally per the new code. If you run it, if you remodel, you bring everything up to code. So those doors are 2 inches short of the requirement of a 6'8" door. And I believe there was some egress door or hardware issues with those same 2 doors.
So you're saying that the buildings cannot be occupied for 6 months to change doors that are 2 inches off?
I'd have to check with Mr. Hamburger on occupancy. I know that it failed final inspection because of those the doors being wrong.
Even though they've been using those for however many years Nova has been there.
When you totally renovate, you took the building down to the concrete block. So when you totally remodel a building, you have to bring it up by code. Everything in it has to be, but this isn't just a renovation. We weren't just replacing floor tile. We took everything out of the building, walls, everything out, down to the concrete block. And when you do that, everything else, the egress, fire egress, everything has to be brought up to code.
So what do you mean the walls? What was done to the building?
In essence, Building 15 was gutted. They took everything out of it. They took the finish off the inside all the way to the block walls.
It wasn't totally gutted. There's offices in there that were there from the beginning.
Area that was, the music area that was where the doors are, from what I've seen pictures, was removed back to the concrete block.
Okay, so could I get some follow-up on that, why it takes 6 months? And I'm being told that there are 400 other doors at Nova that would have the same problem.
Not 400.
Renovated, or yes, they would.
Okay, so could I get some follow-up on that with the corresponding statute that would require that to take place? And why in the world that would take us 6 months?
I will put everything together and send it off through Mr. Moakland.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other follow-up, Ms. Levinson?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of JJ 12, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ 12 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ 23?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Alhadeff. May I please have public input?
Yes, Madam Chair. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh has requested to speak to item JJ 23.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm good. Thanks. Okay, so we're running in heels now to get here. All right, Atkins extension, just a brief note. Building codes are the time when you want black or white. It either passes or fails, and there's not much room in between. Okay, Atkins, a couple of questions on this one. There's been a lot fewer issues with Atkins, but the few issues they've had have been kind of huge ones if we think back. At no point in time, when you think back to those early risk assessment letters, will you ever recall them saying that the roofing estimates were too low? That's a little bit of a problem. If you think about when we started seeing those risk assessment letters in beginning of 2017, We heard about the construction industries exploding. We heard about, 2%, maybe should be 5% inflation. But I have a hard time believing that Atkins wouldn't have noticed that the roofing estimates that were in the building condition assessments, which were based on flat roofs, not the roofs, that are in the district design standards, because that's a huge gap. One is based on one set of assumptions, and the reality is how the roofs are actually supposed to be. That would have created a difference. And Atkins never, ever mentions that the estimates are too low. That's one thing. Then they're also calculating the overhead in those project budgets. And yet we're finding out now that there's only 17 million left in overhead. So again, I'm kind of puzzled. Did Atkins in fact notice this before? And if they're only noticing it now, why? And RSM, don't worry about RSM reviewing staffing, because between the facilities task force and the audit committee, you can bet that staff augmentation is getting audited one way or another. But having said that, RSM, they may have been told in their engagement, maybe they weren't supposed to look at it. I know they've been reviewing labor burn rates, but I'm not sure if they weren't doing a full-blown staff augmentation. That's in the Q2 and Q3 RSM reviews, but they were looking at the little picture, not the big overarching picture. They don't report on the program as a whole. They looked at communication, someone hadn't had their time card signed, so little things, but not the bigger picture. So my concern with Atkins and this, obviously they're here and Ashley's been doing a great job, but there are things that are fairly big that don't seem to get reported to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I'm going to start with Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question regarding the student interns. On the executive summary, it says for the first year, there is no student interns. And then on the Fourth Amendment, page 5, there's $20,286 allocated for some summer interns. But then it says for the, I guess, 5.5 total, it's 0. Can you explain?
Yes, thank you. Ashley Carpenter with Atkins, happy to explain. In the year 5, there was budgeted time for student interns, but due to COVID, the student interns unfortunately were not able to come to Rock Island as they normally do to work with both Hury and Atkins. Then for the year 5.5, or yeah, 5.5, there's no summer over that 6-month period. And traditionally that's a summer project that the engineering students come to Rock Island. So that's why it's not budgeted here. But obviously the portion of the student interns that was for year 5 was, never done. So it wasn't billed to the district or anything. That's just part of the remaining labor funds from previous year, that we have.
Thank you.
Okay. So next I have Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray, did you have any questions left on this item? I do not hear Ms. Murray, so she can let me know if she.
Yeah, it's the mute button. It's a problem.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
No,
there you
no, I don't have any questions, but I think my posture is the same as item 22 also.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. I have Ms. Good.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
I'm good, Ms. Corn.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert.
Exactly the same. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, I just want to take this opportunity to just say thank you to Ashley, because I think that there was a shift in our relationship with Atkins when Ashley became the person that we look to for answers, and she confidently answers questions, and when she doesn't know the answer, she gets right back to us. And so I just want to say we don't get many opportunities to say thank you personally, and I just want to say thank you. And I don't have any additional questions. They were answered in earlier items. Thank you.
Here, here, thank you.
And I will
Thank
echo
you.
that my one comment was the fact that there clearly was a shift with Atkins. I will tell you, I thought early on, this was, to be honest with you, the weak part of our team. And I will tell you, Ashley, with you joining, that you have definitely brought on a very, very strong component for us to be successful. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so with that, all of those in favor of JJ 23, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed say no. JJ 23 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on K1?
So
So
moved.
moved, Rupert.
Moved by
Second.
Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. And public input, Mr. Moquin. This was actually pulled by the public.
Yes, Madam Chair, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh has expressed an interest in speaking to K1.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, I've just been informed that Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh is not going to be speaking on this item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any of my colleagues signed up. Oh, Ms. Good, is your hand up for this item? I'm going to think that was maybe from the last item. Is she still with us?
Yes, I am, and no, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So all those in favor of K1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. K1 passes unanimously. Page 3, just want to show everybody, is now done. We're on to our last page of the day. May I please have a motion and a second on LL 1 through 7.
So moved, Rupert.
Second by Anne Marie.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by, I guess, the rest of the board, but we'll go with Ms. Oliveff. So I have public input on LL 1 through 7.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Andrew Grubb will be speaking to LL5, and Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh will be speaking to LL7.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Andrew Grubb, happy 11 and a half hours. Now, although, a lot of us may disagree on many things, if there's one thing I really applaud all of you for doing is working to keep us safe. And LL5 is another way that all of you truly step up and provide an extra layer of security to our schools at little cost to the district. We can disagree on the finances and other things, but when it comes down to it, I'm in school for 2 reasons, and I'm here for 2 reasons: to get the best education possible and be safe while doing that. And rocks are one of the ways that we are able to save money for other programs and provide, I almost want to call it a part-time security guard. But yes, I really want to thank all of you for that. And I believe it's something that we need to explore with more of our municipalities, because I'm sure that there is a need for it. I just think we have to find the means to reach out to police officers who want the space and are willing to provide the security, because if we're able to do that, we'll end up having our municipalities like us more, right? Because then they'll have to spend a bit less money, and it truly turns into a win-win for everyone. So I really hope that you will consider continually renewing these agreements and actively pursue new ones. And with that, I say good night, and I'll see all of you tomorrow morning.
like it'd be more work to not have you speak. Okay, you ready to go?
Madam Chair, next speaker I have is Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
Okay, thank you. We're good. Okay. All right. So I'm not a huge fan of rocks. Never have been. And I'm pretty sure if you say rocks 3 times, Andrew Ladnowski, a former chair of the Facilities Task Force, will show up because he could never understand these things. It may be time to do a cost benefit analysis to see what you're getting out of these things. I was going, but that's for another time and place. I wanted to say thank you to the staff here at KCW because you just cannot imagine the waltzing we've been doing out in the outer room to get into the inner room, all the sterilizing and the additional coordination. Thank you. That has to happen for us to be down here speaking. I would again prefer to do this via Teams because between having to wear the mask, it's hot, it's sweaty. We were starving at one point. But they made it actual. I do feel safe down here, as safe as you can possibly feel breathing in the air at KCW.
Dr. Lynch Walsh.
So anyway, thank you. I will not be here. I can't hear you, Ms. Korn, but I will not be here tomorrow. So that's good news. But thanks. It's been fun. Past 12 or 13 hours. Good night.
Okay, do not, I have Miss Good for L6 and 7.
Yes, actually, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to compliment Mr. Katz and his team. I had raised some concerns the last time we had brought the ROCKS agreement before us, requested some due diligence documentation to be shared with the board. They have, in fact, created a form to ensure that the principals are involved in the process for the selection of the ROCKS officers, and that we also ensure that they have fulfilled their requirements, especially if they're moving from one location to another, in providing monthly interaction with the school leaders. So again, thank you to our team, and I will be supporting the items today. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a hand up. And okay, I think we are all set. All those in favor of LL1 through LL7, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, I believe I have, if I could, Mr. Moquin, have confirmation that we have now addressed everything on the agenda for today. I think Mr. Moquin.
Yes, Madam Chair, my notes reflect that you have now disposed of the agenda. I'm just double checking to ensure that none of the LL items were memos to vote down.
Okay, thank you.
And it does not appear that they were.
All right.
Okay.
There was an L1 that was to vote down, Ms. Korn. Did we do it that way? I don't remember that.
Hold on. I did. L1 was passed on consent.
Right, but it was to vote, it was to deny, so it's fine the way it was. A
Right,
yes
'cause we-
vote was to deny, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that, we have disposed of all of the items for the day. At this point, seeing no additional business before the school board, this school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you all so very much. We will see you
Good
in the morning.
night.
Bye.